Finally, diminished by nearly a tenth of their number, they emerged into a large basin, once filled with water, now overgrown with thick bushes. Here, a crowd of survivors, those Idril and Voronwo had sent ahead, gathered, weeping softly from weariness and sorrow. But Eärendil was not among them. Tor and Idril stood in the shadow of their grief, their hearts heavy with a loss that seemed to swallow the world. Around them the ragged remnants of their people wept, for upon the distant plain, the hill of Anion Gwerith was a crown of fire, the last terrible beacon of their fallen home. Dragons coiled about its slopes, and iron-clad monsters passed through its broken gates, while the revelry of Balrogs and orcs echoed across the desolation. Yet, in this bleakness, the leaders found a sliver of grim hope. The plain appeared nearly emptied of Melkor's forces, all drawn to the city like flies to carrion. "We must use the night," Galdor urged, his voice low and urgent. "The encircling mountains are our only refuge, and dawn gives us little time." But fear bred dissent. Many argued that Tuor's chosen path to the Cleft of Eagles was a march to their doom. "The sun will find us exposed on the open plain," they cried. "Let us make for the way of escape. It is half the distance. Our wounded may yet reach it." Idril's voice cut through the panic, cool and resolute. She warned them not to trust in old magics, for what enchantment could endure when Gondolin itself had fallen? Yet fear proved a stronger commander. A large group broke away, turning toward the promised shortcut and its hidden mouth, only to be met by a waiting monster, placed there by Melkor's cunning and Meglin's betrayal. Those who remained pressed on, guided by Legolas Greenleaf of the tree, whose night-sighted eyes knew every fold of the land. They marched through the dying night, driven by a weary desperation, and halted only when their legs would carry them no further. Dawn arrived, a grey and cheerless light that refused to illuminate the beauty it had lost. Then came a marvel. A thick mist, unknown in that land, crept across the plain. A final sigh, perhaps, from the king's doomed fountain. It became their shroud, hiding their flight as they journeyed long past sunrise, putting leagues between them and the fiery hill. The lowest slopes of the mountains now lay before them, a brutal 7 leagues from the ruins, with the high Cleft of Eagles still a punishing climb beyond. Their weariness was a weight upon their very bones. The sun, a great red orb, had climbed well above the eastern peaks, burning away the mists near them while Gondolin remained shrouded in cloud. As the air cleared, a desperate scene unfolded mere furlongs away, a small band of men on foot, fleeing a strange and terrible cavalry, orcs upon the backs of great wolves, brandishing their spears, and there, amid the chaos, Tuor saw him. "Eärendil!" he cried, his heart leaping. "His face shines like a star in this wasteland." The boy was carried on the shoulders of Hendor, a loyal servant of Idril's house, and the wolf riders were closing in, scattering the defenders. Without a second thought, Tuor gathered 50 of the least exhausted men. Leaving the main company to follow, he led a desperate charge across the plain, his own breath ragged in his chest. As they drew near, his voice rang out, a command to stand and fight. The beleaguered men formed a desperate circle, back to back, with Hendor and the shining child at its center. Tuor and his men reached them just in time, breathless but with swords finally raised between their prince and the wolves' snarling jaws. There were 20 wolf riders, yet only 6 of Eärendil's guards remained alive. Tuor quickly arranged his men into a thin crescent, a single line, hoping to trap the riders and prevent any from escaping, to alert the main enemy force. His plan worked, with only 2 riders managing to flee, and even they were wounded and left without their mounts, ensuring their warning reached the city far too late. Eärendil was overjoyed to see Tuor, and Tuor felt a deep relief to find his son safe. "I'm so thirsty, father," Eärendil said, "for I have run a very long way. Hendor did not have to carry me at all." His father remained silent, having no water to give and thinking of the needs of the entire company he led. The boy added, "It was good to see Meglin die like that. He was always trying to put his arms around my mother, and I never liked him, but I would not travel in any more tunnels, not even to escape all of Melkor's riders." At that, Tuor smiled and lifted his son onto his shoulders. Soon, the main group of exiles caught up with them. Tuor handed Arundel to Idril, whose heart was filled with a painful joy, yet Arundel refused to be carried. "Mother Idril, you are weary," he insisted. "Warriors in mail do not ride among the Gondolin, unless it is old Sulgant." His mother managed a laugh despite her grief, speaking of which, Arundel asked, "Where is Sulgant?" The old gnome had often visited their home, drawn by the fine wine and good food, and would entertain the boy with silly stories and playful antics. No one knew his fate. Perhaps he was consumed by fire in his bed. Some whispered a darker tale, that he was taken alive to Melko's halls and forced to serve as a court jester, a cruel fate for a noble of the gnomes. This news saddened Arundel, and he walked beside his mother in quiet thought. By full morning, a dull grey light found them at the foothills. Near the start of the climbing path, in a small dale edged with hazel bushes and trees, the exhausted people collapsed to rest. Many fell asleep instantly, despite the danger. Tuor, however, kept a vigilant watch and did not sleep. They made a single meagre meal from scraps of food, and Arundel finally drank his fill from a little brook, playing beside it for a moment. He turned to his mother and said, "I wish good Ecthelion of the Fountain were here. He could play his flute for me, or make me a whistle from a willow branch. Maybe he has gone on ahead." Idril gently told him what she had heard of Ecthelion's end. Upon hearing this, Arundel declared he never wanted to see the streets of Gondolin again, and began to weep bitterly. Tuor, his voice firm, stated, "You will not see them again, for Gondolin is no more near sundown." Tuor roused the company, and they pressed onward along rugged trails. The grass faded to mossy stone, the trees thinned, and even the pines grew scarce. As the path curved behind a hill shoulder, they took one last look back. The plain below lay clear and peaceful in the final light. But as they watched, a great flare of fire shot into the darkening northern sky. The fall of the last tower of Gondolin, the very one whose shadow had often fallen across the walls of Tuor's house by the southern gate. The sun sank, and they saw the city no more. The pass of Christhorn, the Eagle's Cleft, was treacherous in the best conditions. This large, weary host, burdened with women, children, and the wounded, would never have attempted it in the pitch dark without lanterns or torches, were it not for their overwhelming fear of Melko's scouts. Darkness gathered swiftly as they approached the high place, forcing them to stretch out into a long, struggling, and vulnerable line. Goldor led a vanguard of spearmen forward, with Legolas beside them, whose vision pierced the gloom like a cat's, seeing farther than any mortal could. Behind them came the strongest of the women, aiding the sick and those wounded who could still walk. Idril was among them, and young Arundel, who bore the hardship with surprising fortitude. Tuor commanded the centre with his winged guard, carrying the most grievously injured, and Eaglemoth was at his side, though he nursed a wound from the desperate fight in the square. Following them were more women with infants, young girls, and men whose injuries slowed their pace. Bringing up the rear marched the largest contingent of unwounded warriors, with Glorfindel of the golden hair at their head. Thus they reached the Christhorn, a place of terrible height where neither spring nor summer ever touched, locked in perpetual cold. While the valleys below might bask in sunlight, here the snow never melted, and as they arrived, a bitter north wind howled behind them, biting to the bone. Snow swirled in vicious eddies, stinging their eyes, a dangerous hindrance on a path so narrow to their right. A sheer cliff wall rose nearly 7 chains high before erupting into jagged spires, home to many eyries. There dwelled Thorndor, king of eagles, lord of the Thornhoth, whom the elves named Soronta. To their left was a drop, not quite vertical, but dreadfully steep, lined with upward-pointing fangs of rock that one might climb down, or, more likely, fall, but could never ascend. From that deep gorge there was no escape at either end, and the river Thorn Sur churned at the bottom. It entered from the south as a slender stream over a great precipice, flowing a rocky mile above ground through a narrow passage in the mountain, so tight not even a fish could pass. Galdor and his advance party had nearly reached the point where the Thorn Sur plunged into the abyss, while the rest of the company, despite Tuor's urgent efforts, were strung out over most of that perilous mile between cliff and chasms. Glorfindel's rear guard had scarcely entered the pass when a yell echoed through the grim night. Suddenly, shapes leaped from behind rocks where they had lain hidden, even from Legolas's keen sight, and assailed Galdor's men in the darkness. Tuor initially thought they had merely encountered one of Melko's roaming patrols and expected a brief, sharp skirmish. He ordered the women and injured behind him to move back and joined his forces with Galdor's, and a fierce struggle erupted on the narrow ledge. But then rocks began to rain down from above, causing grievous harm. The situation grew even more dire when the clamour of weapons sounded from the rear, and a runner from the Swallow brought word that Glorfindel was hard-pressed by an attack from behind, and that a Balrog was among their foes. Then Tuor felt the cold grip of a trap, which was precisely what had been laid. Melko's watchers posted throughout the surrounding hills had been drawn thin by the valiant defence of Gondolin, yet one patrol had spotted the exiles beginning their ascent from the Valley of Hazels. Bands were quickly gathered and positioned to strike the fleeing company from both front and rear along the treacherous Cristhorn path. For a time, Galdor and Glorfindel held their ground despite the surprise, and many orcs were sent tumbling into the abyss. Yet the relentless hail of stones threatened to overwhelm all their courage, and it seemed the great flight from Gondolin might end in ruin right there upon the frozen pass. The moon had just cleared the mountain pass, its pale light seeping into the deep shadows, but doing little to illuminate the narrow walled path. High above, Thorndor, the Eagle King, stirred. His hatred for Melko was deep, born of cruelty. Melko had once captured Thorndor's kin, chaining them to jagged peaks to torture them for the secret of flight, dreaming of challenging even Manwë in the skies. When they refused, he severed their wings in a vain attempt to craft his own, a scheme that ended in bitter failure. Hearing the distant cries from the pass, Thorndor called out, "Why do these vile orcs dare climb so near my throne? Why do the Noldoli voices echo with fear below? Rise, Thornhoth, let your beaks be steel and your talons swords." A sound like a great wind through stone followed as the Thornhoth, the eagle folk, descended upon the orcs who had scaled the cliffs above the path. They tore at them with fierce beaks and claws, casting the shrieking creatures down to the distant rocks of Thorn Sur far below. The Gondothlim, heartened, would later adopt the eagle as a token of their hope in remembrance of this moment. Idril favoured it, though Eärendil always held a softer spot for the swan-wing emblem of his father. With the threat from above cleared, Galdor's warriors pushed back their foes on the path. The orcs, now few and shaken by the eagle's assault, gave ground. The company pressed forward again, though Glorfindel faced relentless fighting at the rear. By then, half the host had passed the treacherous way and the roaring falls of Thornsir. Suddenly, a Balrog from the pursuing forces made a mighty leap onto a high outcrop that jutted over the chasm on the left. With another furious bound, it bypassed Glorfindel's guard entirely, landing amid the women and the wounded ahead, lashing its whip of fire. But Glorfindel was swift. He sprang forward, his golden armor gleaming oddly in the moonlight, and struck at the demon so fiercely that it retreated onto a great boulder. Glorfindel close behind there. On that high rock overlooking the host, a deadly duel ensued. The folk, trapped between press from behind and chaos ahead, watched helplessly, packed so tightly nearly all could see, yet it ended before any of Glorfindel's men could reach him. Driven by a fierce courage, Glorfindel forced the Balrog back, step by step, his mail shielding him from whip and claw. He landed a heavy blow upon its iron helm, then hewed its whip-arm clean off at the elbow. In a final spasm of pain and rage, the Balrog lunged. Glorfindel stabbed like a viper, but his blade found only the creature's shoulder. They grappled, swaying dangerously at the crag's edge. With his left hand, Glorfindel drew a dagger and drove it upward into the Balrog's belly near his own face. For the demon stood twice his height. It shrieked, toppling backward from the rock, and as it fell, its claw seized Glorfindel's golden hair beneath his helm. Together they plunged into the abyss. This loss struck the host deeply, for Glorfindel was dearly loved. The crash of their fall echoed through the hills, and the gorge of Thornsir seemed to groan in answer. At the Balrog's death cry, the orcs before and behind faltered, scattering in fear or meeting swift ends. Thorndor himself, a mighty bird, swooped down into the depths and bore up Glorfindel's body. But the Balrog remained below, and the waters of Thornsir ran black for many days in the distant vale of Tumladin. To this day, when the Eldar speak of a valiant stand against overwhelming evil, they say with a sigh, "Alas, 'tis Glorfindel and the Balrog, and their hearts still ache for that fair one of the Noldoli bound by their love and grief." Tuor ordered a great stone cairn, built over Glorfindel's resting place, just beyond the treacherous path near the cliffs of Eagle Stream. Thorndor, the Lord of Eagles, has since guarded the site from harm, and now yellow flowers bloom in that harsh landscape, a fragile beauty amid the desolation. The people of the Golden Flower wept as the cairn rose, their sorrow too deep for any comfort. The journey of Tuor and the exiles of Gondolin through the desolate wastes south of Tumladin's Vale was a tale of relentless hardship. They faced bitter cold, gnawing hunger, and the constant dread of ambush. Their survival through those lands, still crawling with Melko's malice, was due partly to the heavy blow his forces had suffered at Gondolin, and partly to Tuor's swift, vigilant leadership. Melko, enraged by their escape, hunted them fiercely far away. Ulmo heard whispers of their plight in the deep oceans, yet he could offer no direct aid while they wandered, parched and lost, far from any watercourse. For over a year they travelled in circles, often ensnared by the deceptive magic of the wilds, retracing their own steps in despair. When summer finally reached its peak, they stumbled upon a slender stream. Following its course led them to gentler lands and a moment of respite. Here, Voronweh became their guide, having heard Ulmo's faint counsel in the water's murmur one late summer night. For he ever drew wisdom from the voice of rivers. He led them onward until they reached the mighty Sirion, fed by their newfound stream. Both Tuor and Voronweh then recognized they were near the ancient outer exit of the Way of Escape, back in the familiar deep valley of Alders. But the sight was one of devastation. Trampled bushes, scorched trees, and flame-scarred rock walls met their eyes. They wept, believing they now knew the grim fate of those who had parted from them at the tunnel's mouth long ago. Travelling down the Sirion, fear of Melko's hunters returned. They skirmished with orc bands and evaded wolf riders, yet the fire drakes did not pursue them, their fires spent in Gondolin's ruin and Ulmo's power growing with the river's strength. The journey was slow and arduous, sustenance scarce, until after many days they reached the vast misty heaths and marshes above the Land of Willows, a region unknown even to Voronweh. In this place the Sirion vanishes into the earth through the great cavern of the tumultuous winds, only to emerge clear again above the pools of twilight, a site of legendary future battles. The land here was a maze of deceptive bogs. Host was delayed, plagued by swarms of biting flies in the autumn damp, while agues and fevers spread among them. Their curses aimed at Melko, yet they persevered and finally reached the great pools and the borders of the tender Land of Willows. The very air of that place brought a profound peace, soothing the grief of those who mourned the fallen. Here women regained their strength, the sick were healed, and old wounds ceased to ache. Yet those who feared for loved ones, still enslaved in the hells of iron, could find no song or smile within them. They lingered there for a very long time, so long that Eärendil grew from a child into a boy. Then the distant call of Ulmo's conches stirred Tuor's heart once more, his sea longing returning with a fierce, unstoppable thirst after years of confinement. At his bidding, the entire host arose and followed the course of the Sirion down at last to the waiting sea. The company that had escaped through the Eagle's Cleft and witnessed Glorfindel's fall had been nearly 800 strong, a considerable host, yet a sorrowful remnant of a city once so fair and populous. But those who in later years stirred from the grasses of the Land of Willows and journeyed to the sea, after holding their solemn spring festival where Celandine bloomed in memory of Glorfindel, numbered only 320 men and boys and 260 women and girls. The women were few because many had been hidden away by their kin in secret chambers of the city, only to perish in flames, fall by the sword, or be dragged into captivity. Rescue was rare, and it is a bitter grief to recall, for the women of Gondolin shone with a beauty surpassing the sun, the moon, and the very stars. glory had made its home in that city of 7 names, and its destruction stands as the most terrible ruin ever to befall any city upon the earth. Not Babylon, nor Nineveh, nor the towers of Troy, nor all the many sacks of mighty Rome witnessed such terror as descended that day upon Amon-Gwareth among the Noldor. This remains Melko's vilest deed in all the world, yet now those exiles made their home by the mouth of the river Sirion, where the waves of the great sea crash. There they call themselves the Lothlin, the Flower Folk, for the name of Gondolin is a wound too deep for their hearts. Among them, in his father's house, Arendelle grows fair, and the great tale of Tuor approaches its twilight. Then Little Heart, son of Bronweg, spoke alas for Gondolin, and in the room of logs no one spoke or stirred for a very long time, the sole survivor who evaded Melko's grasp when their people were captured. In the earlier Tuor A and B manuscripts, the name Voronwe appears consistently, yet this particular phrase, employing the variant Bronweg, represents an addition to Tuor B, taking the place of the initial line which read, "Now, after many days, these twain found a deep dale." The subsequent typescript Tuor C presents the text as follows, that no one, unless they were of Noldoli lineage, could discover it, whether by accident or through a search lasting ages. In this way it remained safe from all misfortune save for betrayal itself, and Tuor would never have reached it without the unwavering loyalty of that gnome Voronwe. The following sentence in Tuor C continues, "Yet even so, not a few of the more daring among the enthralled gnomes would slip down the river Sirion from the terrible mountains." The original passage stated, "His speech they understood, though the tongue of the free Noldoli in those days was somewhat different from that of the sorrowful thralls of Melko." Tuor C renders it, "They comprehended him, for they were Noldoli." Then Tuor also spoke in the same tongue. Originally the text read, "It was early morning when they drew near the gates, and many eyes gazed." However, when Tuor and Voronwe first beheld Gondolin, it was in the new light of the morning, and it was a day's light march across the plain. This discrepancy prompted the later alteration made to Tuor B. The term Evil One originally read Ainu. The section beginning rugged was his aspect, is a replacement on a separate slip. The original description was, Tuor was handsome in face, but rough and unkempt of hair, clad in bearskins. Yet his height was not exceptional among his own folk. The Gondolin, though not stooped as were many of their kin who laboured in ceaseless mining and forging for Melko, were themselves small, slender, and agile. The original passage explicitly stated that men were by nature taller than the elves of Gondolin. The phrase "come hither" is rendered as escaped from Melko in Tuor C. The word folk originally read men. This is the singular instance where men in reference to elves is altered. Its use is constant throughout the fall of Gondolin, and even occurs in a somewhat jarring reference to Melko's armies. But now the men of Melko have assembled their forces. The passage concluding here and beginning with "Then Tuor's heart was heavy" was bracketed by the author in Tuor B. On a loose slip referring to this section he wrote a potential alternative, if necessary. Then is told how Idril, the king's daughter, added her persuasion to the king's council, so that Turgon invited Tuor to rest a while in Gondolin, and, being foresighted, eventually persuaded him to remain. How he came to love the king's daughter, Idril of the Silver Feet, and how he was deeply instructed in the lore of that great people, learning of their history and the history of the elves. How Tuor grew in wisdom and became mighty in the councils of the Gondolin. The sole narrative difference here from the actual text is the introduction of the king's daughter Idril as an influence on Tuor's decision to stay. The passage is otherwise a highly condensed summary of Tuor's instruction in Gondolin, omitting the text's details about the Gondolin's preparations against attack. This does not seem to be a proposal for revising the written tale, but rather a reduction intended for oral delivery, likely when it was read to the Exeter College Essay Club in the spring of 1920. The notation, if necessary, strongly supports this. Another proposed shortening is noted elsewhere. The passage starting "Great Love Too had Idril for Tuor" was written on a separate slip and replaced the original text, which read, "The king, hearing of this and finding that his child Idril, whom the Eldar call Irildi, loved Tuor in return, gave his consent to their marriage." Seeing that he had no son, and Tuor was likely to become a kinsman of both strength and solace, he approved the union. The wedding of Idril and Tuor was celebrated before the people in the place of the gods, Gar Einion, near the king's palace. It was a day of great joy for the city of Gondolin, though it would not be the final union between the races of men and elves. This stands in contrast to other records which name their son Eärendil as the sole half-elf. The story of Isfin and Eol, however, must be set aside for now. The original text noted the name was crafted in the tongue of the Gondothlim. References were made to sapphires given to Manwë by the Noldoli, with an early draft describing a blue deeper than the sapphires of Sulimo. A later insertion describes the passing of a bitter winter, replacing a shorter passage. That original section told how, on a midwinter's evening, the sun sank early behind the mountains, only for a strange light to appear in the northern hills, filling the people with wonder. The emblem of the Scarlet Heart, representing the recovered heart of Turgon's father, Finwë Nolime, from the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, was borne by his house. The description of the array and banners of the noble houses of Gondolin remained largely unchanged from the earliest drafts. The term burg is used in its old sense of a fortified town. The account of Ecthelion's death saw only minor wording changes in revision. A later edition speaks of a shudder among the men. Recalling an old prophecy, a separate note outlines a proposed narrative summary. Tuor and his company find Idril distraught in the place of the gods. From that high vantage, they witness the sack of the king's hall and the fall of the tower, a tragedy which momentarily halts the enemy's pursuit. Learning from Idril that she sent Eärendil and guard down a hidden way, Tuor had ventured into the crumbling city to find her, rescuing many fugitives along the way. With what seemed like divine fortune, he then led the survivors to the secret passage's mouth, and the entire company descended to the plain, sealing the entrance behind them forever. They emerged at last into a sheltered dell within the Vale of Tumladin. This summary was likely intended for a shortened telling of the tale. A subsequent passage was rewritten to shift the tense and expand the moment. The company, gathered and desperate for rest, finds no trace of Eärendil or his escort. Tuor's spirit sinks, and Idril weeps. Their lamentation echoes as foreboding shapes loom around them in the gloom, with fire drakes circling the heights. The text was amended from noting the harsh winter to observing, with a twist of grim irony, that summer was nearly upon them. A cruel joke of fate amidst the ashes of their home. Now the mountains stood on that side, a distance of 7 leagues less, a single mile from Gondolin, with Christhorn, the Eagle's Cleft, lying a further league of steep ascent from the foothills. This left them still more than 2 leagues, and a portion of a third from the pass itself, and they were bone-weary from the climb. The line, "Behold, his face shineth as a star in the waste," was a later addition to the Tuor B manuscript. This section, beginning with "but after a year and more of wandering," replaced an earlier phrasing that read, "but after a half-year's wandering nigh midsummer." This change aligns with the shift in the narrative that moved the assault on Gondolin from midwinter to the gates of summer. Consequently, in the revised text, summer remains the season when the exiles finally reach the lands near Sirion, but their arduous journey to arrive there now spans a full year and more, rather than just half a year. The original penciled text of Tuor A included the line, "Fair among the Lothlim grows Eärendil in Sorn Tuor, the house of Tuor." The script here is ambiguous, with the 4th letter of the name equally readable as a U. This ongoing evolution of names reflects my father's rapidly shifting ideas on phonology, a process that, while understandable, remains quite remarkable in its frequency. For the sake of brevity in the following notes, it is understood that names appearing in Tuor B prior to emendation are found in the same form within Tuor A. For instance, Mithrim Mathastor later becomes Dor Lomin, and Mithrim Bantil is used in Tuor B. The name Christhorn is written as such from its first occurrence in Tuor A, whereas Tuor B consistently uses Christhorn, another location. Bad Uthwen Ninwe was altered to Ninwi in the Tuor B manuscript commentary on the Fall of Gondolin, section 1, the primary narrative. As with my commentary on the tale of Turambar, I have divided my notes on this story into sections. I will often reference the much later, though unfinished version published in Unfinished Tales under the title of Tuor and His Coming to Gondolin. This later text, which breaks off just as Tuor and Voronwy first glimpse Gondolin across the plain, I will refer to as the later Tuor. Its abandonment remains one of the most poignant instances of incompletion in my father's work. Tuor's journey to the sea and the visitation of Ulmo. In several passages, the prose of the later Tuor, written over 3 decades after the fall of Gondolin, is so closely aligned with the earlier tale as to suggest my father had the original manuscript before him or had revisited it recently. Striking parallels from the late version include descriptions of the sun's path, the sound of the river being mistaken now for a fey voice and now for a small creature crying in the wilderness, and the depiction of a wind-swept treeless land where all growth leans persistently eastward. These passages are very nearly identical to those found in the original tale, yet for all these textual echoes, the narrative foundations differ profoundly. Tuor's origins are left curiously vague in the old story. A passing mention in the tale of Turambar speaks of those kindreds about the waters of Asgon, whence after arose Tuor son of Peleg, but here it is, simply said that Tuor did not live among his wandering people, preferring a solitary existence around Lake Mithrim. He travelled its waters in a small boat fashioned with a swan neck prow. There is almost no connective tissue to other events of the legendarium, no trace of the grey elves of Hithlum who later fostered him, nor of his status as an outlaw hunted by Easterlings. The world feels smaller, though it does note the presence of wandering Noldoli in the region of Dor Lomin from the elves of the Falas. Tuor learnt a great deal, including their language, and it was they who led him through the dark subterranean passage beneath the mountains. This foreshadows the later tale of Gelmir and Arminus, the Noldorin elves who guided Tuor through the gate of the Noldor. The idea that the Noldoli crafted that hidden way at Ulmo's urging persisted into the richer historical tapestry of the later legend, where the gate of the Noldor was said to be fashioned by the skill of that people long ago in the days of Turgon. For a time, the later narrative draws very near to the old story when Tuor emerges from the tunnel into the ravine, later named Cirith Niniac. Many details return, the stars glittering in the narrow strip of sky above, the echoes of his harp playing, though in the original tale these echoes lack the literary resonance of Morgoth's cry or the voices of Feanor's host that once came ashore. Tuor's uncertainty about the mournful cries of the gulls remains, as does the description of the ravine, narrowing where the incoming tide, made fierce by a west wind, clashed with the river current. His escape by scaling the cliff top is also present, though in the older version he climbs not out of curiosity about the gulls, but in direct response to the prompting of the Ainur. It is noteworthy that the concept of Tuor as the first of men to behold the sea was retained, depicting him standing on the cliff with arms outspread, filled with a profound sea-longing. However, the episode of his dwelling in the cove of Falasquil, where he adorned the place with carvings and received timber floated down to him by the Noldoli of Dor Lomin, was entirely abandoned. In the later legend, Tuor finds only the ruins of ancient Noldorin harbour works from the time of Turgon's lordship in Nevrast. The old story holds no trace of Turgon's former dwelling in those regions before he departed for Gondolin, rendering the entire Vinyamar episode absent. Despite frequent reminders that Ulmo was guiding Tuor as an instrument of his designs, the crucial element of the arms left for him by Turgon on Ulmo's instruction is missing. The southward flying swans, 7 in the later version instead of 3, serve essentially the same purpose in both narratives, drawing Tuor to continue his journey, yet the emblem of the swan was later given a different origin as the token of Anael and his foster folk, the grey elves of Mithrim. In both the route taken and the seasons of the year, the later account diverges significantly from the original story of Tuor's journey to Gondolin. The later Tuor travels during the fell winter after the fall of Nargothrond, a time of snow and bitter cold as he and Voronwy journey eastward beneath the mountains of shadow. Here, the journey is far more protracted. He leaves Falasquil in the latest days of summer but travels down the entire coast of Beleriand to the mouths of Sirion, lingering in the land of willows until the summer of the following year. Geography, while perhaps less definite than it later became, generally resembles the later map, especially in its description of the coastline eventually trending eastward rather than southward. The resemblance between Ulmo's visitation of Tuor in the Land of Willows on a summer evening and his tremendous epiphany from a rising storm at Vinyamar lies only in their structural place within the narrative. Yet it is remarkable that the old vision of the Land of Willows, with its drowsy beauty of river flowers and butterflies, was not lost. In the later legend, however, it is Voronwer, not Tuor, who wanders there, devising names and standing enchanted, knee-deep in the grass. The narrative recounts how Tuor's destiny, guided perhaps by Ulmo, Lord of Waters, eventually led him to the sea. A subtle echo of this older tale might be found in Ulmo's later words to Tuor, where he declares, "You must learn haste, and the pleasant path I had charted for you must now be altered." In the original version, Ulmo's address to Tuor is far more concise and direct. There is no mention of him opposing the will of the other Valar, yet two core components of his message remain: the assurance that Tuor would find the right words when he stood before Turgon, and the cryptic reference to Tuor's future son. This reference is less detailed than in later texts, which speak of bringing into the world a hope and a light to pierce the darkness. The account of Tuor and Voronwy's journey to Gondolin is sparse, omitting much beyond their stay in the Land of Willows. Voronwy enters the tale late, merely as the sole Noldo brave enough to accompany Tuor the final distance. His elaborate backstory from later writings is absent, and he is not yet characterized as an elf of Gondolin. It is striking that the Noldoli who guide Tuor northward from the Land of Willows openly refer to themselves as thralls of Melko. This concept of thraldom is consistent across the early tales. They describe a state where the Noldoli, even those wandering freely, moved under a cloud of profound terror, feeling Melko's gaze upon them from afar and acting under a compulsion they could not resist. This spell of bottomless dread is a recurring phrase, used to describe the condition of these elves and even applied to the traitor Meglin. One could almost feel a pang of sympathy for them living in such a perpetual, shadowy panic, though that sentiment would surely evaporate upon seeing the consequences of their coerced actions. While much of this can be reconciled with later narratives, which speak of escaped thralls with enslaved wills being used as agents, the early conception feels more pervasive and intangible. Here, Melko's power is diffused across the land, claiming all Noldoli outside of Gondolin as his rightful slaves by mere virtue of their presence in the world. This creates a distinct atmosphere, one where the very air seems thick with oppression. This fundamental difference makes the later story's premise of Tuor being guided to the hidden city by Noldor, who are in any way under Morgoth's thrall, seem far less plausible. The later vision sharpens the focus, confining overt enslavement largely to Angban's pits, whereas the earlier tales paint a broader, more haunting picture of a continent silently enthralled. The path into Gondolin shares a basic shape with the far more detailed vision found in the later Tuor, a deep river canyon, thick undergrowth, a cave opening. Yet here, the river is unmistakably the Sirion, and the hidden door lies within one of its sheer banks, a stark contrast to the later concept of the dry river, whose ancient, empty channel itself formed the secret road. In this earlier telling, the lengthy tunnel Tuor and Voronwy travel through finally brings them not just to the sentries, but back into daylight. They emerge at the base of sharp hills, the city itself coming into view. The idea is straightforward: a sheltered plain, a ring of mountains, and a single tunnel boring through them to the outside. The later conception is far more dramatic. There, the guard's passage opens into the Orfalch Echo, a colossal chasm splitting the encircling mountains from peak to base. The road then wound its way upward past a series of mighty gates, only reaching the city's site after the seventh and final gate at the crest was opened. One can only imagine the weary descent required afterward to actually reach the plain below. It's also worth noting the welcome here is simple and direct, lacking the palpable suspicion and danger that would later greet the travelers. Within that guarded circle, Turgon's people flourished, their relentless craft transforming Gondolin upon Amon Gwareth into a marvel to rival even Tirion across the sea. Its walls shone white and high, its stairways were sleek, and the king's tower stood formidable and tall. Sparkling fountains graced its squares, and in Turgon's own courts stood the wondrous trees he fashioned, Glingel, wrought of gold, and Belthil, with blossoms of silver. This luminous image proved enduring, echoed in later notes that speak of the high stairs, the great gate, the fountain square, and the pillared arcade of the royal house. The core difference between the old tale and the Silmarillion lies in the nature of these trees. Originally, they were living saplings, eternal offshoots from the legendary trees of Valinor. Later, they became exquisite metal replicas. This shift hints at a deeper, more fundamental change in Gondolin's very history. In the earliest legends, the city was established in secret after the catastrophic Battle of Unnumbered Tears, as Turgon's host withdrew south. The later chronology, however, places its founding centuries earlier, a hidden refuge prepared long in advance by Turgon from his lands in Nevrast. A strategic move of foresight, not a desperate retreat in the original story my father envisioned. A vast span of time stretched between the Battle of Unnumbered Tears and the city's eventual ruin, a period so immense that countless years of tireless work had not completed its construction and decoration. Later revisions to the First Ages timeline, following the arrival of the Sun and Moon, drastically shortened this interval to a mere 38 years in the final chronicles. Yet the older sense of deep, slow passing time lingers in the account of Gondolin's people withdrawing from the outside world after the great battle, an atmosphere thick with the weight of long centuries. While the Silmarillion directly states Turgon designed the city as a tribute to Tirion upon Tuna, making it a beautiful echo of that elven memory. This connection is absent from the earliest tales. In those, Turgon had never seen Kor being born in Middle-earth after the Noldor's return. Still, one senses the white marbles, the king's tower, the fountains and stairs of Gondolin are a physical echo of Kor's description from the old legends. I previously noted the absence of a key element from later lore, the arms left for Tuor on Ulmo's command. However, a seed of this idea appears when Turgon tells Tuor his coming was foretold in their books of wisdom, hinting at great events to follow his arrival. Ironically, Tuor's response reveals that, at this point, Gondolin's very existence wasn't part of Ulmo's grand scheme. The Valar had only recently heard whispers of their hidden fortress and was pleased by their vigilance. Here, Ulmo foresees Turgon's reluctance to wage open war, so through Tuor he offers a secondary council, send elves down the Sirion to build ships and carry pleas to Valinor. Turgon's reply is a weary, definitive refusal. He reveals he has been sending such messengers down the great river for untold years, a futile effort he will no longer repeat. This exchange directly connects to a passage where Turgon, in secret desperation after earlier defeats, sent his people to the coasts and the Isle of Balar. They built ships and sailed into the treacherous, enchanted western seas, seeking the hidden shores of Valinor to beg for pardon and aid. None succeeded, and few returned. He would make one final tragic attempt after the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, from which only Voronoi would survive. Thus, despite sweeping changes to the chronology and the narrative's final centuries, Turgon's desperate attempts to reach the Valar are an idea rooted in the very beginning. Another original element is Turgon having no son, and curiously, the tale is utterly silent on his wife. Idril's mother, the later story of Elenwo, lost in the grinding ice, belongs to a time when Turgon's own history was reshaped, placing his birth in Valinor. The core of Tuor's time in the hidden city endured, distilled into the brief words of the later published work. Tuor chose to stay in Gondolin, captivated by its profound joy, stunning beauty, and the deep wisdom of its inhabitants. He grew powerful in both body and spirit, immersing himself in the ancient knowledge of the exiled elves. During his time there, he learned of Ilúvatar, the eternal lord who exists beyond the confines of the world, and of the great music of the Ainur. This awareness of Ilúvatar's existence appears to have been a unique understanding held by the elves. Much later, in the garden known as the Cottage of Lost Play, a traveller named Eriol questioned the lore master Rumil, asking, "Who was Ilúvatar? Was he one of the gods?" Rumil's reply was definitive. No, he was not. He created them. Ilúvatar is the Lord for always who dwells beyond the world. The tale then turns to the encirclement of Gondolin and the betrayal by Meglin, later known as Maeglin. The king's daughter was always called Idril of the Silver Feet, a name reflecting her grace in the elven tongue. Meglin, the king's nephew, harboured a secret love for Idril, a passion complicated by their close kinship, a detail emphasized more in later tellings than in this original account. Their story unfolds with the joyous wedding of Tuor and Idril celebrated with the king's blessing and the city's delight, save for Maeglin, whose envy festered in silence. Idril, gifted with foresight, sensed a looming shadow and took action, secretly designing an escape route leading south from the city toward a passage in the mountains known as the Eagle's Cleft. Her precautions proved wise, for Maeglin, while searching for metals in the hills, was captured by orcs. To save his own life, he struck a treacherous bargain, returning to Gondolin with a deceptively calm demeanor to hide his guilt. The older narrative includes vivid details absent from later, more condensed versions. Idril's troubling dream about Maeglin, the discreet watch placed on his movements, the formation of a personal guard loyal to Tuor on Idril's advice, and King Turgon's unwavering, perhaps naive faith in both his city's strength and his nephew's loyalty. Most striking is the revelation that Maeglin himself conceived the idea for the monstrous engines of fire and iron and offered this dreadful knowledge to the Dark Lord Melko. What a prized turncoat he proved to be. The core difference between the versions lies in how the enemy discovered Gondolin. In this original tale, Melko had already found the hidden city through his vast network of spies before Meglin's capture. His creatures had even located the secret escape route and gazed down upon the gleaming towers from the surrounding peaks. Meglin's treason, therefore, was in providing precise blueprints of the city's defenses, and that vicious advice about the fire monsters. Later accounts introduced the element of Húrin's unintended betrayal, which only revealed the general region of Gondolin to Morgoth's servants. In that version, the precise location remained hidden until Maeglin revealed it, making his treachery far more catastrophic. Thus, in the original story, the people of Gondolin lived with a creeping dread, aware that Melko had already encompassed the Vale of Tumladin around, creating an atmosphere of inevitable siege long before the final attack began. Turgon readied his forces for conflict and increased the vigilance along the city's perimeter. The sudden disappearance of Melko's spies just prior to the assault on Gondolin did spark a wave of renewed hope among its people, and in Turgon himself, most of all, this very optimism left them tragically unready when the attack finally erupted. In later tellings, the shock of the onslaught is even more profound, as there had never been any tangible sign that the city faced imminent peril. Idril's private sense of foreboding remained uniquely her own, a more enigmatic and solitary dread. The central haunting image from this section, the citizens of Gondolin gathering on their walls to greet the sunrise during the gates of summer festival, only to witness a sinister red glow swelling in the north instead of the east, endured through all versions. However, the elaborate heraldic descriptions of the houses and their captains found here have largely vanished from subsequent writings. One can assume that, had my father continued his later work on Tuor's story, much of this pageantry would have resurfaced in some transformed state, judging by the rich descriptions of the gates and their guardians in the Orfalch Echo in the concise narrative of the Silmarillion. Only faint traces remain, such as the titles of Ecthelion of the Fountain and Glorfindel, chief of the House of the Golden Flower. These two captains are also named as those who guarded Turgon's flanks during the retreat from the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. The other leaders celebrated in the original tale fade from later record, though it is a curious detail that a steward of Gondor centuries later would bear the name Egelmoth. Glorfindel, described from the start as golden-haired, retains that defining trait which is the very meaning of his name. Almost the entire detailed chronicle of the battle within Gondolin's walls is unique to this early tale. The Silmarillion condenses the desperate struggle into a few stark lines, summarizing the legendary clashes: Ecthelion's fatal duel with the Balrog Lord Gothmog in the King's Square, the doomed defense of Turgon's Tower until its catastrophic collapse, and Tuor's frantic quest to save his family. In that compressed account, the grim detail of Maeglin's body striking the slopes of Amon Gwareth 3 times before plunging into the fire below was carefully preserved. The later version suggests Maeglin's betrayal and assault on Idril and Erendil occurred much later in the fighting, just before the escape through the secret tunnel. But this is likely a simplification of the original, more elaborate narrative sequence. The early tale presents Gondolin as a vividly realized city with distinct markets and great plazas, a clarity that becomes more abstract in later texts. The descriptions of the street-by-street fighting are precise and unflinching. Interestingly, the original conception of the Balrogs rendered them as less overwhelmingly fearsome and far more numerous, even destructible forces compared to the demonic terrors they would later become. The forces of the enemy suffered heavy losses at the hands of Tuor and the defenders of Gondolin. Tuor's mighty axe, Drumborleg, claimed 5, while Ecthelian's sword felled 3, and the king's own guard slew 2 score more. These Balrogs, described as demons of immense power, were not invulnerable. They could feel pain and fear, clad in iron armor and wielding fiery whips, a signature trait they would keep. They also possessed claws of steel. In later accounts, the dragons assaulting the city were said to be of Glaurung's brood, grown numerous and fearsome. Yet the original text hints that some of the monstrous foes were not living creatures, but cunning mechanical devices forged by smiths in the pits of Angband. Even these iron contraptions which split open to unleash orcs were called ruthless beasts, commanded by Gothmog to reposition themselves. Those made of bronze or copper were imbued with hearts of raging fire, and a fire drake slain by Tuor shrieked and thrashed in its death throes. A curious minor point involves Meglin's betrayal. What messengers could he have possibly sent to warn Melko to guard the tunnel's exit? Whom would he trust for such a perilous errand, and who would dare undertake it? The flight of the survivors and the clash at Cristhorn are rendered with a visceral richness in the early narrative, full of details absent from the condensed version. We read of fugitives stumbling over corpses in the stifling, foul-smelling passage. A grim reality omitted later, also lost, is the fate of those who, ignoring the counsel of Idril and Tuor, went to the escape route only to be destroyed by a waiting dragon, and the desperate struggle to rescue young Erendil. Here, too, appears the sharp-eyed elf Legolas Greenleaf, the first bearer of a name that would later join the Fellowship, followed by an elf named Gimli in another tale. One passage about the ambush seems puzzling. It states the moon did not light the path due to the high walls. The company was moving south. A sheer cliff was on their right, a perilous drop on their left, with the moon rising in the east. Shouldn't the path have been illuminated? The name Cristhorn is featured in a drawing from 1928. As for the exiles' long wanderings afterward, it seems strange they journeyed for over a year, yet only reached the outer entrance of their escape tunnel. This likely reflects a vaguer early conception of the geography, as later accounts have them crossing the mountains more directly into the Vale of Sirion, then fleeing south to Nan Tathran. Their protracted directionless struggle through a desolate wilderness, however, adds a layer of haunting futility to their plight. A year of suffering that led them cruelly almost back to where they started in the account of the Silmarillion. After Tuor and Idril journeyed from Nan Tathran to the estuaries of Sirion, they united their followers with the band of Elwing, daughter of Dior, who had recently escaped to that refuge. This detail is absent from the present text, and I will address this narrative segment at a later point. Regarding the entries in the name list for the fall of Gondolin, which is introduced on page 148, the purely linguistic data and definitions are included in the appendix on names. However, I have compiled here several entries of a more descriptive nature presented in alphabetical order. Babylon is described as a city of men, more accurately called Babylon, though the gnomes adapted the name from men in earlier times and now use this form. Bansil was the name given by the Gondolf Lim to the tree before their king's gate, which bore everlasting silver blossoms. Elfreniel received this name from his father Voronwe, and it signifies fair gleam. This tree was a sapling of a greater one brought from Valinor by the Noldoli in ancient days, which possessed similar but far more radiant properties, illuminating all Valinor with silver light for half of each day. The Eldar still recount tales of this parent tree as Silpian, or cherry moon, for its blossoms resembled those of a spring cherry, yet for the tree in Gondolin itself they know no other name, and its memory is preserved solely among the Noldoli. Dorlomin, or the Land of Shadows, was the region the Eldar called Hisilom, meaning shadowy twilights, where Melko imprisoned men. It earned this name from the scant sunlight that barely crested the Iron Mountains to its east and south, and it is now inhabited by the Shadow Folk. It was from this sombre land that Tuor began his journey to Gondolin. Eärendil was the son of Tuor and Idril, and is noted as the sole being of half-elven and half-mortal lineage. He became the greatest and first mariner among men, venturing to shores beyond all known maps and unseen by any other sailor. He now rides the winds of the sky with Voronway, never returning closer than the shores of Kor, for the mortal part of his nature would claim him should he venture further. The assertion that Eärendil was the only being that is half of the kindred of the elderly and half of men is particularly significant. This was presumably written during a period when Beren was still conceived as an elf, not a man. Dior, the son of Beren and Tinuviel, appears in the Tale of the Naugla but there Beren is an elf, and thus Dior is not considered half-elven. In the Fall of Gondolin itself, a later edition notes that Tuor was the first, though not the last, to wed a daughter of the Elves. The remarkable claim in the Tale of Turambar that Tamar Lamefoot was half-elven is discussed elsewhere. Icthelion was the Lord of the Fountain, renowned among all the Gondolin for his exquisite voice and mastery of music. He achieved eternal renown by slaying Gothmog, son of Melko, an act that saved Tuor from death, though Icthelion himself perished, drowned alongside his foe in the king's fountain. Eaglemoth was the lord of the heavenly arch. He managed to escape the burning of Gondolin and later dwelled at the mouth of Sirion, only to be slain in a terrible battle there when Melko's forces seized Elwing. Goldor was the valiant gnome who led the men of the tree through many battles. He not only escaped Gondolin but also survived Melko's assault on the settlers at Sirion's mouth, later returning to the ruins with Eärendil. It is said by Elfriniel that he still dwells in Tol Eressëa, and some of his descendants call themselves Nos Gulden, for Gulden means a tree to which Goldor's name is related. This final phrase was later altered to read Nos Nan Alwyn, for Alwen is also a tree. Glingol, meaning singing gold, was the name given by the people of Gondolin to the second of the two immortal trees standing in the king's square, a tree adorned with golden flowers. It too was a descendant from the sacred trees of Valinor, much like its counterpart Banzil, but this one sprang from Lindelocte, also called Laurelin, the singing gold tree that bathed all of Valinor in a warm golden light for half of each day. Glorfindel, who commanded the House of the Golden Flower, was cherished deeply among the Gondolin, perhaps second only to Ecthelion in their affections, though such comparisons are delicate. His fate, however, was tragic. He perished in the fierce battle at Cristhorn, having slain a Balrog in that desperate struggle. His name, Goldtress, was inspired by his flowing golden hair, and his house was known in the Noldoran tongue as Lothlorien. Gondolin itself translates to stone of song, a poetic term the gnomes used to describe stone carved and shaped into breathtaking beauty. This was the most common of the 7 names given to their hidden city, a secret refuge from Melko in the days before the great upheaval. Gothmog, whose name signifies strife and hatred, was a son of Melko and the ogress Fflewdden. He served as the captain of the Balrogs and the lord of Melko's armies until the noble Ecthelion ended his life during the fall of Gondolin. The Eldar referred to him as Cosmoko, a name that, as Elfrith noted, sat awkwardly on their tongues and carried a harsh, unpleasant sound even in rougher speech. It is worth remembering that in later tales, Gothmog's legacy grew darker. He was credited with slaying Feanor and playing a pivotal role in the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, though the idea of him being a literal son of a Valar was eventually set aside in the evolving lore. Hendor, an aged and loyal servant of Idril's household, was the one who carried the young Eärendil to safety through the hidden passage during the city's final hours. Idril, the extraordinarily beautiful daughter of the Gondolin's king, captured Tuor's heart when she was still young, and she later became the mother of Eärendil, The Elves named her Irilde, but she is often remembered as Idril of the Silver Feet, or in their own tongue, Irilde Taltalepta. As for Indor, he was the grandfather of Tuor's father, which is why the gnomes referred to Arundel as Gon Indor, and the elves called him Indorildo, or Indorian. Legolas, or Greenleaf, was a man of the tree who possessed exceptional night vision. He guided the fleeing exiles across the plain of Tumladin under cover of darkness, and is said to live still in Tol Risea, where the Eldar know him as Lycalas. Further tales of his journeys are recorded in the Book of Rúmil. Regarding the geography described in The Fall of Gondolin, Tuor's journey along the coastline that would later become Beleriand shows a clear resemblance to later maps, particularly in the way the shore shifts from running north-south to east-west after he departed from Falasquil. The narrative notes that the distant hills gradually drew closer to the sea's edge and that the southern spurs of the Iron Mountains extended all the way to the water. These descriptions align with the geographical features where the long western reach of the Mountains of Shadow, bordering Nevrast, met the sea at Vinyamar. The area called Arlistjan, the place of reeds situated above the mouths of the Syrian River, finds its echo in the later name Lisgard, the reed land at the Syrian's delta. The great river Syrian's underground passage is a feature dating to the earliest legends, as are the Mares of Twilight, known also as Eilinuel. Yet there exists a notable divergence from the account given in the Silmarillion. In that later work, Eilinuel is described as a region of pools and marshes where Syrian's flow was checked, with the river later plunging over a mighty fall and delving into tunnels. Here, however, the pools of twilight lie below the cavern of the tumultuous winds, a location never mentioned again, where Syrian first dives beneath the earth. Despite this shift, the placement of the Land of Willows downstream from the river's hidden course remains consistent. Thus, the geographical framework presented in The Fall of Gondolin aligns with that observed in the earlier tale of Turambar. The words of Tuor, inspired by Ulmo, present a curious puzzle. He declared that the hearts of the Valar were angered by the sorrow of the Noldoli and the wanderings of men. This stands in stark contrast to the portrayal in The Hiding of Valinor, which depicts most of the Valar as desiring peace and quiet, wishing to be free from the troubles of Melko and the restless gnomes. They clamoured to conceal their land, a move against which Ulmo pleaded in vain. Tuor further stated that the gods sat in Valinor, their mirth diminished, hiding their land with magic to shield it from evil. Turgon, in his reply, offered a bitterly ironic twist. They that sit within, he suggested, reck little of the world's sorrow or Melko's dread, but hide their land so that no tidings of evil ever reach their ears. One might wonder, was this Ulmo's own brand of diplomacy, tailoring his message to his audience? Turgon's cynical view certainly echoes the Valar's motives as described elsewhere, yet the gnomes of Gondolin themselves held the Valar in deep reverence. The city featured pomps in honor of the Ainur. Its highest point was Gar Anion, the place of the gods, where weddings were celebrated, and the people of the Hammer of Wrath held all the smith above all other Ainur. Of particular interest is the explanation given for Ulmo's choice of a man as his agent. Melko, in his arrogance, did not greatly fear the race of men in those days. Therefore, Ulmo worked through one of them to better deceive the Dark Lord, since no Valar, and scarcely any elf, could stir without marking his vigilance. This stands as the only explicit reason offered in the narrative, save for an isolated early note, citing the wrath of the gods against the gnomes and Melko's potential redoubled vigilance had he suspected messengers reaching Valinor. The concept of the luck of the gods surfaces again here as it does in the tale of Turambar, a subtle force guiding events, such as putting it into Tuor's heart to climb the cliff at Golden Cleft to save his life. A truly strange and poignant passage concerns the birth of Eärendil, marking a turn from solemn prophecy to a fragile, hopeful light in the gathering darkness. In those days, the long-held wish of the Valar and the hope of the Eldalii was realized, for Idril, in her profound love for Tuor, gave birth to a son named Eärendil, was the union of elf and mortal, and the child born of it, truly the desire of the Valar. Did they foresee this event, hoping it would fulfill a design of Ilúvatar meant to bring great good into the world? No other text offers even a hint of such a concept. Regarding the orcs, an interesting note in the tale speaks to their origin, calling them a race bred of the subterranean heats and slime. This early view shows no sign of the later conception that Melkor could not create independent life after his rebellion, or that orcs were corrupted from enslaved elves after the awakening. One might see a faint initial suggestion of this idea in a line from the same passage, which mentions that certain of the Noldoli were twisted to the evil of Melko and mingled among these orcs. Though this remains distinct from the notion of orcs being biologically bred from elves, the name Glamhoth for the orcs appears here as well, a name that persists in later writings. The text also recounts how, after Tuor's time, Noldorin and his people journeyed to the land of willows in search of Dor Lomin and the hidden river, coming agonizingly close to the caverns where the gnomes were once imprisoned. Yet, in a twist of cruel fate, while they rested and danced in that peaceful place, they were ambushed and nearly destroyed by goblins sent by Melko from the Hills of Iron. Noldorin himself barely escaped. This was the Battle of Tazarinen, occurring during the Great Expedition from Kor. In a deleted section of the tale, it is said Noldorin later fought beside Tulkas against Melko at the Pools of Twilight. On the matter of physical stature, an original passage indicated that Tuor, while not exceptionally tall for a man, was still taller than the elves of Gondolin, aligning with other early statements. A later revision, however, softened this, suggesting men and elves were not so greatly different in height after all. Finally, the earliest version of the tale concerning Isfin and Eol is found in a notebook. It describes Isfin, daughter of Fingolmer, who is loved from afar by Eol of the Molekin, a strong miner in favor with Fingolmer and the sons of Fëanor, due to his skill in uncovering hidden jewels. Despite his status, he is ill-favored in appearance, and Isfin feels nothing but loathing for him. This narrative of a disliked miner named Eol, marked by the mole, seeking the hand of Isfin, who rejects him, stands as a clear and direct parallel to the later story of the ill-favored miner Meglin, who bears the sign of the sable mole and is rejected by Idril in the fall of Gondolin. The connection is unmistakable, yet its full interpretation remains elusive. The most straightforward interpretation is that the narrative hinted at in the small notebook predates the one found in the fall of Gondolin. At this earlier stage, the character of Meglin had not yet been conceived. The archetype of the ugly miner, the spurned admirer, would later evolve into that of the son, with the focus of affection shifting to Idril, Isfin's niece. A separate and new history was then crafted for the father, Eol, the shadowy elf of the woods who captured Isfin. However, the original scenario leaves a puzzling gap. Where was Eol the miner when he harbored his distant love for Isfin, daughter of Fingolmer? It appears unlikely he had any connection to the hidden city of Gondolin at that time. The concept of the miner bearing the emblem of the mole probably entered the lore of Gondolin only with the later creation of Meglin's character. We now turn to the final of the original Lost Tales to be composed in a continuous narrative form. This story is contained in its own notebook titled The Noglafring, the Necklace of the Dwarves. Its opening presents a slight inconsistency. Prior to the recital of the Fall of Gondolin, Lindo had expressed to Littleheart the collective wish to hear the tales of Tuor and Eärendil as soon as possible. Littleheart had agreed, noting the story's grandeur and its deep entanglement with the accounts of the Noglafring and the Elf March, for which he desired the storytelling aid of Aelios. Therefore, Littleheart's act of relinquishing the storyteller's chair to Aelios at the start of this text, so that Aelios might recount the tale of the Noglafring, aligns well with the earlier conversation. Yet the introductory phrase, "but after a while silence fell," feels slightly out of place, given that the fall of Gondolin concludes with the entire room of logs sitting in unmoving quiet for a long duration. One might reasonably assume that after such an extensive tale, the next story would have been reserved for the following evening's gathering. The manuscript for this tale is once more an ink-over Pentley text, with the original pencil writing completely erased, but this only continues up to a certain point. From there to the end, the text exists only in a primary, hastily written pencil draft. In some passages, the words seem almost hurled onto the page, resulting in several uncertain readings. A portion of this draft was heavily revised even as the tale was being written. The Noglafring, the necklace of the dwarves. After a period of quiet, murmurs arose among the listeners. Some whispered, Earendel, while others countered, No, tell us of the Noglafring, the dwarves' necklace. In response, Ilfiniol rose from the storyteller's seat. Indeed, the tale would be better served, he said, if Aelios were to relate the events concerning that fateful necklace. Aelios, showing no reluctance, turned his gaze upon the assembled company and began. Do you all remember how Urin the Steadfast cast the gold of Glorund before King Tinwelint's feet, and afterward would not touch it again, departing in sorrow for Hisselom, where he met his end? The company affirmed that this memory remained vivid in their hearts. Then mark this, Aelios continued. The king watched Urin's departure with profound grief, weary from the deceit of Melko that poisoned all minds. Yet the tale tells that so powerful were the enchantments Mim, the fatherless, had woven about that hoard that even as it lay upon the hall's floor, gleaming oddly in the torchlight, its subtle malice had already begun to touch all who beheld it. Now the men of Urin's company began to grumble among themselves. One of them spoke up to the king, saying, Our captain Urin has left us, an old man, and perhaps not in his right mind, but we have no intention of abandoning the treasure we have earned. Tinwelint, who was not immune to the gold's allure himself, replied, Do you not understand this gold belongs to all the elven kindred in common? The Rodolflim who mined it from the earth long ago are gone, and no one holds a special claim to even a handful, save perhaps Urin because of his son Turin, who slew the dragon that robbed the elves. But Turin is dead, and Urin wants no part of it. Besides, Turin served under my command. Hearing this, the outlaws grew furious. The king then declared, Leave now, and do not be so foolish as to pick a fight with the forest elves, unless you wish to meet death or the terrible enchantments of Valinor in these woods. And do not insult the name of Tinwelint, their king, for I will reward you handsomely for your efforts in bringing the gold here. Let each man come forward and take what he can hold in both hands, then depart in peace. This displeased the woodland elves who had been standing nearby, watching the gold with longing. The wild men did as they were told, and then some, for many returned to the hoard 2 or 3 times, sparking angry shouts throughout the hall. The forest elves moved to stop their thieving, and a great quarrel broke out. Though the king tried to calm them, no one listened. The outlaws, fierce and fearless, drew their swords and began to strike out, and soon a violent fight erupted even on the steps of the king's high seat. These outlaws were tough fighters, skilled with sword and axe from their battles with orcs, and many were slain before the king, seeing that peace was no longer possible, called upon a host of his warriors. Bewildered by the king's stronger magic and confused in the dark passages of Tinwelint's halls, the outlaws were all killed in bitter combat. The king's hall ran with blood, and the gold before his throne, scattered and trampled underfoot, was soaked in gore. Thus began the curse of Mim the dwarf, and yet another sorrow planted long ago by the Noldoli in Valinor came to bear its bitter fruit. The bodies of the outlaws were cast out, but Tinwelint ordered the slain woodland elves to be buried near the hill of Tinuviel. It is said that a great mound still stands there in Artanor, and for a long time the fairies called it Cum and Idrisaith, the Mound of Avarice. Gwenil then came to Tinwelint and warned, Do not touch this gold. My heart tells me it is cursed 3 times over, by the dragon's breath, by the blood of your subjects that now stains it, and by the deaths of those they killed. But I fear some deeper, more binding evil hangs over it, one I cannot fully see. Remembering his wife's wisdom, the king decided to listen. He commanded that the gold be gathered and thrown into the stream outside the gates, yet even then he could not shake its spell. He thought to himself, Let me look upon its beauty one last time before I cast it away forever. So he had the gold washed clean of blood in clear water and laid out before him. Never since has such a vast hoard of gold been gathered in one place. Some was crafted into cups, basins, dishes, sword hilts, scabbards, and dagger sheaths, but most was raw red gold in masses and bars. No one could count the value of that treasure. For among the gold lay many gems of breathtaking beauty, brought out of Valinor by the ancestors of the Rhodothlim, a portion of the boundless wealth the Noldoli once possessed there. As he gazed, Tynwellint whispered, "How glorious this treasure is! I do not possess even a fraction of that wealth, nor any of the gems of Valinor save the one Silmaril that Beren claimed from Angband." Yet Gwenil, standing nearby, remarked, "And that single gem would be worth all that lies here, even if this hoard were 3 times its size." Then a figure rose from the assembly. It was Euphedyne, a gnome who had wandered the world far more than any of the king's people, having long lived among the Nauglath and their kin, the Indrafangs. The Nauglath are a peculiar folk, their origins shrouded in mystery. They serve neither Melkor nor Manwë, and care little for elves or men. Some whisper they have never heard of Ilúvatar, or hearing choose not to believe. Yet in crafts, sciences, and knowledge of the earth's hidden properties, none surpass them. They dwell in subterranean caves and tunneled cities, with Nogrod once the greatest among them. They are ancient, with no children among them, and laughter utterly foreign to their kind. Stout and strong, their beards reach to their toes. Those of the Indrafangs being the longest, often forked and bound about their waists when they travel. Men name them dwarves, claiming their craft and cunning exceed even the gnomes in ingenious design, though truth be told, their own works possess little inherent beauty. In ages past, the lovely things attributed to them were often shaped by the hands of renegade gnomes like Euphedyne himself. Long had Euphedyne forsaken his own people, allying instead with the dwarves of Nogrod. He had come to Tynwellint's realm with other like-minded Noldoli bearing swords, mail-coats, and exquisite smith-work, goods the Noglath, then traded freely with the independent Noldoli, and, it is rumoured, even with Melkor's orcs and soldiers. As he stood there, the spell of the gold pierced Euphedyne's heart more deeply than any other present. He could not bear to see it all discarded. "This is an evil deed King Tynwellint intends," he declared. "Who hereafter will say the elderly cherish beauty if an elven king casts such a store of loveliness into dark forest waters, where only fish may later glimpse it, rather than this waste? I beg you, O king, allow the craftsmen of the dwarves to apply their skill to this raw gold. Let the name of Tynwellint's golden treasury ring through all lands. This they will do, I promise, for small reward, if only they may save the hoard from ruin." The king looked upon the gold, then upon Euphedyne. The gnome was richly clad in a tunic of golden weave, a gem-studded belt of gold, and a sword damasked in strange patterns. An intricate collar of interlaced gold and silver circled his neck, making Tynwellint's own raiment seem plain by comparison. Tynwellint gazed again at the gold. It shone more alluring than ever, the gems sparkling with a new-found brilliance. Euphedyne pressed further. "And in what manner, O king, do you guard that Silmaril of which all the world has heard?" Gwenil kept it in a simple iron-bound wooden casket. Euphedyne called it a shame to house such a jewel with anything less than the purest gold. Tynwellint, now abashed, yielded. This was the agreement he made with Euphedyne. The king would measure half the gold and entrust it to Euphedyne and his company. They would bear it on the long journey south to Nogrod, the dwellings of the dwarves, far beyond the wide forest on the borders of the great heaths, near the pools of twilight, on the marches of the land of Tazarinen. The thought of that journey through whispering ancient woods and across desolate moors, where strange lights sometimes danced, seemed to promise not just craftsmanship, but a transformation of the hoard into something legendary, a temptation Tynwellint found he could no longer resist. After 7 full moons had passed, the dwarves returned, bearing the king's loan, transformed into works of exquisite artistry. Yet the weight and purity of the gold remained undiminished. They addressed Tynwellint, stating that if the craftsmanship displeased him, they would depart without further word. Yet, if it met his approval, from the remaining gold they would forge such marvellous adornments for him and Queen Gwenil as had never been crafted by elf or dwarf. Euphedyne declared, "I have mastered the skill of the dwarves and possess the design beauty known only to the Noldor. Yet our labour's wage shall be modest, and we will name it once all is complete, enchanted by the gold's allure. The king regretted his pact with Euphedin and viewed his words with suspicion. He could not bear the thought of such a vast treasure leaving his sight for 7 moons to the distant dwarf halls without assurance. Still, he desired to exploit their craft. So he abruptly ordered the seizure of Euphedim and his companions, declaring, "You shall remain here as hostages in my halls until my treasury is restored." Tynwalint believed Euphedim and his elves were too valuable for the dwarves to abandon for mere greed. But Euphedim grew furious, protesting, "The dwarves are no thieves, O king, nor are they allies," Tynwalint replied coolly, "yet the gleam of excessive gold has turned many honest souls to theft." Euphedim was forced to consent, though he buried his resentment deep within. Thus the gold was carried to Novgorod by the king's men, guided by only one of Euphedin's fellows, and the terms were relayed to Nogladur, lord of that realm. During the wait, Euphedim was treated with courtesy in Tynwalint's courts, but idleness chafed at him, and he seethed inwardly. In his spare hours he would wander the palace gardens, a place of serene beauty that only sharpened his bitterness. There he meticulously envisioned the splendid items of gold and gems he would later fashion for the king, a deliberate trap to ensnare Tynwalint further, for Euphedim's mind now wove dark schemes of greed and vengeance. On the very day of the 7th full moon, the watchers at the bridge called out, "Look, a great host comes through the wood, all seeming aged, bearing heavy burdens upon their backs." Hearing this, the king said, "It is the dwarves honouring their pledge. Now you may go free, Euphedim. Take my greeting to them and lead them straight to my hall." Euphedim went forth with apparent gladness, yet his heart held fast to its grudge. Seizing a private moment with the dwarves, he persuaded them to demand an exorbitant final reward, one the king could not grant without humiliation, and he unfolded more of his designs, plotting for that gold to find a permanent home in Novgorod. And so the dwarves crossed the bridge and stood before Tynwalint's throne. They had brought their handiwork wrapped in silken cloths, and within boxes of rare, cunningly carved wood. This presentation stood in stark contrast to how Erin had once hauled the treasure in crude sacks and clumsy chests. When the gold was unveiled, a collective gasp of wonder arose. The creations of the dwarves far surpassed the simple vessels and ornaments crafted by the Rhodothlim of old. The king beheld cups and goblets, some with double bowls or intricately interlaced handles, horns of peculiar shape, dishes and trenchers, flagons and ewers. Every appurtenance for a royal feast, now rendered with breathtaking artistry. Candlesticks and sconces for torches were crafted, along with countless rings, armlets, bracelets, collars, and coronets of gold, all so skillfully and artfully adorned that Tynwalint was overjoyed, far exceeding Euphedim's expectations. Yet Euphedim's plans remained thwarted, for Tynwalint would not permit him or any of the dwarves to return to Novgorod, whether they carried the remaining raw gold or not. "How could it be thought," declared the king, "that after your weary, burdened journeys here, I would let you depart so soon to spread tales of Tynwalint's poor hospitality in Novgorod? Remain a while, rest and feast. Afterwards you shall have the gold that remains to work as you please. No assistance from me or my people will be lacking in your labor, and a reward both rich and more than just awaits you at the end." They understood, none the less, that they were prisoners, testing the exits in secret. They found them strongly guarded. Without any other recourse, they bowed before the king, their faces, as was the way of dwarf folk, revealing nothing of their thoughts. After a period of rest, the final smithing began in a deep chamber of Tynwalint's halls, which he had set apart for their use. What their hearts lacked in enthusiasm, fear supplied, and in all that work Euphedim played a mighty part. They forged a golden crown for Tynwalint, who had worn only a wreath of scarlet leaves before, and a most glorious helm as well. A sword of dwarven steel, brought from afar, was hilted with bright gold and damascened in gold and silver with strange figures, depicting clearly the wolf hunt of Carcharus Knife-Fang, the father of wolves. This was a more wondrous sword than any Tynwalint had ever seen, outshining even the blade in Euphedin's belt that the king had coveted. These pieces were of Euphedin's cunning, but the dwarves also made a coat of linked mail from steel and gold for Tynwalint, and a belt of gold. The king's heart was gladdened, but they said, "All is not finished." Ufedin then fashioned a silver crown for Gwenil, and aided by the dwarves, crafted slippers of silver crusted with diamonds. The silver was worked into delicate scales, yielding like soft leather to the foot, and he made a girdle of silver blended with pale gold. Yet these were but a fraction of their works, and no tale gives a full account of them all. When all was completed and their smithcraft presented to the king, Ufedin spoke, "O Tynwellant, richest of kings, do you find these things fair?" The king replied, "Yes," but Ufedin continued, "Know then that a great store of your best and purest gold remains still, for we have husbanded it, having a boon to ask of you. It is this: we wish to make you a carcanet, and to its making we will devote all the skill and cunning we possess. We desire this to be the most marvelous ornament the earth has seen, the greatest work of elves and dwarves. Therefore we beg you to grant us that Silmaril you treasure, that it may shine wondrously within the Nauglaffring, the necklace of the dwarves." Once more Tynwelint doubted Ufetin's purpose, yet he yielded to the request, provided they would allow him to be present during the smithing. "None who yet live," said Aelios, "have seen that most glorious thing save only Littleheart's son of Bronweg, yet many tales are told of it. Not only was it wrought with the greatest skill and subtlety in the world, but it possessed a magic power. There was no throat, whether great or slender, upon which it did not sit with grace and loveliness. Although a weight of gold beyond belief was used in its making, it hung upon its wearer as lightly as a strand of flax. All who clasped it about their necks seemed, as it lay upon their breasts, to be of goodly countenance, and women seemed most fair. Countless gems adorned that golden necklace, yet they served merely as a frame, drawing the eye toward its radiant heart. There, suspended like a tiny lantern of purest flame, hung the Silmaril of Feanor, a jewel of the gods. But alas, even if the gold of the Rhodothlim had held no dark enchantment, this carcanet was fated for misfortune, for the dwarves had forged it with bitterness, weaving malice into every link. Now they presented it before the king in its newly polished glory, and Tynwelint, ruler of the woodland elves, felt his joy reach its peak. He fastened the Nauglaffring around his neck, and in that instant the curse of Mime settled upon him. Uftehin then spoke, saying, "Now, O Lord, that your hopes are so richly fulfilled, perhaps you will grant the craftsmen their royal reward and allow them to depart in joy to their own lands." Yet Tynwelint, clouded by the gold's spell and Mim's curse, felt no fondness for the memory of his agreement. Still he masked his unease and summoned the craftsmen before him, praising their work with regal words. "Finally," he declared, "it was told to me by Ufedin that at the end you would name the reward you wished, a small thing, he claimed, since the labor was born of love and his own desire to see the golden hoard preserved." "What then do you ask of me?" Ufedin replied with scorn. "For myself, nothing, O Lord. Indeed, the hospitality of your halls for 7 moons, and 3 has been more than I desired." But the dwarves answered, "This is our request. For our labors of 7 moons, each of us asks 7 jewels from Valinor, 7 robes of magic, such as only Gwendolen can weave, and a sack of gold. And for our 3 moons of toil within your halls, done unwillingly, we ask each 3 sacks of silver, a golden cup with which to toast your health, O king, and a fair maiden of the woodland elves to accompany us to our homes." At this, King Tynwelint grew truly wrathful, for what the dwarves demanded amounted to a king's ransom, given their great number. He had no wish to squander the dragon's hoard so freely, and the thought of surrendering elven maidens to ill-shaped dwarves filled him with undying shame. This demand, in truth, had been crafted by Ufedin's design, but seeing the king's rising anger, the dwarves added, "Nay, this is not all. In payment for Ufedin's captivity of 7 moons, 7 stout elves must come with us and serve as bondsmen and labourers in our halls for 7 times, 7 years." Then Tynwelint rose from his seat and called for his armed thanes and warriors, who swiftly surrounded the Nauglath and their gnome companions. He declared, "For your insolence, each of you shall receive 3 stripes with stinging weeds, and Ufedin 7. Afterward we will speak of recompense." When this punishment was meted out, kindling a flame of bitter vengeance in their deep hearts, the king said, Listen now, for your labor of 7 months, each shall have 6 pieces of gold and 1 of silver, and for your toil in my halls, each shall receive 3 pieces of gold, and some small gem I can spare. For your journey home a grand feast awaits, and you shall depart with ample provisions. Before you leave, you shall raise a cup of elven wine in honor of Tynwelyn. However, take note, for the upkeep of Euphedin during his 7 idle months in my halls, each of you shall pay a piece of gold and 2 of silver. He possesses nothing himself and will not ask for it. Yet I suspect his influence lies behind your boldness. The dwarves were then given their reward as if they were mere smiths of common metal, and were forced to surrender a portion of it for Eupheidin's keep. Otherwise, declared the king, you shall never take him from this place. They sat through a lavish feast, masking their true feelings. When the time came to depart, they drank the toast to Tynwelyn, but curses for him were muttered into their beards. Eupheidin did not swallow the wine. He spat it onto the threshold as he left. The tale tells that the dwarves of Nogrod journeyed homeward. If their greed had been merely kindled when the gold first arrived, it was now a raging fire of desire, further fueled by the king's insults. That folk holds gold and silver dearer than anything else on earth, and this treasury was ensnared by a potent spell against which they had no defence. The aged Fangluin, who had initially counselled them to keep the king's loan and seek Eupheidin's release by cunning later, now mocked them mercilessly upon their return. He declared they had thrown away their labour for a pittance and a sip of wine, gaining only dishonour. He stoked their lust, and Eupheidin added his own bitter words to the taunts. Thus, Naugladur convened a secret council of the dwarves of Nogrod, plotting how to both avenge themselves upon Tynwelyn and satisfy their greed. After long deliberation, he saw no path to his goal except by force, a desperate hope given the great numbers of the Elves of Artenor and the woven magic of Gwenil that guarded those lands. Hostile hearts became lost in those woods, and none could enter without treachery from within. As the elders sat in their dark halls, brooding, a sound of horns announced messengers from Bodrith of the Indrafangs, a distant kindred of dwarves. These messengers brought news of the death of Mim the Fatherless at the hands of Rurin and the theft of Glorun's gold, a tale only recently heard by Bodrith. Until then, the dwarves knew only fragments of the hoard's story, mostly from Eupheidin's overheard conversations in Tynwelyn's halls. Urin had never revealed its full extent before departing. This new report added fresh wrath to their burning lust, and a clamour arose among them. Naugladur vowed not to rest until Mim was thrice avenged. And more, he declared, it seems to me that gold rightfully belongs to the people of the dwarves. This was the design set in motion. By these deeds the dwarves were forever severed in feud from the elves and drawn closer in alliance to the kin of Melko. Secretly, Naugladur sent word to the Indrafangs to prepare their host for a day he would name when the time was ripe. In Belegost, the home of the Indrafangs, a hidden forging of bitter steel began. Moreover, he gathered a great host of orcs and wandering goblins, promising them rich pay, the pleasure of their master, and plentiful plunder in the end, arming them all with weapons from his own forges. An elf from Tynwelyn's own people approached Naugladur, offering to guide the host through Gwendolyn's protective enchantments. This elf had fallen to the gold lust born of Glorun's hoard, and so the curse of Mim first touched the elves of Artenor through this act of betrayal. Seeing his moment had come and Tynwelyn was vulnerable, Naugladur acted with cold resolve. Each year, near the anniversary of Beren's great wolf hunt, the king held a grand hunt in the woods, a mighty chase followed by nights of feasting and merriment for many of his folk. From the elf Narthseg, a name still bitter to the Eldar, Naugladur learned the king would ride out at the next full moon. He swiftly sent the prearranged sign, a blood-stained knife, to Bodrith at Belegost. Soon a hidden host gathered at the edge of the forest, all unknown to the king. The tale tells that a figure then came before Tynwelyn, so wild in appearance with overgrown hair that the king did not recognize him. It was Mablung. Even in the forest's depths we heard you plan a celebration for Karkaros's death greater than any before, O king, he said. I have returned to join you. The king was overjoyed to greet brave Mablung, and even more gladdened to hear that Juan, captain of dogs, had also come into Artenor. So Tynwelint rode out to hunt, his array more glorious than ever. The golden helm sat upon his flowing locks, and his steed's trappings shimmered with gold sunlight through the trees fell upon his face, making it seem to onlookers like the glorious morning sun, especially with the Norglafring, the dwarf's necklace, clasped at his throat. Mablung the Heavy Hand rode beside him in the place of honor, while Juan ranged ahead of the hunters, though many noted the great dog behaved strangely as if sensing something ill upon the wind. Now the king was deep in the woods with all his company, the horns growing faint in the distance. Back in the palace, Gwendolen sat in her bower with foreboding in her heart and eyes. Her attendant, the elf-maid Nealthe, asked, "Why are you sorrowful on the king's high day, my lady?" Gwendolen replied, "Evil seeks our land. My heart tells me my days in Artenor are ending, and if I lose Tynwelint, I would wish I had never wandered from Valinor." Nealthe sought to comfort her, "But have you not woven great magic all around us for protection?" The queen answered darkly, "Yet I feel a rat gnawing at the threads, and the entire web is coming undone." At that very word a cry rose at the doors, swiftly turning into the fierce clash of steel. Gwendolen went forth unafraid from her bower to find a sudden multitude of orcs and Indrafangs seizing the bridge, bringing war inside the cavernous gates. The place already ran with blood, with a great heap of slain heaped there, for the secret onslaught had been utterly unforeseen. Gwendolen knew then her foreboding was true, treachery had found her realm. She heartened the few guards who had not gone to the hunt, and they valiantly warded the king's palace until they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Fire and blood found all the halls and deep ways of that great elven fortress, as orcs and dwarves ransacked the chambers for treasure. One figure came and sat laughing loudly in the king's high seat. Gwendolen saw it was Uffedin, who mockingly bid her be seated in her ancient place beside the throne. Gwendolen fixed him with a piercing stare, forcing his eyes to drop. "Why, traitor, do you soil my lord's throne?" she demanded, her voice cold. "I never thought to see one of our own kind seated there, a thief marked by killing, allied with the relentless foes of his people. Or do you imagine it a heroic act to strike a house poorly defended when its master is far from home?" Uffedin remained silent, avoiding the queen's luminous gaze. "Leave now with your vile orcs," she continued, "lest Tynwelint return and repay you with bitter justice." At last Uffedin replied with an uneasy laugh, his attention fixed on a noise outside the hall. "No," he said, "for he is already here." In that moment Nogladur strode into the chamber, surrounded by a host of dwarves. In his hands he bore the crowned and golden-helmed head of Tynwelint. The wondrous necklace now gleamed around Nogladur's own throat. Gwendolen's heart perceived in an instant all that had occurred, how the gold's curse had descended upon the kingdom of Artenor. From that dark hour she never danced or sang again. Nogladur commanded that all treasures of gold, silver, and precious stones be gathered and borne back to Nogrod. "Whatever remains of goods or folk, the orcs may keep or slay as they wish," he declared, "but the Lady Gwendolen, Queen of Artenor, shall come with me." "Thief and murderer, spawn of Melko, yet you are a fool," Gwendolen said, her voice trembling with a grief that sharpened her sight. "You cannot see what now hangs over your own head." Her fey wisdom, awakened by anguish, showed her the depth of Mim's curse and much of the sorrow yet to come. Nogladur, drunk on triumph, laughed until his beard shook and ordered his warriors to seize her. Yet none could lay hands upon her. As they approached, they stumbled as if plunged into sudden darkness or fell over one another in confusion. Gwendolen walked out from her home, and her bitter weeping echoed through the forest. A great shadow then fell upon her mind. Her wisdom and counsel deserted her, and she wandered without direction for a long while, lost in a haze of sorrow. This came from her deep love for Tynwelint, for whom she had long ago chosen to remain in the wild northern woods, forsaking forever the beauty of Valinor and the bliss of the gods. Now, it seemed to her that neither beauty nor joy existed anywhere, whether in the blessed realm or in the wide lands beyond. In her aimless journey she encountered many scattered elves who pitied her, but she paid them no heed. They tried to tell her tales of what had transpired, Yet she listened little, for Tynwelint was dead. Still, it must be told how, in the very hour Eupheden's host broke into the palace, other great and terrible companies of orcs and Indrafangs fell with fire and death upon all the realm. The king's brave hunting party, resting amid laughter, was suddenly surrounded in the woods by armed foes, while Juan bayed loudly apart. A long and bitter fight ensued among the trees. The dwarves suffered greatly before the elves were finally overcome. Mablin and the king fell side by side. It was Naugladur who later struck off Tynwelint's head after death, for he dared not approach the king's bright sword or Mablin's axe while they still lived. Of Huan the tale knows little more, save that even as swords still rang, that great hound was speeding across the land. His path led him to the country of the Gilwathon, the living dead, where Beren and Tinuviel, daughter of Tynwelint, now held their twilight reign. Beren and Tinuviel lived without a fixed home, their domain lacking clear borders. No messenger other than Juan, who knew every path, could have found them so swiftly or secured Beren's aid. As the orc host set fire to King Tynwelint's lands, and the dwarves and Indrafangs trudged homeward, heavy with stolen gold and treasure, Juan reached Beren's lodge at dusk. Beren was seated on a tree root, watching Tinuviel dance upon a green lawn in the fading light. When Juan appeared before them, Beren cried out in joyful surprise, for it had been long since they last hunted together. Yet Tinuviel, looking at Juan, saw his wounds and the story written in his great eyes. "What evil has befallen Artenor?" she asked suddenly. Juan answered, "Fire and death, and the terror of orcs. Tynwelint is slain." Both Beren and Tinuviel wept bitter tears, and even Juan's full account did not dry their eyes. When the tale was finished, Beren sprang to his feet in a cold fury. Seizing a horn from his belt, he blew a clear note that echoed through the surrounding hills. As if by magic, an elven folk clad in green and brown emerged from every glade, thicket, stream, and slope. Not even Beren knew the full number of these myriad folk who answered his call in the woods of Hisalem. Before the moon rose high, a great host had gathered in his glade, though they were lightly armed, most bearing only knives and bows. "Speed is our greatest need now," Beren declared. At his command, certain elves raced ahead like deer to gather news of the dwarves and Indrafang's march. At dawn, he led the green elves forth, while Tinuviel remained in the glade, weeping for Tynwelint's death and mourning Gwendolen as if lost. Meanwhile, the laden host of dwarves journeyed from their plundered realm. Naugladur led them with Ufedin and Bodrith at his side. As he rode, Ufedin could not shake the dreadful memory of Gwendolen's gaze. All happiness had fled from his heart, which shriveled under that recollection. This was not his only torment, for whenever he looked up, his eyes fell upon the necklace of the dwarves, gleaming around Naugladur's aged neck. At the sight, all other thoughts vanished, replaced by a bottomless desire for its beauty. The three leaders travelled thus with all their company, but Eupheden's mental anguish grew so great he could bear it no longer. When the host halted for the night, he crept stealthily to where Naugladur slept, intending to slay the old dwarf and claim the wondrous Naglafring. Just as he moved to act, strong hands seized his throat from behind. It was Bodrith, consumed by the same lust, who had also come to steal the lovely treasure, seeking to eliminate a rival of Naugladur's bloodline. Bodrith meant to kill him. In the dark, Ufedin stabbed backward blindly with a long, slender knife he had brought for Naugladur's murder. The blade found its mark, piercing Bodrith, Lord of Belegost. Through the vitals, Bodrith fell, dying upon Naugladur, drenching the Dwarf King's throat and the magic carcanet anew with blood. Naugladur awoke with a great cry. Ufedin, gasping from the Indrafang's near-fatal chokehold, fled the scene. When torchbearers rushed to the place, Naugladur assumed Bodrith alone had tried to rob him of the jewel. Marvelling at the timely slaying, he proclaimed a rich reward for Bodrith's killer if that person would come forward and tell all they had seen. For a time, no one noticed Ufedin's escape. This sparked a fierce conflict between the dwarves of Nogrod and the Indrafangs, leading to many deaths. Outnumbered, the Indrafangs were driven back and scattered, making their way to Belegost with little of their treasure. From this clash grew the lasting feud between these dwarven clans, a grudge that spread across lands and spawned countless tales, most of which elves know little of and men seldom hear. It seems the curse of Mim fell swiftly upon his own people. A pity it did not end there and spare the Eldar entirely. When Ufedin's flight was discovered, Naugladur flew into a rage and ordered the death of every remaining gnome in the company. "Now we are free of Indrafang's gnomes and all traitors," he declared. "I fear nothing at all." Meanwhile, Ufedin wandered the wilderness, tormented by fear and regret. He felt he had betrayed his kin, shed elven blood, and was haunted by the memory of Queen Gwendolen's gaze. Exile and misery were his only reward, and not an ounce of Glorun's gold came to him, though his heart still burned with desire for it. Few ever pitied his fate. As the tale goes, he eventually encountered scouts from Beren's people. From him they learned the full strength and planned route of Nogladur's host. They raced back through the trees like the wind to bring word to their lord. Uftin hid his true identity, pretending instead to be an elf of Artenor who had escaped captivity among the dwarves. Believing his story, they treated him kindly and sent him to Beren so their captain could hear his report. Though Beren was struck by the stranger's nervous manner and downcast eyes, the information seemed reliable, and he laid a trap for Nogladur, abandoning a direct pursuit. Beren learned the dwarves intended to cross the River Arrows at a specific time. He turned aside, leading his swift elves by a straighter path to reach Sarnathrod, the stony ford, ahead of them. The Aros is a wild river, the same waters that rush past the ancient caves of the Rodoth Lim and the dark dens where Glorund once lurked. In these lower reaches, a large, burdened host could only cross at this ford, and even here the passage was treacherous. Naugladur, blinded by the gold spell and his own haste to return to the dark caverns of Nogrod, for dwarves dislike lingering long in daylight, would never have chosen this route had he known of Beren's presence. Yet, fearing nothing from within or without his ranks, he pressed on. The host reached the river bank at dawn. Their formation was deliberate. A vanguard of unburdened, heavily armed dwarves, then the main company bearing Glorun's vast treasury and plunder from Tinwellin's halls. Behind them rode Nogladur himself atop Tinwellin's horse, a comical sight, for dwarves have short, crooked legs, and two attendants led the unwilling, laden steed. Bringing up the rear was another mass of armed warriors carrying little spoil. In this order they began to cross Sarnathrod on their day of doom. Morning saw them reach the near shore, and by high noon they were still filing slowly across, wading through the shallow stretches of the swift current. Here the river widened, splitting into narrow channels filled with boulders between long spits of shingle and stone. Nogladur dismounted from his burdened horse to make the crossing. The armed vanguard had already climbed the far bank, a steep, tree-covered slope. The gold bearers were partly on that bank and partly midstream, while the rear guard paused to rest. Suddenly the forest echoed with the clear, sharp notes of elven horns, and above them all rang the hunting call of Beren, the woodsman. The air grew thick with the swift arrows of the Eldar, which flew true, unswayed by the wind. From behind every tree and rocky outcrop the brown and green elves sprang forth, their quivers full, loosing a relentless hail upon the host of Nogladur. Panic erupted among the dwarves. Those struggling in the ford cast aside their golden burdens into the rushing water, scrambling for the banks in terror, but many were struck down by the pitiless darts. They fell into the currents of the arrows, their dark blood staining the clear waters. On the far bank, the dwarf warriors tried to rally and charge their elusive foes, but the elves nimbly retreated, all the while maintaining their deadly rain of arrows. The Eldar suffered few injuries, while the dwarf folk fell in great numbers. This clash at the stony ford, near to Naugladur himself, became a desperate struggle. Though Naugladur and his captains led bravely, they could never close with their enemy. Death fell upon their ranks like a storm, until most broke and fled. The clear laughter of the elves echoed then, and they held their arrows, for the sight of the fleeing dwarves, their ill-shaped forms and white beards streaming in the wind, filled them with cruel mirth. Now Nogladur stood with but a few companions, and he remembered the prophecy of Gwendolen. Behold, Beren approached, casting aside his bow and drawing a gleaming sword. Beren was tall among the Eldar, though not of the broad, sturdy build of the dwarf lord. "Defend your life if you can, O crooked-legged murderer," Beren declared, "or I will take it from you." Norglador offered him the Norglafring, the wondrous necklace, in exchange for his freedom, but Beren refused. "Nay, I can take that still when you are slain," he said, and with that he advanced alone upon Norglador and his few guards. After slaying the foremost, the others fled amid more elven laughter, leaving Beren to face the slayer of Tynwelint. The aged dwarf defended himself with grim determination, and a bitter fight ensued. Many watching elves, for love and fear of their captain, fingered their bowstrings, but Beren called out even as he fought for all to stay their hands. The tale tells little of the specific wounds and blows of that fray, save that Beren received many hurts, and his shrewdest strikes often did little harm to Norgladar, protected by the cunning magic of his dwarven mail. For 3 hours they fought until Beren's arms grew weary, but not those of Nauglador, accustomed to wielding a mighty hammer at the forge. Indeed, the outcome might have been different, but for the curse of Mim. Seeing Beren falter, Nauglador pressed his advantage, and the arrogance born of that grievous spell filled his heart. He thought, "I will slay this elf, and his folk will flee in terror before me." Grasping his sword, he dealt a mighty blow and cried, "Take here your doom, O stripling of the woods." Yet in that very moment his foot found a jagged stone. He stumbled forward, and Beren slipped aside from the stroke. Catching at the dwarf's beard, Beren's hand found the golden carcanet. With it he swung Nauglador suddenly off his feet and onto his face. Nauglador's sword was shaken from his grasp. Beren seized it and slew him therewith, saying, "I will not sully my bright blade with your dark blood, since there is no need." The body of Nauglador was then cast into the Aros. He unfastened the necklace and stared in awe at the Silmaril, the very jewel he had taken from Angband, the deed that had earned him eternal renown. "Never," he whispered, "have I seen you, O light of Farri, shine with such splendor as you do now, cradled in gold and gems and the ancient craft of the dwarves." He ordered the necklace cleansed of its grime and, unaware of its hidden curse, did not discard it. Instead, he carried it with him as he returned to the forested lands of Hithlum. Meanwhile, the waters of the river Aros flowed ceaselessly over Glorun's sunken treasure, as they do to this day. In later years, dwarves journeyed from Nogrod to search for that hoard and for the body of Nauglador, but a sudden flood surged from the mountains, drowning all who sought it. So profound is the dread that now clings to that stony ford that none dare seek the treasure it guards or attempt to cross its enchanted currents. In the vales of Hithlum there was great rejoicing at the elves' return. Tinuviel felt a surge of joy to see her lord Beren leading his host home once more, though it did little to soothe her grief for her father Tynwelint, knowing that Nauglador and many dwarves had also perished. Seeking to comfort her, Beren drew her close and placed the radiant Norglafring around her neck. All who beheld her were dazzled by her heightened beauty. "Behold," said Beren, "the lamp of Fëanor that you and I wrested from the depths of hell." At this, Tinuviel smiled, her thoughts drifting back to the early days of their love and their shared trials in the wilderness. In a lighter moment, Beren even jested that the gem's glow was now so fierce it could probably light their way through the darkest forest path, a small wry comfort amidst the sorrow. Beren then sent for Euphédin, rewarding him richly for his truthful counsel that had led to the dwarves' defeat. He invited him to dwell among his people, an offer Euphédin accepted with little reluctance. Yet not long after, the very thing he feared most came to pass. A sound of mournful singing echoed through the woods, and there was Gwendolen wandering in despair. Her steps led her to a sun-dappled glade where Beren and Tinuviel sat in the early morning light. At the sound, all nearby fell silent. Beren watched her with reverence, but Tinuviel cried out, her voice a blend of sorrow and sudden joy, "Mother Gwendolen, where do your steps lead? I feared you lost to us." Their reunion on the soft grass was tender and sweet. Lúthien, however, could not bear to meet Gwendolen's gaze. A madness seized him, and he fled from the elven company. None can say what unhappy fate befell him afterward. He gained nothing from Glóran's gold but a heart forever tormented. Hearing his frantic cries, Gwendolen paused, her gentle words trailing off as she looked after him in confusion. Then memory sharpened her sight, and her eyes fell upon the dwarven necklace resting against Tinuviel's pale throat. With sudden wrath she demanded of Beren what this meant, and why he allowed such an accursed thing to touch her daughter. Beren recounted the entire tale as Juan had relayed it to him, along with the pursuit and battle at the ford. He concluded, "And truly I see no one more fitting to wear this jewel of the gods than Tinuviel, now that Lord Tynwelint has departed to Valinor." But Gwendolen spoke of the dragon's curse upon the gold and the bloodshed in the king's halls. "And yet," she said, "another, more potent curse is woven with it, one whose origin I do not know, nor do I believe the dwarf's labour was free from spells of the most enduring malice." Beren merely laughed, insisting that the Silmarils' glory and holiness could overcome all such evils, just as it had seared the flesh of the wolf Carcharoth. Beren disagreed, saying he had never seen Tinuviel look more beautiful than she did now, adorned with the golden treasure. But Gwendolen replied, "Remember that Silmaril once rested in Melko's crown, a creation born from dark and wicked hands." Tinuviel herself declared she cared nothing for riches or jewels, preferring instead the simple joy of the forest. To please Gwendolen, she removed the necklace. Beren, however, was displeased by this gesture and refused to let it be discarded. He took it and kept it safe. Gwendolen remained with them in the woods for a time, recovering her strength. Eventually she returned wistfully to the land of Lúthien, and never again appeared in the tales of the world. Upon Beren and Tinuviel, the doom of mortality that Mandos had declared when he released them from his halls descended swiftly, perhaps hastened by the lingering curse of Mime. This time they did not depart life together. While their child, Dior the Fair, was still young, Tinuviel began to fade slowly, as the elves of later ages would do across the world. She vanished among the trees, and no one ever saw her dance there again. Beren searched tirelessly through all the lands of Hithlum and Artenor, but his quest was in vain. No elf ever knew greater loneliness than his before he, too, faded from life. Their son Dior was left to rule the brown and green elves and became the lord of the Nauglafring. Perhaps the tales are true, and the two now hunt in the forest of Orome in Valinor, where Tinuviel dances forever on the green lawns of the goddesses Nessa and Vana. Yet the departure of the Gilwathon brought great grief to the elves, leaderless, and with their magic diminished. Their numbers dwindled, and many journeyed in secret to Gondolin, drawn by whispers of its growing power and glory. When Dior came of age, he ruled a numerous people and loved the woods as his father had. Songs often named him Osir the Wealthy, for he possessed the wondrous gem set within the necklace of the dwarves. The tales of Beren and Tinuviel grew dim in his memory, and he took to wearing the jewel about his neck, cherishing its beauty dearly. Word of the gem spread like wildfire through the north, and elves whispered to one another, "A Silmaril of Fëanor burns in the woods of Hisalome." The long years of elfeness passed until the time when Tuor dwelt in Gondolin. By then, Dior had children, Oridhir and Elwing. Oridhir greatly resembled his forefather Beren and was beloved by all, but by none more dearly than Dior himself. As for Elwing, all poems name her as beautiful as Tinuviel, if such a thing were possible, though it is hard to compare to the legendary loveliness of the elves of old. Those were days of peace in the vales of Hithlum, for there was a truce with Melko, and the dwarves were preoccupied with plots against Gondolin, while Angband was a hive of industry. Yet a bitter seed took root in the hearts of the seven sons of Fëanor, as they remembered their ancient oath. Their leader was Maedhros, whom Melko had maimed. He gathered his brothers, Maglor, Dinethil, Damrod, Celigorm, Cranthor, and Curufin the Crafty, and told them it was now known that a Silmaril crafted by their father Fëanor was the pride and glory of Dior in the southern vales. "And his daughter Elwing bears it wherever she goes," he said. "But do not forget," he reminded them, "we swore to have no peace with Melko, nor with any of his kind, nor with any others in the world who withhold the Silmarils of Fëanor from us." Maedhros spoke with a bitter edge. Why do we endure this exile, ruling over a scattered and dwindling people, while others hoard the treasures that are rightfully ours? Driven by this grievance, they dispatched Curufin, known for his cunning, to deliver their message to Dior. He spoke of their unbreakable oath and demanded the return of the jewel to its rightful owners, yet Dior, looking upon his daughter Elwing, refused. He declared he could not bear to see the Noglafring, that masterpiece of craftsmanship, broken and plundered. Then countered Curufin, his tone growing sharp. The Noglafring must be surrendered whole to the sons of Feanor. This ignited Dior's fury. He commanded Curufin to leave, daring him to claim what Beren one hand had paid for with his own blood from the clutches of Melko. Two others remain in that very place, Dior taunted, if your courage is sufficient to seek them. Curufin returned to his brothers, and the weight of their oath, combined with the lingering allure of the Silmaril, its power undiminished by the dragon's curse or Mim's ancient spell, compelled them to plot war against Dior. The Eldar would forever mark this deed with shame, the first war deliberately waged by elf upon elf, staining a name otherwise honored for its endurance. Their assault took Dior by surprise, and in the clash both Dior and Oridhir fell. Yet in the chaos, Ivranin, Elwing's nurse, and Geralt, a gnome, seized the terrified child and fled those lands with desperate speed, carrying the Noglafring with them. So the sons of Feanor never laid eyes on it. A host of Dior's people, arriving too late to save their lord but burning for vengeance, fell upon the attacker's rear. A great and terrible battle ensued. Maglor was cut down by swords, and 21 perished from his wounds in the wilderness. Celagorm fell, his body pierced by 100 arrows, with Cranthor slain beside him. In the grim aftermath, the sons of Feanor stood as masters of a field of slaughter. The brown and green elves, their spirits broken, were scattered across the unhappy lands, refusing to heed the pleas of the maimed Maedhros or the words of Curufin and Damrod, the slayers of their lord. It is said that even on that day of elf fighting elf, Melko moved against Gondolin, and the fortunes of the elves sank to their lowest ebb. Nothing remained of the line of Beren Ermabwed, son of Egnor, save Elwing the Lovely. She wandered the woods, a forlorn figure around whom a handful of the surviving brown and green elves gathered. They turned their backs forever on the glades of Hithlum, seeking refuge far to the south, toward the deep waters of Sirion and its more gentle lands. And so all the tangled threads of fairy fate were woven into a single strand, which is the great tale of Eärendel. And to the true beginning of that tale we have now arrived. Then Aelios said, "And I think that is tale enough for this telling." The term Damascend describes the intricate patterns on King Tynwelint's sword, crafted by dwarven hands, depicting scenes of a wolf hunt. It also appears in reference to the armor worn by Glorfindel. The manuscript initially reads Elters, though Aelios is penciled above it. Given that Aelios is the narrator introduced at the story's outset without later alteration, Elters here is likely a simple error. The phrase save only is a later revision, replacing the original not even. Interestingly, the name Gwendolen appears here instead of the Gwenial used consistently earlier in the tale. Since the first section is inked over an erased pencil draft, the straightforward explanation is that the underlying text had Gwendolen and my father changed it to Gwenial as he wrote. Missing this single instance, however, the situation is more tangled, one of those minor mysteries common in the Lost Tales manuscripts, for after the inked portion ends, Gwenial occurs once more, but Gwendolen is then used for the remainder of the narrative. A marginal note by my father indicates an earlier idea that the Naglafring necklace snagged on bushes and trapped the king. A deleted passage presents a different version of events where Gwendolen, not Juan, brings the news to Beren. In this draft, her mournful weeping echoes through the woods. She gathers scattered woodland elves and learns the grim truth. The hunting party was ambushed and overwhelmed by the Nauglath, while Indrafangs and orcs launched a sudden fiery assault on Tynwelint's realm. It was said that Naugladr himself struck down the king amid the press of numbers, and many believed the wild elf Narthseg had guided the enemies only to be slain in the battle. With hope extinguished, Gwendolen and her companions fled that land of sorrow with all haste, seeking the kingdom of Aigilwarthon in Hisilami, where Beren and Tinuviel, her daughter, ruled. Beren and Tinuviel dwelt without a fixed abode, their realm having no clear borders. No other messenger save Gwendolen, daughter of the valley, could have found those two living dead souls so swiftly. The manuscript shows that the return of Mablung and Huan to Artenor and their presence at the hunt was a later addition to the tale, and with this new element came the change in Gwendolen's immediate actions after the disaster. Though the textual history here is exceptionally difficult to decipher, filled with erasures and loose page additions, it seems almost certain this restructuring happened while the original composition was still underway. Several lacunae appear in the text. The first contains two words, the first possibly believe, and the second probably best. In the second gap, the word might be polla, one sentence beginning, and is it not that very water, is struck through and bracketed with a marginal scribble, no is narog. An illegible word might be braze, the word clearer is an emendation from horsa. The phrase "and told Beren" means "and Beren told," as the text initially read, "then told Beren." Another unclear word is unlikely to be treasury. The name Dior replaces Ossir, though Ossir appears later as an alternate name for Dior. Dior the elf is an emendation from Dior, then an aged elf. The latter part of a name is quite unclear. It could be read as Maethog or Maelweg. In this tale, Ilfiniol is written as such from the beginning. Throughout the revised portion of the story, the queen is referred to as Gwenil, with the sole exception of the final mention where the name appears as Gwendolen. In the penciled editions, the first instance uses Gwenil, but every subsequent one switches to Gwendolen. This variability mirrors the shifting names found in other early tales, where she appears as Tindriel, Wendelin, Gwendolen, Gwenethlin, and Gwedling across different manuscripts. Similarly, the dwarf city is initially written as Ost Belegost, but the prefix is marked for removal, leaving Belegost as the standard form. The name Gilwarthon presents a challenge, as its ending is unclear in one manuscript, though it appears elsewhere as Aikilwarthon. Another name, Dinithel, is ambiguously written and could be read as Durithel. It was inked over a nearly illegible pencil name that seems to begin similarly to a later name given for this son of Fëanor. Turning to the commentary on the tale of the Nauglathring, a detailed comparison with the later Silmarillion chapter of the ruin of Doriath is not the aim here. The differences are foundational. The treasure Hurin brings from Nargothrond is simplified dramatically to just the pre-existing necklace of the dwarves, which does not yet hold the Silmaril. The entire dynamic between King Thingol and the dwarves is transformed. My father never revisited this narrative on such an expansive scale, making the construction of a published version exceptionally complex, a process I intend to document later. It's often tricky to separate what was trimmed for brevity from what was outright discarded, but much of this tale's intricate plot was clearly set aside in later writings. Subsequent versions omit the skirmish between Urin's companions and Tynwellant's elves entirely. Characters like Euphedin and the other gnomes living among the dwarves vanish, along with subplots involving the dwarves taking half the raw gold to Nogrod to craft it. The hostage situation with Euphedim, Tynwellant's refusal to let the dwarves leave, their exorbitant demands, their punishment by scourging, and their insulting final payment. This early narrative heavily stresses Tynwellant's avarice and his initial lack of wealth, a stark contrast to the later image of Thingol's immense riches. Here, the Silmaril is stored in a simple wooden box. Tynwellant wears a crown of scarlet leaves instead of gold, and his attire is notably plainer than that of his guest, the craftsman Ufetin. This portrait of a woodland elf seduced and corrupted by the allure of treasure is compelling in its own right. Yet it feels almost laughably out of step with the majestic lord of Beleriand from the later legends, the proud, stern, and wise Thingol, husband to Amaya, who ruled the glorious underground halls of Menegroth, the Thousand Caves, a realm famously aided by dwarves long ago. This later king possessed a vast treasury and certainly had no need for dwarven artisans to forge him a crown, a sword, or banquet finery. The shift is not just in scale, but in the very essence of the character. From a flawed woodland ruler to a figure of immense power and stature, could a king truly descend to the petty, miserly swindling depicted in the tale of the Norglafring? The narrative places immense emphasis on the sheer scale of the hoard. Such mighty heaps of gold have never since been gathered in one place, a treasure so vast it strains belief that a wandering band of outlaws could have transported it to the halls of the woodland elves, even allowing for what was lost along the journey. This stands in some contrast to the earlier account of the Rodolflim in the Tale of Turambar, where there is no hint that their treasures originated in Valinor, though this core idea persisted through all later revisions of the story. More crucially, the elements of spell and curse dominate this tale to such an extent that they become its primary actors. The curse of Mime upon the gold influences every twist of the plot, fueling Nolgladur's vengeful decision to assault the elves of Artenor. This curse finds its fulfillment in the age-long feud between dwarven kindreds, a conflict later erased from memory, along with the lost subplots of Euphédien's attempted theft and the bloody clash between dwarven clans. Now Gladur himself is described as blinded by the spell, leading him to make a reckless escape from Artenor, and Mime's curse is even cited as the cause for his stumbling on a stone during his final fight with Beren. Astonishingly, it is also suggested as a reason for the brief second lives granted to Beren and Tinuvil. The baleful nature of the Noglafring itself is pivotal, forged by the dwarves with bitterness, and this web of curses is further tangled with the dragon's ban upon the gold, or the spell of the dragon. While the tale of Turambar does not state that Glorund cursed the treasure, Mime warns Urin of the evil inherent in gold, long guarded by a dragon of Melko. Most strikingly, Gwendolen counters Beren's faith in the Silmarils' holiness by implying the jewel itself is unhallowed, having abode in the crown of Melko. In the original conception, the dwarves are portrayed as far more ignoble, prone to evil, driven by naked greed, and capable of hiring mercenary orcs to lay waste to Doriath, a notion that would later become unthinkable. Their actions here are said to have severed them in eternal feud from the elves, drawing them nearer in spirit to the kin of Melko. Early outlines even classify the Norglath among evil peoples, associates of goblins and monsters, a far cry from their later, more nuanced depiction. A fascinating comparison can be drawn with a passage from The Lord of the Rings, Appendix F, which notes that dwarves are not inherently evil and rarely served the enemy willingly, despite the stories men might tell. This early depiction of dwarves in the narrative is particularly noteworthy for several reasons. We have already encountered references to the beards of the Indrafangs within Tinuviel's incantation. But here we find the first full description in the author's work. Even at this stage, the distinctive spelling he famously defended against persistent editors is present. Their recognizable character is already firmly established. Their stern and secretive dispositions, their noted unloveliness, and their legendary craftsmanship with metals are all evident. One peculiar assertion that children are never born among them might connect to a mistaken belief among men mentioned elsewhere that dwarf women do not exist and that dwarves simply emerge from stone. That same source clarifies it is the scarcity of women that leads to their slow population growth. The tale also suggests some believe dwarves have not heard of Ilúvatar, raising questions about their spiritual awareness compared to men. According to a gnomish lexicon, Indrafang was a specific name for the Longbeards, yet this story clearly positions the Longbeards as the dwarves of Belegost. The dwarves of Nogrod, conversely, are the Nauglath, led by King Nogladur. Frankly, the terminology can get a bit tangled. For instance, a general description of dwarves seems to encompass the Indrafangs as well, which likely wasn't the intention. A reference to the march of the dwarves and Indrafangs is best understood as a shorthand for the dwarves of Nogrod and the Indrafangs. It's mentioned that Nogladr of Nogrod and Bodrith of Belegost were kin, though this may simply mean they were both dwarves unlike the elf Euphédien. The dwarf city of Nogrod is described as lying a very long journey southward beyond the wide forest on the borders of those great heaths nigh the pools of twilight, on the marches of Tazarinan. One could mistakenly read this as placing Nogrod itself on those heaths, but that seems highly improbable. Dwarves who dwell beneath the earth in caves and tunneled towns would be unlikely to settle on open heathland, especially since Nogrod was once the greatest of their subterranean realms. While mountains aren't explicitly named here, it is almost certain the author already envisioned their cities within mountains, as he later would. Nothing contradicts the idea that the geography in these early tales was fundamentally similar to the later maps. On those maps, a very long journey southward simply doesn't fit the distance between the thousand caves and the pools of twilight. Therefore, the meaning must be simpler. It is a long journey south beyond the wide forest, and the subsequent description places that forest, the forest of Artenor, near the heaths and pools, not the city itself. The text does not clarify whether Belegost was near or far from Nogrod. In one passage, the gold is to be taken to Nogrod and the dwellings of the dwarves, yet later the Indrafangs are called a kindred of the dwarves that dwelt in other realms. In his dealings with dwarves, the character Ufedin brings to mind Eol, the father of Maeglin, who was said to have had more fondness for dwarves than any other elf of that age. Very few of the Eldar ever journeyed to the dwarven cities of Nogrod or Belegost, with Eol of Nan Elmoth and his son Maeglin being notable exceptions. In the earliest versions of Eol's story, he had no dealings with dwarves at all. This text, however, speaks of a great traffic between the dwarves and certain free Noldoli during that era. One has to wonder who these free elves could have been, with Gondolin hidden and other kingdoms fallen. Perhaps it refers to the sons of Feanor, or maybe even to Beren's father, Egnor. The idea that the dwarves of Nogrod were the main participants stuck, but in later tales, their neighbours in Belegost pointedly refused to offer any help. Now, considering the elves, Beren is still one of them in this telling. After his return, he rules a vast population in Hithlum. His Zilame, a people so numerous that not even Beren knew the tale of those myriad folk. They are described as the green and brown elves, named for their woodland attire, and Dior leads them after Beren and Tinuviel finally depart. But who exactly are they? It's confusing to fit them into the broader history of the elves in the Great Lands. Other stories speak of lost elves, shadow folk feared by men in the region they called Ariador, though in some outlines these shadow folk were no longer considered elves at all. Honestly, the whole place was getting a bit overcrowded with mysterious populations. The label Green Elves is the clue, as it was the Green Elves of Osiriand whom Beren would later lead in an ambush. This clearly shows who these Hithlum elves were destined to become, even though the land of Osiriand, east of the river Gelion, isn't mentioned here yet. It became necessary to move the land of the dead that live out of Hithlum. A note scribbled right on the manuscript insists that Beren must be in Doriath beyond Sirion, not in the north. This area, later known as Nivrim or the West March, is where Beren and Tinuviel, called Quilwathan, were said to have become mighty fairies in an earlier tale. By comparison, Queen Gwendolen seems a rather pale and ineffectual figure next to the later Melian. A big part of this is the far weaker magical protection she provides for Artenor. It's all very vague. In one moment, the dwarves of Nogrod aren't detected until they're practically at the bridge to Tinwellint's caves. Yet it's also said that the Queen's woven magic was a solid defense against anyone with a hostile heart who couldn't penetrate the woods without inside help. The rules of this enchantment seem to shift with the needs of the plot, which is, let's be honest, a convenient way to build suspense. Perhaps this offers some insight into how the dwarves from Nogrod managed to reach King Tinwellint's halls unchallenged and seemingly unnoticed, a point echoed by the earlier arrival of Urin's company. In the end, the protective enchantments were breached with unsettling ease, undone by the betrayal of a single elf from Artenor who promised to guide the host past Queen Gwendolen's spells. This resolution feels insufficient, though a fuller exploration must wait for another time. The narrative complexities introduced by Doriath's supposed inviolability created significant structural challenges, a topic I intend to address later. One might speculate that the scene at the Stony Ford where the treasure and its dwarven bearers were lost to the river grew from an abandoned ending in an earlier tale where Tinwellint, heeding a curse, ordered the gold thrown into a deep pool before his gates. In this version, however, while the Queen's ominous warnings sway the king toward this action, he ultimately never carries it out. The second departure of Beren and Tinuviel revisits the thorny issue of the unique fate Mandos decreed for them. I have previously proposed that their entire natural elven destiny was altered. Having died as elves can, they did not experience rebirth, but returned in their own forms, yet now subject to mortality like men. Here, however, Tinuviel simply faded, disappearing into the forest, with Beren searching all of Hithlum and Artenor in vain until he too faded from life. Notably, this fading is explicitly presented as the fulfillment of Mandos's doom, and it is compared to even identified with the fading of elves in later ages, as if the original concept viewed this elven fading as a type of mortality, an idea made explicit in later texts. The seven sons of Feanor, their oath sworn not in Valinor, but after the Noldor's return, and the maiming of Maedhros appear in outlines for another tale. In the most recent of these, the Feanorians are located in Dor Lomin, which is Hithlum. This narrative marks the first appearance of five sons of Feanor, Maedhros, Maglor, Celegorm, Cranthor, and Curufin, already called the Crafty, in names nearly identical to their final forms. The names Amrod and Amras in later works were a late change. For a long time these two brothers were known as Damrod and Diriel. This tale also introduces Dior the Fair, also called Ozir the Wealthy, and his daughter Elwing. His son Orodhir would later vanish from the legends, yet Dior is said to rule in the southern vales of Hithlum, not Artenor, with no hint of Tynwellint's kingdom being restored after his death, contrary to later accounts. Furthermore, the Feanorians are also placed in Hithlum, creating a puzzling overlap with other descriptions of the region's inhabitants, a contradiction I cannot currently reconcile. A particularly strange remark concludes this part of the story, claiming that those were days of happiness in the vales of Hithlum, for there was peace with Melko and the dwarves, who were single-mindedly plotting against Gondolin. This brief idyll, nestled between great tragedies, feels almost sarcastic in its portrayal of a peace built entirely on a shared, malicious focus elsewhere. The idea of peace with Melko likely just means that Melko's focus had shifted away from those regions, yet there is no other mention of dwarves conspiring against Gondolin. In the typed version of the Tale of Tinuviel, it is noted that while Turgon of Gondolin was the most renowned among the elf kings who resisted Melko for a time, the most powerful and the last to remain free was Thingol of the Woods. This phrasing strongly suggests that Gondolin fell before Artenor. However, in the Silmarillion, accounts tell of Thorondor, Lord of Eagles, bringing news first of Nargothrond's fall, then of the deaths of Thingol and his heir Dior and the ruin of Doriath, while Turgon refused to listen to the sorrows from beyond his walls. The current tale follows a similar timeline, mentioning that many elves who followed Beren later journeyed to Gondolin after he left, drawn by the secret whispers among all the elves of its rising power and splendor. Yet here, the destruction of Gondolin is said to have occurred on the very same day Dior was assaulted by the sons of Feanor. To resolve this inconsistency, we must read the passage in the Tale of Tinuviel as indicating that Thingol remained free for a greater number of years than Turgon, regardless of the specific dates their kingdoms ended. Additionally, the notes that Coom and Idriseth, the Mound of Avarice, remains there still in Artenor, and that the waters of Aros still flow over the sunken treasure, are significant as they show that the original concept did not include anything like the drowning of Beleriand. The true beginning of the tale of Arendelle was intended to be the settlement of the Lothlim at the mouth of Sirion, where the fall of Gondolin concludes and the arrival there of Elwing as the tale of the Norglafring ends. This weaving together of all the fates of the fairies into one strand marks the start of the great tale of Arendelle. The matter is complicated, however, by my father also designating the Norglafring as the first part of the tale of Arendelle, but this grand tale was never written. Our understanding of his early vision relies entirely on brief, condensed, and often conflicting outlines. There are also scattered notes and the very early Arundel poems. While the poems can be dated precisely, the notes and outlines cannot, making it difficult to arrange them into a clear developmental sequence. One of these outlines for the tale of Arendelle is the earlier of the two schemes for the lost tales that serve as the main materials for Gilfenan's tale. As mentioned before, this outline was composed when the Lost Tales had reached their most advanced stage. When it reaches Gilfenan's tale, it becomes much more detailed, then briefly references the tales of Tinuviel, Turin, Tuor, and the Necklace of the Dwarves before expanding again for the tale of Arendelle. This scheme, which I continue to call Scheme B, offers a coherent, though rough, narrative plan, dividing the story into 7 parts. The first part, marked Told, is the Nauglaffring down to the flight of Elwing. This sevenfold division is referenced by Littleheart at the beginning of the fall of Gondolin. This is a grand and sweeping story, a tale so vast that listeners would need to gather 7 times by the fire to hear it fully told. It is deeply woven with the earlier stories of the Necklace of the Dwarves and the Elves' Great March, making it a narrative where I would gladly welcome a fellow storyteller's voice. Had the 6 parts following the tale of the Nauglaffring each been written to a similar scale, the entire saga of Arendelle would have rivaled half the length of all the tales that were ultimately completed, yet my father never returned to craft it on such an expansive canvas again. I present here the final portion of the outline known as Scheme B. The tale of Arendelle begins intricately bound with the fate of the Nauglaffring and the elves' journey. For more intricate notes, one must consult the pages of Notebook C. The first part recounts the story of the Dwarven necklace up to the desperate flight of Elwing. The second part tells of the refuge at the mouths of Sirion. Elwing arrives there, and she and Arendelle grow from childhood friends into deeply devoted lovers. We see Tuor growing old, his spirit called ever more strongly by the distant horns of Ulmo sounding over the western sea, until one twilight he secretly sets sail in his ship, Swanwing Arendelle, heartsick, then launches his own quest aboard the Irimo, sailing north to seek his father, even if it means journeying to the halls of Mandos. His ship is wrecked, but Ulmo himself appears, saving him and commanding him to sail instead to the ancient city of Kor, for this was his true purpose in surviving the fall of Gondolin. The third part details Arendelle's second grim attempt to reach those shadowy halls. The Falasquil is shattered, but he is rescued by the Sea Maidens, the Orni. In his travels, he sights the mysterious Isle of Seabirds, a place where every waterfowl in the world gathers at times. He returns overland to Sirion, only to find that Idril has vanished, having set sail into the night herself. Hearing the conches of Ulmo call once more, he shares a final tender farewell with Elwing and builds the great vessel Wingeilet. The fourth part follows his long, years-long voyage toward the blessed realm of Valinor. A twist of fate then stirs the heavens. Birds from lost Gondolin arrive at Kor with their tidings, sparking an uproar among the elves and urgent councils among the gods. This leads to the fifth part, which sees the march of the Inwyr, the Teleri, and the Solosympi. A raid falls upon Sirion, and Elwing is taken captive. The gods are filled with sorrow and wrath, and a veil is drawn between Valmar and Kor, for they will not destroy the city, but cannot bear to look upon it. The Eldar come, Melko is bound, and the exiles fare to the lonely isle. There the curse of the Nauglaffring finds its mark, and Elwing meets her doom. In the sixth part, Arendelle finally reaches Kor, only to find it deserted and silent. He fares home in deep sorrow, and though he glimpses Tol Eressëa and the fleet of the elves, a great wind and darkness sweep him off course on an unintended voyage eastward. When he at last returns to Sirion, he finds it empty. He journeys to the ruins of Gondolin, hears fragments of the terrible news, sails to Tol Eressëa, and then to the Isle of Seabirds, each step a heavier weight upon his spirit. The seventh and final part is his legendary voyage to the firmament, becoming a star. Written at the end of this text is a note, remainder of the scheme in Notebook C. These references point to a small pocketbook from 1916-17 used for notes throughout the period of the Lost Tales. At its beginning lies another outline labeled C and headed Earendel's Tale, Tuor's Son, which aligns closely with Scheme B. It tells of Arendelle dwelling with Tuor and Idril at the mouth of the river Sirion by the sea. Elwing of the gnomes fleeing from the land of Artenor comes to them bearing the Norglafring. Arendelle and Elwing's affection blossoms from a youthful bond into a profound love. Arendelle shares a particularly deep bond with Tuor, who feels the slow weight of mortality. Conscious of Ulmo call to him ever more insistently from the far west, until one evening he sets sail in his twilight boat with its purple sails. The swan-wing Idril sees him go too late and is left singing a lament on the shore. When Tuor does not return, a shared grief descends upon Arendelle and Idril. Driven by this loss and urged by his immortal mother, Arendelle resolves to sail forth and search, even if his quest leads to the gates of Mandos. Yet a shadow lies upon his voyages, the curse of the Nauglafring. The Maya Osse becomes his enemy. Passing through the fjord of the Mermaid, his ship is wrecked. Ulmo appears at the wreck, saving them and revealing that Arendelle is spared for a single purpose, to go to Kor. When Elwing learns of this bidding, she is stricken with grief, for no mortal who treads the streets of that holy city or looks upon the places of the gods can ever again dwell in the outer lands in peace. Defiant, Arendelle departs anyway. Osse's treachery wrecks his ship a second time, and he is saved only by the Orni, who hold him in affection along with his companion Voromwe, dragging him to the shores of Falasquil. Arendelle and Voromwe make their arduous way back by land, a journey marked by hardship and dwindling hope, only for Arendelle to return and discover that Idril too has vanished, leaving him alone with his sorrow. Arendelle lifted his voice in prayer to Ulmo, and the deep sound of conches answered him from the waves. The Lord of Waters commanded him to fashion a new and marvellous vessel from the wood of Tuor, taken from the shores of Falasquil. Thus began the building of the Wingilot. In the notes, 4 additions are listed: the construction of Irami, also called Eagle Pinion, the Noldoli adding their own pleas to Ulmo's bidding, Irendel surveying the first dwelling of Tuor at Falasquil, and the voyage toward the halls of Mandos and the icy seas, with Voronwe at his side. Irendel set sail upon the Wingilot. They were driven south into dark regions where fire mountains glowed, past lands of tree-men and pygmies, and past the Sarkindi, the cannibal ogres. Driven west, they passed the lurking shadow of Ungwelianty and the deceptive magic isles on the Twillet Isle. The striking of Little Heart's gong awoke the sleeper in the Tower of Pearl. They finally discovered Kor, but found it utterly empty and desolate. There Arendelle peered into still waters and read tales and prophecies upon their surface. The dust of diamonds settled upon his shoes and his very form, causing him to shine with a piercing light. Their homeward journey brought new adventures, driven east over deserts and past the red palaces where the sun is said to dwell. He arrived at the mouth of Sirion, only to find it sacked and deserted. Distraught, Arendelle wandered with Voronwe until they came upon the ruins of Gondolin, where men now camped in misery. There were also gnomes, still searching for lost gems, or some who had simply returned to the fallen city. Tales were told of the binding of Melko, the wars with men, and the departure of the Eldar to Tol Eressëa, for they could no longer endure the world's strife. In a bitter twist, sailing to Tol Eressëa himself, Arendelle learned of Elwing's fate, how she had been lost to the sea with the Norglafring, transformed into a seabird. His grief was so immense that his garments and body blazed like diamonds, and his face was a mask of silver flame. He set sail once more with Voronwe, dwelling on the Isle of Seabirds in the northern waters near Falasquil, hoping against hope that Elwing might return among the flocks. All the while she searched for him, wailing along every shore and through all wreckage. After 21 years he sailed again for the halls of Mandos, for it was said that those who had suffered greatly might still find that path. He discovered that Tuor had gone on to Valinor, and nothing was known of Idril or Elwing. Reaching the barrier at the margin of the world, Arendelle set his ship upon the oceans of the firmament to gaze down upon the earth. The mariner of the moon, envious of his brightness, gave chase, and Arendelle dove through the door of night. Now he cannot return to the world, lest he perish. He will only find Elwing at the final faring forth. Some say that Tuor and Idril now sail in the Swanwing, seen as a swift shape upon the wind at dawn and dusk. The co-events to this tale speak of the raid upon Sirion by Melko's orcs and the captivity of Elwing. Birds brought the elves tidings of Gondolin's fall and the grim fate of the gnomes. This sparked councils among the gods and uproar among the elves, leading to the march of the Inwyr and Teleri. The Solar also went forth, but they travelled along all the beaches of the world, reluctant to leave the sound of the sea. They only consented to accompany the Teleri under that condition, for the Noldali had slain some of their kin at Coppice. The outline then continues with events after the coming of the elves of Valinor into the Great Lands. While more detailed, this later version does not fundamentally contradict the earlier one, though each contains elements the other lacks. In the second part, more is told of Tuor's departure from Sirion, and the motive of Ossi's hostility toward Eärendil appears, with the curse of the Nauglafring contributing to his shipwrecks. The site of the first wreck is named the Fjord of the Mermaid. A curious manuscript detail uses them rather than him when Ulmo saves the voyagers, hinting that Idril or Elwing may have been with Eärendil. For the third part, whereas the earlier text has Eärendil's second voyage as another attempt to reach Mandos seeking his father, this version suggests it was undertaken more to fulfill Ulmo's bidding to sail to Kor, much to Elwing's sorrow. In the sea text, Voronwë is identified as the companion of Eärendil on the second voyage, which concluded at Falasquil, though the Isle of Seabirds is not referenced here. The ship Wingeilet is described as being constructed from the wood of Tuor sourced from Falasquil. This contrasts with an earlier account in The Fall of Gondolin, where Tuor's timber was cut for him by the Noldoli in the forests of Dor Lomin and transported down a concealed river. The fourth section expands upon Eärendil's quest, while the B text only briefly mentions his many wanderings occupying several years in search of Valinor. C offers fleeting visions of these journeys depicting Wingeilet being driven southward and then into the west. The encounter with Ungweliant during this western voyage is an intriguing detail, especially given that the tale of the Sun and Moon states Melko held the north and Ungweliant the south. Within C, we also revisit the sleeper in the Tower of Pearl, who is awakened by the ringing of Little Heart's gong. This sleeper was initially noted as Idril, though this identification was later removed. Little Heart, who sailed with Eärendil on the final voyage seeking Ker, is described in The Cottage of Lost Play. The resonant sound of his gong across the shadowy seas stirred the sleeper in the Tower of Pearl, which stands upon the westernmost cape of the Twilight Isles, as mentioned in The Coming of the Valar. Curiously, C does not elsewhere specify Little Heart, the son of Voronwë, as a companion of Eärendil, though an earlier rejected phrase in the outline placed him at the mouths of Sirion. Furthermore, in the Tale of the Noglafring, Aelios remarks that none living have seen the Noglafring, save only Little Heart, son of Bronweg. The fifth and sixth parts introduce the enduring image of Eärendil's shoes gleaming with the diamond dust of Kor. He is described walking the deserted ways of Tirion, his raiment and shoes covered in a glittering dust that made him shine as he ascended the long white stairs. In the later Silmarillion, Tirion is empty because its inhabitants are away at a festival in Valimar or upon Taniquetil. However, in both the B and C texts, the implication is stronger that Kor was deserted because the elves of Valinor had already departed for the Great Lands, spurred by the tidings brought by the birds from fallen Gondolin. These early narrative outlines make no mention of Eärendil pleading the case of elves and men before the Valar as an ambassador. One is left to conclude, as startling as it may seem, that Eärendil's epic western voyage, though successful in reaching its destination, was ultimately fruitless. He was not the instrument through which aid came from Valinor to the elves of Middle-earth, and, most puzzling of all, Ulmo's profound designs for Tuor appear to have come to nothing. This notion is echoed in a 1930s version of The Silmarillion, which originally stated that the many emissaries of the gnomes never returned to Valinor, save one, and he came too late. This was later altered to the mightiest mariner of song. The earliest writings frustratingly leave Ulmo's purpose unclear. Why did he command Eärendil, saved from Gondolin's ruin, to sail to Kor? What more could he have achieved had he arrived in time beyond what transpired after the news from Gondolin prompted the march of the elves? In a separate, curious note within C, the author pondered, How did King Turgon's messengers get to Valinor or gain the gods' consent, only to answer bluntly, his messengers never got there? Though the birds, specifically Turgon's doves and pigeons, carried the grim news of Gondolin's fall to the elves, the aftermath of this message was profound. The councils of the gods were convened, leading to great uproar among the elves. This stands in contrast to other accounts which speak of the sorrow and wrath of the Valar and a veil being drawn between Valmar and Kor, implying the elves' subsequent march was a direct defiance of divine will. A connection might be drawn to Vair's later words about the path from Kor being forever blocked by impassable rocks after the fairies departed. The message's impact is echoed elsewhere, such as in Lindo's tale to Eriol in the Cottage of Lost Play, where he speaks of Inwe, king of the Eldar in Kor, who led his people into the lands of men after hearing the world's lament. Merrily Turin Key would later reveal that Inwe perished on that very march, though his son Ingil returned to Valinor. The reluctance of the third kindred, the Solosimpi, to leave the shore is noted, yet the expedition is consistently termed a march, with no mention of ships for the main host. They are described as journeying along the world's beaches. The narratives then follow Eärendil's troubled voyages. Driven eastward on his return from Kor, he finally reached the mouth of Sirion, only to find it ravaged. While one account vaguely attributes the sack to an unknown force, another specifies a brutal raid by the orcs of Melko, who captured Elwing. Neither outline details her escape, but both tell of Eärendil's sorrowful journey back to the ruins of Gondolin with Voronoi, where they found survivors. The eventual departure of the elves from the Great Lands to Tol Eressëa is mentioned in both, spurred by wars with men and a weariness of the world's strife. Though the exact sequence of events around Eärendil's sighting of the elf fleet remains ambiguous in the hastily written notes. Here, however, the tales diverge sharply on a point of fate and transformation. One version somberly records Elwing's death, loosely linking it to the curse of the Noglafring during the voyage. The other, in a breathtaking twist of grace, speaks not of an end but a metamorphosis. It tells of the sinking of both Elwing and the necklace, only for her to be reborn, not as a casualty of curse or war, but as a free seabird, a symbol of enduring hope that would echo into later legends. This detail adds a poignant layer to Eärendil's journey to the Isle of Seabirds, a destination noted in both earlier versions. In one account, he holds on to the hope that Elwing might one day return to him among those very birds. The seventh section of the narrative is only briefly summarized in one outline, which simply notes his voyage to the firmament and points to another source. From that second outline, we catch fragments of the story. It implies that Eärendil's radiant glow, distinct from the light of the Silmaril, stemmed partly from the diamond dust of Kor, but also, in a more profound sense, from the sheer intensity of his sorrow. A separate, scribbled note from this period poses the question, what became of the Silmarils after Melko was overthrown? For now, the author provided no answer. Yet the question itself hints that the jewels of Feanor were not yet the central pillar of the legendarium, though perhaps he sensed their latent importance, a core meaning waiting to be fully unearthed. The narrative suggests Eärendil took to the skies in an unending search for his lost love, sailing the celestial oceans to gaze down upon all the lands of the earth. His passage through the Door of Night, that gateway fashioned by the gods in the western wall of the world, was not part of any plan. Ironically, he was driven there a fugitive, hunted across the heavens by the relentless moon. This echoes an earlier idea where the steersman of the moon is said to chase the stars, a later, more developed scheme for the tales which provides a substantial outline for another story, unfortunately becomes fragmented and erased just as it reaches the tale of Eärendil. It breaks off abruptly, but not before offering these glimpses. It tells of King Tynwellint's death and Queen Gwenethlin's flight, how Beren sought vengeance and claimed the necklace, which later brought a wasting sickness upon Tinuviel, leading to their fading from the world. It recounts how their descendants were assailed by the sons of Feanor, desperate for the Silmaril, with only Elwing, granddaughter of Beren, escaping with the jewel. It notes the white-sailed vessel of Tuor, and the settlement of his people at the mouths of Sirion. There, Eärendil grew to be the fairest of mortals. even drawing the affection of the mermaids, the Orni. Elwing came to that haven, and their great love began. Time passed. Tuor felt the weight of years until almost cool came one evening, and he vanished upon the waves, with Idril striving to follow. The outline then becomes muddled regarding Arendel's ship. It seems the Orni may have helped build the wing islet, or perhaps Arendelle built a vessel named Swanwing. The author's erasures make his final intention unclear. It mentions Elwing's lament and how Ulmo forbade Arendel's quest, though the mariner was determined to sail even to the halls of Mandos. The scheme concludes with the wing islet being wrecked upon the Isle of Falasquil, where Arendelle discovered the carved house Tuor had built. This version appears to streamline the plot, making Wing Islet the ship for both the failed voyage to Mandos and the subsequent wreck, but its brevity prevents firm conclusions. A fourth outline, on a separate page, offers another angle. Here, Tuor is named Tuor. It speaks of the fall of Gondolin and a feast held by Glorfindel. It describes the life by Sirion's mouth, the mermaids visiting Arendelle, and Tuor's growing restlessness for the sea. He even sings a song of longing to his son. Then, one fateful evening, Tuor calls to Arendelle, and together they walk to the shore where a small skiff awaits a silent invitation to an unknown destiny. Tuor said his farewells to Arendelle, urging him to push the skiff from the shore. The small vessel then sailed into the distant west. As Tuor's boat vanished over the edge of the world, Arendelle heard a powerful song rise from the sea. He was left weeping on the beach. His grief echoed by Idril's lament. The construction of the ship Erum followed. Later Elwing arrived, though Arendelle was hesitant. Idril sharpened his resolve. He embarked on a voyage northward in Erum, which met disaster and foundered, leading to Idril's disappearance. Sea maidens rescued the mariner and brought him to Tuor's Bay. From there, Arendelle journeyed along the coast, only to discover that Elwing had been taken by force. He found the mouth of Sirion ravaged. In response, he built the ship Wingalot and began a desperate search for Elwing, a quest that carried him far to the south. There, in Viralom, he encountered the Great Spider. He managed an escape to the east, then turned back westward, where he glimpsed the Bay of Faerie. He saw the Tower of Pearl and the Enchanted Isles shrouded in vast shadows. He found the city of Kar deserted, sailing back with his face burning and his ship coated in dust. Upon learning of Elwing's own shipwreck, he waited in despair on the Isle of Seabirds. It was there that Elwing came to him, transformed into a seamew. Together, they finally set sail beyond the margin of the world. This outline, designated E, is highly condensed, offering little beyond the more detailed account of Tuor's departure from Sirion, even accounting for its brevity. It appears to contain fundamental differences from the earlier versions B and C. In this iteration, Elwing arrives at Sirion later after Tuor has gone, yet her abduction seems to occur earlier, while Arendelle is returning from his northern shipwreck, not during his major voyage to Kor in Wing Islet. This version suggests a single fateful journey north that ended with the wreck of Erame near Falasquil, while it cannot be proven. The evidence suggests E is a later conception than B and C. Streamlining two disastrous northern voyages into one seems a logical revision, not an expansion. The use of the name Tuor, a temporary replacement for Tuor, also points to a later phase of writing. A few other details in this outline stand out. The great spider named Ungwelianta in C is here called Wirilome, meaning gloomweaver. Arendelle meets this creature in the far south, not on his westward journey as in C. Furthermore, this is the version where Elwing comes to Arendelle as a seabird, a poignant detail present in the Silmarillion, but absent or even contradicted in C. A separate, associated page provides a remarkably different account of Arendelle's epic voyage. It describes him sailing north past Iceland and Greenland to wild islands. A tremendous wind and wave hurled him into hotter climates behind the west wind to a land of strange men and magic, the home of night, and the spider escaping the spider's webs with a handful of companions. He glimpsed a great mountain island and a golden city before the wind blew him southward. His travels took him past tree men, sun dwellers, spice lands, and fire mountains to a Red Sea, perhaps the Mediterranean or the Atlantic, where he lost his boat and may have travelled on foot through the wilds of Europe. He eventually returned home, aged by his travels. After having a new boat built, he bid farewell to his northern land and sailed west once more, reaching the world's lip just as the sun plunged into the sea. He then set sail upon the sky and never returned to earth. The Golden City was Kor. He had heard the music of the Solosimpa and returned to seek it, only to find the fairies had departed from Eldamar. The account mentions him climbing the deserted streets of Kor, dusted with diamond dust, and references a little book, which is almost certainly Notebook C. One might assume this vivid, geographically anchored narrative is the earliest version, given its disconnect from the histories in B and C and its setting in real-world locations. However, that reference to the little book ties it directly to Notebook C, indicating it is not a precursor, but a concurrent or later imaginative expansion. It seems quite likely, judging by the manuscript's appearance, that the final section mentioning the Golden City of Ker was a later addition. The rest of this outline probably belongs to the poem's initial composition during the winter of 1914. What's particularly interesting is that only in these earliest notes is it explicitly stated that the diamond dust covering Earendel came from the streets of Kor. Another early piece, The Shores of Faery, includes a brief prose preface. Even if not written at the exact same time as the poem in July 1915, it certainly dates from not long after. In this preface, Earendel the Wanderer, having spent his life sailing the world's oceans in his white ship Wingelot, waits in his old age upon the Isle of Seabirds in the northern seas before embarking on a final journey. He passes by Tanikitil and even Valinor, hauling his vessel over the world's edge to sail the starry oceans above. No tales fully recount his adventures there, except that pursued by the glaring moon, he fled back to Valinor. From the high towers of Kur upon the rocks of Eglamour, he then gazed back upon the familiar seas below. To this perch he returns at every full moon, when the moon chases fiercely beyond Tanikitil, both here and in the outline linked to the bidding of the minstrel. Earendel is imagined as an old man when he ventures into the firmament. No other continuous narrative of Earendel's tale exists from this earliest time. There are, however, numerous scattered notes, often just single sentences, found in a small notebook or on loose slips. These references are gathered here roughly in the tale's order. First, a note mentions dwelling in the Isle of Serion in a house of snow-white stone. Another source places Earendel living with Tuor and Idril by the sea on the Isles of Serion. Second, it is said the Orni gave Earendel a marvellous silver coat that never grew wet. They loved him despite Os's displeasure, and taught him boat-building and swimming as he played with them along the shores. Other outlines also speak of the Orni's affection, the coming of mermaids to him, and Os's hostility. Third, Earendel is described as smaller than most men, yet nimble and a swift swimmer, a skill Voronwë notably lacked. Fourth, a note tells of Idril and Earendel see Tuor's boat dropping into the twilight and a sound of song. Earlier versions differ. One says Tuor's sailing was secret, another that Idril saw him too late, and a third that Earendel was present, pushing the boat out and hearing a great song rise from the sea. Fifth, a speculative note asks, death of Idril follows secretly after Tuor. This idea is contradicted elsewhere, which states Tuor and Idril now sail together, and another that says Idril swam after him. Sixth, a rejected idea marked with a query suggests Tuor sailed back to a place called Folasquil and then up a river to Asgon, where he sits playing a lonely harp on a rock in the water. Curious references to this islanded rock appear in other outlines. Seventh, a note describes the fjord of the mermaid, enchantment of his sailors, questioning if mermaids are Orni, earthlings, or fays. Another source equates mermaids and Orni directly. 8. The ship Wingeillet was built with wood from Folasquil and the aid of the Orni, a point likely made in another outline. 9th, Wingeillet is poetically described as being shaped as a swan of pearls. 10th, the doves and pigeons of Turgon's courtyard bring message to Valinor only to elves. Other references confirm birds from Gondolin flew to the elves or to Kor. 11th, a note states that during his voyages, Eärendil once sighted the white walls of Kor gleaming in the distance, but was driven away by Orse's contrary winds and waves. A detail also found in another early outline. Eärendil glimpsed the distant shores of Tol Eressëa as he sailed homeward from the ancient city of Kor. In the Tower of Pearl, a long slumbering figure stirred at the sound of Littleheart's gong, a messenger sent long ago by Turgon bound by enchantments. Even now, he remains trapped within the tower, his warning echoing of the lingering magic that holds him. An earlier idea, later set aside, suggested this sleeper was Idril herself. Olmo's guardianship was withdrawn from the havens of Sirion, for the Valar grew wrathful at Eärendil's stubborn resolve to seek the halls of Mandos a second time. Thus the defences faltered, and Melkor's forces swept in. Yet another account claims Ulmo merely forbade the quest. Eärendil, defiant, set sail regardless, determined to find a path not to Mandos but to the far shores of Ker. Before his departure, Eärendil wed Elwing. When word later reached him of her tragic loss upon the sea, he declared that henceforth all who dared the vast oceans in ships would be counted as his children. This echoes an older notion where wayfarers and mariners were sometimes called sons of Eärendil, especially those born under the gleam of his star, destined for a life of wandering. His search for Elwing grew desperate, leading him even to the desolate iron halls of Angermandi, now empty after Melkor's defeat, and to the broken ruins of Gondolin. It was during the great exodus of the Elves from the Great Lands to Tol Eressëa that the ship bearing Elwing and the famed Noglafring was lost. Some whispered that the drowning of that cursed necklace at last appeased the ancient grudge of Mim. Seeking solace, Eärendil, with Voronwë ever at his side, dwelled for a time on the remote Isle of Seabirds in the northern waters. He built a white tower there, a place where all seabirds would sometimes gather, and he watched the skies, hoping against hope to see Elwing return to him among their wings. His journey finally brought him to the halls of Mandos, seeking his father Tuor. But he learned Tuor was not there, nor in Valinor, nor in Erumanni. None among Elves or Ainur knew his fate, save that he was with Ulmo in the deep waters. And isn't it just like the Valar to be so mysteriously unhelpful when you need a straight answer? From his place in the firmament, Eärendil would occasionally return with Voronwë to the silent streets of Kor, longing to see if the magic sun had been rekindled and the fair folk had returned. But the relentless chase of the moon always drove him back to the sky. In his youth, he had walked the walls of Kor, reading the dark tales and beautiful runes carved there, stories of wonder and warning. He is remembered as Eärendil, son of Tuor and Idril, the greatest mariner among men, who beheld realms beyond the knowing of later sailors. He alone was both of the Eldar and of mortal kind, the first to bridge two worlds and sail the starlit voids beyond all maps. He rides now with Voronwë upon the winds of the heavens, never coming further back than Ka. For should he do so, he would perish like other mortals. Such is the mortal part within him. In the outline linked to the poem The Bidding of the Minstrel, Eärendil sets sail upon the sky and returns no more to earth. The prose preface to the Shores of Faery notes that to Eglamour he comes ever at the full moon when the moon sails beyond Tanicatil and Valinor. Outline C states he cannot now return to the world or he will die. Another citation mentions he returns from the firmament ever and anon, with Voronwë to Ker, in the Silmarillion. Manwë's judgment was that Eärendil and Elwing shall not walk ever again among elves or men in the outer lands. Yet it is also recorded that Eärendil returned to Valinor from his voyages beyond the confines of the world. This parallels the statement in the name list to the fall of Gondolin, that he does not come ever further back than Kar. The name list's additional note that if he did, he would die, so much of the mortal is in him, found a distant echo decades later in a 1967 letter. Eärendil, being in part descended from men, was not allowed to set foot on earth again and became a star shining with the light of the Silmaril. This concludes the prose materials concerning the earliest form of the tale of Eärendil, aside from a few scattered references in the next chapter. These outlines and notes belong to a very early fluid stage of composition, where conceptions were like shifting clouds, not yet shaped into a proper narrative. The myth existed in certain enduring images, but these images had not yet been fully articulated. It is a remarkable fact, as noted earlier, that there is no hint yet of Eärendil being the one whose intercession brought aid from the west. Similarly absent is any suggestion that the Valar hallowed his ship and set him in the sky, or that his light was that of the Silmaril. Yet the core images were already present. Eärendil's coming to the deserted core, Tirion, the dust of diamonds on his shoes, the transformation of Elwing into a seabird, his ship passing through the door of night, and the prohibition against his return to the lands east of the sea. The early outlines include the raid on the havens of Sirion, though here it is an act of Melko, not the Feanorians, and Tuor's departure, curiously without Idril, whom he left behind. His ship was Alcarame, Swanwing. It later bore the name Eärame, Sea Wing, a name which retained the form but not the meaning of Eärendil's first ship, Eärame, Eagle Pinion. It is fascinating to read the author's reflection some 50 years later in that 1967 letter on the origins of the name Eärendil. The name is derived from Anglo-Saxon Eärendel, when he first began studying Anglo-Saxon professionally around 1913, having dabbled in it as a boyish escape from his Greek and Latin lessons. He was struck by the peculiar and profound beauty of this word. It fit perfectly within the normal style of Anglo-Saxon, yet was euphonic to an unusual degree in that language, which he found pleasing but not overly sweet. Its form strongly suggested it was originally a proper name, not a common noun. This is supported by related forms in other Germanic languages. From within the confusions and debasements of late traditions, it seems certain the name belonged to astronomical myth and was the name of a star or constellation. One can almost picture the young scholar, momentarily distracted from his prescribed studies, feeling a spark of connection to that ancient starlit name, a spark that would one kindle a legendary tale. In my view, the Anglo-Saxon references clearly suggest it was a star heralding the dawn, at least within English tradition. This is what we now know as Venus, the morning star, seen shining with intense brilliance in the pre-dawn sky before the sun itself ascends. That interpretation is certainly how I understood it. Prior to the First World War, I composed a piece of verse about Eärendil, who set his vessel forth like a gleaming ember from the harbours of the sun. I welcomed him into my own mythology, where he grew into a central figure, a seafarer who ultimately transformed into a herald star, a symbol of hope for mankind. The elvish exclamation, Aya Eärendil Elenian Ankalima, meaning Hail Eärendil, brightest of stars, finds its distant, ancient root in the Old English, Eala Eärendil Engla Beortast. However, the name couldn't be borrowed outright. It needed to be fitted into the linguistic framework of the Elvish tongues, even as a space was crafted for this person within the legends. From this starting point, deep in the early history of the Elvish languages, which, after many youthful false starts, were beginning to solidify just as I adopted the name, eventually emerged two key elements. First, the common Eldarin stem Ayar, meaning sea, used chiefly for the vast great sea of the west that separates Middle-earth from the blessed realm of Aman. Second, the element or verbal base, endil, conveying to love or be devoted to, describing a profound dedication to a person, pursuit, or cause for its own sake. Eärendil was established as a character in the first of the major legends I set to writing around 1916-17, The Fall of Gondolin. He is portrayed as the greatest of the Pereldar, the half-elven son of Tuor, from the most famed line of the Idaean and Idril, daughter of the king of Gondolin. My father never explicitly stated then that his Eärendil inherently contained components combining to mean sea lover, yet it is evident from the earliest surviving notes that the name was linked to an Elvish word, E-A for eagle. Note the discussion on page 265 regarding the name of Eärendil's first ship, Eararma or Eagle Pinion. This connection is made plain in the name list to the Fall of Gondolin. Eärendil, though it likely shares some kinship with the Elfin, and Erin, eagle, and Erie, which calls to mind the passage of the Cristorn and Idril's use of the eagle as a sigil, is believed to be woven from that secret tongue of the Gondathlim. To conclude, I present 4 of my father's early poems featuring Eärendil. There is little question, as Humphrey Carpenter suggests in his biography on page 71, that Eala Eärendel Engla Beorhtast was the very first poem on the theme of Eärendel that he composed, written at Phoenix Farm in Gedling, Nottinghamshire, during September of 1914. It is to this poem he referred in his 1967 letter, recalling, "I wrote a poem upon Eärendel, who launched his ship like a bright spark, compare with its 5th line. He launched his bark like a silver spark." There exist roughly 5 distinct versions, each incorporating revisions from the last, though only the initial stanza underwent major rewriting. The title was first The Voyage of Eärendel the Evening Star, accompanied by its Old English equivalent, Sipfeld Erendelis Fenstioran. A later copy changed this to Eala Eärendel Engla Beorhtast, or The Last Voyage of Eärendel, and in subsequent copies the modern English title was dropped entirely. I provide it here in its final version, whose exact date is uncertain, though the handwriting indicates it was set down significantly later than the original composition, alongside all variant readings from the earliest extant version in the footnotes. Eärendel arose where the shadow flows at ocean's silent brim, through the mouth of night as a ray of light, where the shores are sheer and dim. He launched his bark like a silver spark from the last and lonely sand. Then on sunlit breath of day's fiery death he sailed from Westerland. He threaded his path o'er the aftermath of the splendor of the sun, and wandered far past many a star in his gleaming galleon. On the swelling tide of night the great ships of the heavens sail, adorning the dark with their luminous sails as the evening star sweeps past. Unheeding, he is swept by his wandering spirit beyond these glimmering vessels. On a magic quest through the darkening west toward the margent of the world, he journeys in haste across the jeweled desolation and back to the dusk from which he emerged, his heart alight with fierce desire, his face a mask of silver flame. Soon the ship of the moon follows from the east, departing the haven of the sun, whose white gates shine in the approaching radiance of that mighty silver wanderer. Behold, with billowing clouds for his vessel's shrouds, he weighs anchor down the dark, and on shimmering oars departs the ski shores in his argent-orbed bark. And Eärendel fled from that dreadful shipman, beyond the dark earth's pale, back under the rim of the dim ocean, to set sail behind the world itself. He listened to the laughter of the folk of earth and hearkened to their falling tears, as the world dropped back into a cloudy rack on its journey down the long years. Then he passed glimmering into the starless vast, like a lone lamp upon an isled sea, and beyond the sight of mortal men continued his lonely errantry. He voyaged the skies, tracking the sun in its galleon through the pathless firmament, until his own light grew old in the cold abysses, and his eager flame was spent, his splendor shorn by the birth of morn as he died with the dawn in his eyes. It is a tale of immortal sea-yearning, sung by the elven folk in ages past. Sing to us again of Eärendel the Wanderer, chant a song of his vessel with its pale oars, a craft more wondrous and cunning than any born of mortal thought, sending its foam-tossed music across the boundless deep. Recount for us that immortal longing for the sea, a lay the Eldar fashioned before the world's light was altered, weaving an intoxicating spell, a blazing marvel of sea spray and the scents of the dark. Tell of hushed twilight upon distant oceans, of his ship riding at rest near desolate islands, answering the ceaseless motion of the wakeful waves, of sails swelling when a new wind arose and the gurgling, bubbling flow of warm tropical waters chimed softly beneath the curved prow. Thousands of miles she sailed from the land that shaped her, a petrel, a sea-bird, a gem with white wings, gallantly set upon limitless journeying before she turned homeward in her salt-laden flight, a wandering, lingering, restless and daring voyage, coming at last to an unlooked-for haven by night. Yet the melody is fractured now, the words half lost, the sunlight dimmed, the moon grown ancient. The elven ships are sunk or wrapped in rotting weed, the inner fire and wonder grown cold. What tongue can now recount it, and what harp provide accompaniment with melodies sufficiently strange and rich, at once pale with the magic of echoing harmony and loud with the shore music of beaches and dunes? Who can tell of the gleam of her timbers how her sails were all of silver, how slender her mast, and how her throat and sleek flanks shone with foam as she moved, swan-like, upon the waters. The song I can offer is but tattered fragments recalled from golden visions fashioned in sleep, a whispered tale told beside dying embers, speaking of old, far-off things that now few hearts remember. The shores of Faery, east of the moon, west of the sun, there stands a solitary hill. Its roots are in the pale green sea, its towers white and still, beyond Tanicatil in Valinor. Only one lone star comes, ever there. A star that fled before the moon, and there the two trees stand bare that once bore night's silver blossom, that once bore the rounded fruit of noon in Valinor. There lie the shores of Faery with their moonlit pebbled strand, whose foam is a silver music upon the opalescent floor, beyond the great sea shadows on the borders of the sand that stretches on forever to the dragon-headed door, the gateway of the moon, beyond Tanicatil in Valinor. West of the sun, east of the moon, rests the haven of that star, the white town of the Wanderer and the rocks of Eglamour. There Wingelot lies at anchor, while Eärendil gazes far over the darkness of the waters between here and Eglamour, out, beyond Tanicatil, in Valinor afar. At the summit of this winding inlet rises a solitary hill, its gaze fixed upon the towering peaks beyond. The phrase, "the golden feet of Kor," later altered in the poem's revisions and likely "the sand that stretches on forever," find their origin in the narrative that follows. There, Owl gathered all the enchanted metallic dust forged in his great labours and heaped it around the base of that hill. This dust was chiefly gold, creating a vast, shimmering desert that flowed from the foundations of Kor toward the distant grove where the two trees bloomed. The text notes various revisions. Marches became margent, and lines concerning a dragon-headed door and the gateway of the moon evolved from earlier imagery of Kur's golden feet. Place names shifted, with Elvenland written over Faery and Eldamar, replacing Eglamour in later versions. This dragon-headed door calls to mind the description of the Door of Night, framed by pillars of basalt with carvings of great black stone dragons from whose jaws shadowy smoke perpetually drifts. Yet, in that earlier conception, it is the sun, not the moon, that passes through that portal into the outer darkness. For the moon, with its lesser light, dared not face that utter loneliness and continued its path beneath the world. The poem, The Happy Mariners, composed in July 1915, turns its focus to the Tower of Pearl within the Twilight Isles. I recall a window set high in a western tower, opening onto celestial seas. A wind that has travelled among the stars comes to rest, rustling through its billowing draperies. This white tower, built where evening lingers eternally in the shade, gleams like a lonely spire of pearl, reflecting fading and forlorn beams. The sea washes endlessly around the dark rock of its foundation, and ferry boats drift past into gloaming lands, their holds twinkling in the gloom with hoarded sparks of orient fire. Treasure divers retrieved from the waters beneath the unknown sun. Sometimes it seems a throbbing silver lyre can be heard, or the voices of grey sailors echo upward, afloat in the world's shadows within oarless boats and with furled sails. There often seems a ring of feet, a snatch of song, or the twilit twinkle of a trembling gong. O you happy mariners, on your long journey to those great portals on the western shores. There, far away, constellate fountains leap and dashed against night's dragon-headed doors. They fall in a foam of stars, sparkling into the deep. And here I am, stuck behind the moon, looking out from my white and windy tower, while you lot don't wait a moment or bide an hour. You just chant bits of some mystic tune and sail off through the dangerous shadows and seas, past sunless lands to fairy Lys, where stars tangle, burst, and interlace upon the jacinth wall of space. You follow Eärendil, the shining mariner, westward to the Blessed Isles. Meanwhile, the only thing that returns to me from beyond that sombre rim is a wind that stirs these crystal panes, murmuring magically of golden rains that fall forever in those dim spaces. In related lore, when the sun was first made, the Valar attempted to draw it beneath the earth, but it proved too frail and nimble. Much of its precious radiance was spilled in these attempts into the deepest waters, escaping to linger as secret sparks in countless unknown ocean caverns, a detail that adds a layer of lost, hidden light to these sunless journeys. In a western tower, a window opens upon celestial seas where, from wells of darkness behind the stars, a keen and unearthly breeze forever blows cold. This white tower stands upon the twilit isles, rising from their everlasting shade to glimmer like a house of lonely pearl, a harbour for forlorn lights before they fade. Waves that never rest wash against its feet. There, silent boats pass into the west, their forms piled and twinkling in the dark, carrying orient fire in many a hoarded spark won by divers in the rumoured waters of the sun. Sometimes a silver harp throbs below, its sudden sharp music touching the heart, or far beneath the high and sheer mountain. The clear voices of grey sailors echo, afloat among the shadows of the world in oarless ships with furled canvas, chanting a solemn farewell song, for the sea is wide and their journey long. O happy mariners on a journey, far beyond the grey islands and past the stone city of Gondobar, to those great portals on the final shores where far away constellate fountains leap, and dashed against night's dragon-headed doors in foam of stars, fall sparkling into the deep. While I look out alone from behind the moon, imprisoned in my white and windy tower. You bide no moment and await no hour, but go with solemn song and harper's tune through the dark shadows and the shadowy seas to the last land of the two trees, whose fruit and flower are moon and sun, where the light of earth is both ended and begun. You follow Eärendil without rest, the shining mariner beyond the west, who passed the mouth of night and launched his bark upon the outer seas of everlasting dark. Here only comes at times a wind to blow, returning darkly down the way you go, laden with the perfume of unearthly trees. Here only, long afar through the window pane, I glimpse the flicker of the golden rain that falls forever on the outer seas. This section, which begins with the phrase Eärendil distraught, was inserted in place of an earlier draft. That draft had described a character informing Eärendil of the fall of Cirion and Elwing's capture, followed by lines concerning the voyage of the Corildar and the imprisonment of Melko. It is possible the reference to the faring of the Corildar was accidentally removed, a point supported by evidence in another outline labelled B. The name Érum appears, corrected from an initial spelling of Érum. Directly after it, the name Ernhamar was originally written but later crossed out. Ernhamar is an Old English term meaning eagle coat or eagle dress. Several other minor textual edits are present. Ye is changed to you, the word outer is omitted, a block of lines is struck through, the is replaced with those, and a final line is added referencing the lands beyond the country of the shining trees. Dating these early texts is a puzzle in itself. The two oldest surviving versions provide a time frame, with one including a note about a reading for the Essay Club in December 1914. A third manuscript bears an inscription placing its start in Gedling, Nottinghamshire, in September 1913, with work continuing later. A letter from the author to his mother, dated November 27, 1914, confirms he read Eärendil to the Essay Club. A separate note should be made regarding a typographical error in line 27, where rocks should correctly read as rock. Further chronological notes are scattered about. One states the text was worked on at Barnt Green in July 1915 and later in Bedford, with a rewrite completed on September 9th. The original drafts are found on the back of an unsent letter from Moseley, Birmingham, dated July 11th, 1915. The author began his military training in Bedford on July 19th, a personal detail that adds a layer of context to this creative period. We now arrive at the most intricate, though not entirely impenetrable, portion of the earliest mythology, its concluding chapters which are deeply entwined with the tale of Eriol, also known as Ælfwine, and the fundamental nature of Tol Eressëa. Unravelling this requires piecing together fragments of narrative, relying heavily on the same kind of scattered notes and outlines found in Gilthanan's tale and the story of Eärendil. These are scribbled on loose papers or within the pages of a small notebook referred to as C. The material is dense and varied for clarity within this discussion. The various excerpts will be numbered sequentially. Yet, no organizational scheme can fully dispel the inherent complexity and shadowy nature of these foundational ideas. The most complete, though still very concise, account of the march of the elves from Kor and its aftermath is contained in Notebook C. It picks up from the point of the birds' arrival from fallen Gondolin, the ensuing councils of the gods and the uproar among the elves, and the initial march of the Inwyr and Teleri. Sola Simpi, it notes, only agree to join the expedition on the strict condition that they would remain near the sea. The outline then continues. 1. The Eldar arrive and make their first encampment in the Land of Willows. There, the forces of Noldorin and Valwo are overwhelmed. Noldorin escapes and wanders alone, his harp his only companion. The mighty Tulkas later confronts and overthrows Melko in the Battle of the Silent Pools. Melko is bound in chains in Lumbi, guarded by Gorgumoth, the great hound of Mandos. With Melko captured, the imprisoned Noldoli are released. However, no sooner have Tulkas and Noldorin returned to Valinor than war breaks out with men. The freed Noldoli are ultimately led back to Valinor by Eaglemoth and Galdor. This is not the first mention of a great battle in Tazarina, the Land of Willows. Previous references appear in the tale of Turambar and, most vividly, in the Fall of Gondolin. In that latter tale, during the description of Tuor's time in that peaceful land, there is a prophetic glimpse of future sorrow. Long after Tuor's days, Noldorin and his host would come there, searching for Dor Lomin and the hidden river leading to the caves, where the gnomes were held. They came agonizingly close to their goal, only to have their resolve falter. Lulled by the serene beauty of the willows, dancing and resting, they were utterly surprised and overwhelmed by goblin hordes sent by Melko from the hills of Iron. Noldorin himself barely escaped with his life. Valwo was first spoken of by Lindo during Eriol's initial night at the Cottage of Lost Play, where he recalled, "My father Valwo, who journeyed with Noldorin to seek the gnomes." We understand Noldorin to be the Vala Salmar, twin brother of Omar Amilo, who entered the world alongside Olmo. In Valinor, he was known for his skill with harp and lyre and held a deep affection for the Noldoli. A separate, fragmented note offers this glimpse. Noldorin flees the fallen land of willows, taking his harp as he searches the Iron Mountains for Valwo and the imprisoned gnomes. Tulkas pursues him, and Melko moves to intercept. Curiously, Tulkas is the sole great Valar mentioned in these records as joining the expedition to the Great Lands. The reason for his involvement, despite the Valar's grief and anger over the elves' departure, remains shrouded in mystery. A faint whisper of a story lingers in two stray jottings. One suggests Tulkas gives, or the elves take, Limpe with them, while another ponders Limpe given by the gods, Orom Tulkas, when elves left Valinor. This contrasts with an earlier account which stated the fairies possessed no Limpa until the later March of Liberation. According to prior notes, Tulkas battled and overthrew Melko at the Silent Pools, also called the Pools of Twilight. The name Lumbi appears elsewhere as Melko's third dwelling, and a cryptic notebook entry mentions Lumfed, Melko's dwelling after release, Castle of Lumbi. But this narrative thread is lost. It is noteworthy that one account claims the Noldoli were led back to Valinor by Eaglemoth and Galdor. This detail, however, is contested. Another source states Eaglemoth was slain during the raid at the mouth of Sirion when Elwing was captured, and a subsequent citation flatly denies the elves were ever permitted to reside in Valinor again. The final relevant statement comes from an early outline of Gilfanan's tale. It describes the march of the elves into the world, the capture of Noldorin, and the camp in the Land of Willows. It tells of Tulkas' army at the Pools of Twilight and the gnomes, but then men, emerging from Hisilome, fall upon them. Following Melko's defeat and the breaking of Angamandi, the freed captives face the hostility of men. The gnomes gather some jewels, and Elwing, with most of the elves, returns to dwell on Tol Erese, for the gods would not allow them to stay in Valinor. This version differs in the capture of Noldorin and the premature attack by men. The most significant point is the divine refusal to readmit the elves to Valinor, a ban which likely applied to all the Eldar, not solely the Noldoli, and connects to the gods' profound sorrow and wrath over the original march. This aligns with the account in The Cottage of Lost Play, where Ingil, son of Inwell, returns to Tol Eressëa with the fairest, wisest, and kindest of the Eldar, founding a town called Coromus, the resting of the exiles of Kor. It echoes the sentiment that most elves, weary and unable to endure the world's strife, departed for that solitary isle. Taken together, these clues strongly suggest my father's initial vision. The Eldar of Valinor launched their expedition into the Great Lands in defiance of the Valar. They later crossed back over the ocean with the rescued Noldoli, but were denied re-entry into Valinor, ultimately settling in Tol Eressëa as the exiles of Kor. That some eventually returned to the Blessed Realm can be inferred from Merrill y Turinki's words, noting that Ingil, the builder of Cortirion, went long ago back to Valinor and is with Manwë. Yet in this early conception, Tol Eressëa remained the enduring home of the fairies, the exiles of Kor, both Eldar and gnomes, who spoke both Eldarissa and Noldarissa. It appears we have reached the limit of what can be discovered about the original narrative of aid arriving from the west and the renewed assault on Melko. The entire conclusion as first imagined was ultimately set aside. For this, we rely heavily on the extremely rough and fragmented outline from Notebook C, which continues from the earlier citation. It is presented here with only minimal editing. Following Earendil's departure and the elves' arrival on Tol Eressëa, a period largely belonging to the history of men, vast ages passed. Humanity spread and flourished, while the elves of the great lands began to fade. As the stature of men grew, that of the elves diminished, though they were once of comparable size, with men always being somewhat larger. Melko, with the aid of Tevildo, who gnawed through his bonds over long ages, broke free once more. Dissension grew among the gods concerning men and elves, with factions favoring one over the other. Melko travelled to Tol Eressëa, seeking to sow discord between the gnomes and the Solar Simpi. The elves, thrown into consternation, sent pleas to Valinor. No direct aid was sent, but Tulkas secretly dispatched his son, Telemektar, also called Taimonto. In a daring move, Telemektar of the Silver Sword and Ingil ambushed and wounded Melko, forcing him to flee. In his desperation, the dark spirit climbed the colossal pine of Tavrobel. This tree had a forgotten origin. Before the Inwyr departed, Valinor Belorin, also known as Pelurian, had given them a seed to be guarded, for its growth would one day herald great tidings, neglected and cast into Gilfanan's garden. It sprouted into a mighty pine whose heights touched Ilwe, and the very stars, Telemektar and Ingil, pursued Melko up its vast trunk. They remain in the sky as eternal wardens, while Melko, now stalking high above the air, perpetually seeks to harm the sun, moon, and stars. His malice manifest in eclipses and meteors. He is continually thwarted, though his first vengeful attempt, claiming the gods stole his fire to create the sun, caused the vessel to tilt. Urwendi, its guide, fell into the sea, and the sun ship dipped perilously close to the earth, scorching vast regions. The sun's radiance has never been as clear since, and a certain magic departed from its light. This is why, and long has been why, the fairies dance and sing more sweetly, and are more easily seen by moonlight, a lingering echo of Urwendi's fall. The concept of the rekindling of the magic sun refers partly to the two trees and partly to her memory, a loss that fueled Fionwe's profound rage and grief, which he will one day unleash to slay Melko. The constellation we call Orion is but the celestial image of Telemektar. Vardar sets stars upon him so the gods would know he keeps watch. The diamonds on his sword sheath will glow red when he draws his blade at the great end. For now, Telemektar, with Gil following him like a persistent blue bee, wards off evil, and Vardar swiftly replaces any stars Melko manages to loosen and cast down. Though it grieved them to do so, the gods commanded the great pine to be cut down, trapping Melko outside the world. For a time, yet he will one day find a path back, heralding the final uproars before the end. The evils that still befall the world trace their origin to this ceaseless, shadowy struggle. The divine beings possess the ability to place thoughts within the hearts of men, yet this influence does not extend to the elves, a fact that long complicated their interactions during the ancient exile of the gnomes, while the dark spirit Melko remains outside, consumed by fury and gnawing at his fingers as he watches the world. He can whisper corruption to those men already leaning toward shadow. The falsehoods he sowed in ages past continue to take root and spread. Thus, in this age, Melko can inflict harm and enact his malice upon the world solely through the agency of men. His power and cunning over them surpass even that of Manwë or any of the other Valar, for he has walked long in the mortal world and dwelt among humankind. These early narratives belong to a raw and primal mythology where Melko is sometimes depicted as a bizarre, almost laughable figure, once chased up a towering pine tree which was then felled to bar him from the earth. From his perch he is said to stalk the upper air or sit brooding, biting his fingers in frustration, and even to have capsized the vessel of the sun so that Urwendi tumbled into the sea, meeting a most strange and tragic end. It is clear from various notes that Ingil, also called Gil, who alongside Telimektar hunts Melko, is the same Ingil, son of Inwe, who raised the towers of Cortirion. This connection is detailed in the appendices concerning names. Here we find the most complete account of the myth of Orion touched upon in the tale of the sun and moon. There, too, is near Lúthien, the azure bee, a star that all may still behold in the autumn or winter sky, burning brightly near the feet of Telemektar, son of Tulkas, whose own story remains to be fully told. An older gnomish record offers a slightly different vision, stating that Gil ascended to the heavens and, in the likeness of a great bee bearing honey of flame, followed in Telemektar's wake. This seems a separate idea from the earlier notion that Ingil had simply returned long ago to dwell with Manwë in Valinor. The prophecy that Fionwe, son of Manwë, would ultimately be the doom of Melko out of his love for Urwendi, even to the point of destroying the world to vanquish his foe, echoes in other texts, such as the end of the Hiding of Valinor. It is likewise foretold that the hero Turambar would stand with Fionwe in that final catastrophic conflict. The elves clung to their own prophecies and hopes concerning a future rekindling of the magic sun, as recorded elsewhere. The chronicle continues, tracing longer ages. Gilfanan is now the eldest and most learned elf in Tol Eressëa, though he is not of the royal Inwe line. Thus, Merrill E. Torinki remains the Lady of the Isle. It is during this time that the traveller Eriol arrives. He first sojourns in Cortirion before journeying to Tavrobel to seek out Gilfanan, taking lodging in the famed House of 100 Chimneys, for this is the final requirement before he may drink of the mystical Limpe. Gilfanan instructs him to record all he has learned before partaking. After Eriol drinks, Gilfanan shares visions of what is to come. In his heart, though the elves hope otherwise, Gilfanan believes Tol Eressëa will one day become a home for mortals. He also speaks prophecies of the great end, the wrack of all things, and of the last battle on the plains of Valinor, where Fionwe and Tulkas will face Melko. Eriol ends his days in Tavrobel, yet in his final years he is tormented by a deep longing for the stark black cliffs of his own homeland, just as Merrill had foreseen. His completed book lies untouched in Gilfanan's house for countless ages of men, until it is taken up by a later compiler of the Golden Book, a descendant of the earliest fathers of men. Perhaps, the text muses, it would be better to have let Eriol himself witness these last events and finish the tale. Narrative hints at a rising of the lost elves against the orcs and other dark beings. The time is not yet ripe for the great faring forth, but the elves deem it necessary. With Ulmo's aid, they secure the help of the great whale Yuin, and Tol Eressëa is torn from its roots and drawn near to the great lands. Close to the headland of Rose, a bridge of enchantment is cast across the narrow sound. This act enrages Ossi, who mourns the isle he anchored so long ago, now adorned with his rare sea treasures. In his wrath, he tries to wrench it back, and in the struggle the western half shears away, becoming the separate isle of Ivarin, a lasting testament to a moment when the very foundations of the world were contested. The conflict, known as the Battle of Rose, saw the combined forces of the island elves and the lost elves clash with the armies of Nortar, Gongs, orcs, and a scattering of corrupted men. The elves were ultimately defeated, their sorrow so profound that they began to fade from the world. They withdrew to the sanctuary of Tol Eressëa, seeking refuge deep within its ancient forests. In time, others arrived upon the island's shores, men, followed by orcs, dwarves, gongs, and trolls, each leaving their mark upon the land. The presence of mortal beings proved especially draining to the elven spirit. They cannot thrive in air shared equally or outnumbered by mankind. As humanity grew in power and number, the fairies diminished, becoming ever more faint, small, and translucent, like wisps of mist, while men appeared larger, denser, and more solid. Eventually, most men lost the ability to perceive the fairies altogether. The gods now reside in distant Valinor, rarely venturing into the world, content to merely hold the destructive forces of nature at bay from humanity. They watch with deep sorrow, yet all remains under the ultimate authority of Ilúvatar. On a facing page, another account is scribbled, a great battle among men at the Heath of the Sky, roof near present-day Withered Heath, just a league from Tavrobel. It describes elves and the children fleeing across the rivers Grua and Aphros, with a poignant note, even now they draw near, and our grand story reaches its final chapter. This text was discovered within the ruins of a peculiar dwelling known as the House of 100 Chimneys. It reiterates that Gilfanan was the eldest elf on Tol Eressëa, though Merrill held the ceremonial title of Lady of the Isle. A shift in the narrative is notable here, for it is Gilfanan, not the earlier chronicler Aelios, who features in this late outline from the period of the Lost Tales. The account also emphasizes Eriol's experience drinking the mystical Limpi within Gilfanan's many-chimneyed home. This stands in contrast to earlier restrictions, as Lindo once told Eriol he could not offer him the drink, stating that only the Turinki had that authority for those not of the Eldar race, and partaking meant binding one's fate to the island elves until the great faring forth. Even the Lady Merole Turinki was stern when Eriol first begged for a taste, warning that to drink was to pledge allegiance to the Eldar against his own kin if war ever came, and to forever forsake any journey home, no matter how fierce the longing. In later writings, Eriol lamented this refusal to Lindo, who counselled patience, hinting Meryl's decision was not final. A marginal note in the author's hand cryptically adds, Eriol travels to Tavrobel. After Tavrobel, he drinks of Limpe. The outline poignantly states that in his final years, Eriol was indeed consumed with a desperate yearning for the dark sea cliffs of his homeland, just as Merrill had foretold she would on some lonely autumn day when the wind howled and a seabird cried overhead. Lindo's earlier mention of the Eldar's future journey to seek their lost kindred connects directly to references of a faring forth, the uprising of the lost elves against the orcs and Notar, and their presence at the Battle of Rose. The exact identity of these lost elves remains somewhat ambiguous, but in Gilfanan's own telling, the term encompassed all elves in the Great Lands, who had never beheld the light of Kor, whether they departed the waters of awakening or not, the scattered and hidden fairies of the world. This is likely the meaning intended here, painting a picture of a fragmented people awaiting a reunion that may never come. We must imagine that only the Eldar of Kor, known as the Exiles, and the Noldoli, freed from Melko's servitude, remained dwelling on Tol Eressëa. The faring forth was envisioned as the grand voyage launched from that island, aimed at delivering those who had never left the Great Lands. In the fifth account, we encounter the idea of Tol Eressëa being hauled back eastward across the ocean to the location of England. It literally becomes England. The Kenya Dictionary explicitly states that the fragment torn away by Osse, the Isle of Everin, is Ireland. The headland of Rose might correspond to Brittany. This passage also offers a precise description of the elves fading, their physical dwindling and growing insubstantiality until they turn transparent and unseen by the heavier race of men, eventually becoming a thing of disbelief. This fading is a cornerstone of the early mythology. The fairies, as men now dimly understand them, have reached this state. They were not always so. Perhaps most striking in this extraordinary text is the near-total retreat of the gods, to whom the Eldar are closest in nature. From the affairs of the world across the sea, they observe, for they feel sorrow, so they are not entirely indifferent to the deeds of men. Yet from this point onward they are profoundly distant, concealed in the west. Other elements from the fifth account, like the Golden Book of Tavrobel and the Battle of the Heath of the Sky Roof, will be addressed shortly. Next, I present a separate passage from Notebook C, titled Rekindling of the Magic Sun. Faring forth, the elves hold a prophecy. One day they will set out from tall Eressëa, and reaching the world, gather all their fading kin who yet linger there. Then they will march toward Valinor through the southern realms. This endeavor, however, can only succeed with the aid of men. Should men assist them, the fairies will guide those willing to Valinor. They will wage a mighty battle against Melko in the plains of Eramani and throw open the gates of Valinor. Laurelin and Silpian will blaze anew, the mountain wall will be broken down, and a gentle light will wash over all the world, allowing the sun and moon to be summoned home. But if men instead side with Melko and oppose the elves, it will bring about the wrack of the gods, the end of the fairies, and perhaps the final ruin of all things. A note on the facing page adds, were the trees relit, every path to Valinor would shine clear to follow. The shadowy seas would open wide and free. Then both men and elves would know the blessedness of the gods, and the halls of Mandos would stand empty. This prophecy clearly echoes in Vair's words to Eriol about the faring forth, when the roads to Valinor might be crowded with the children of men. Since the prophecy states the sun and moon will be recalled once the two trees shine again, the rekindling of the magic sun toasted in the cottage of lost play seems to refer to the trees relighting. Yet another citation suggests the phrase refers partly to the trees and partly to the maiden Urwendi in the tale of the sun and moon. Yavanna herself seems to distinguish the two ideas, telling the Valar that many ages must pass before they see the trees rekindled or the magic sun relit, a statement whose meaning puzzled them for a long time. A separate note concerning Arundel's periodic returns to Ker to check if the magic sun is lit remains ambiguous. However, in the following isolated note, the meaning becomes explicit. The rekindling of the magic sun signifies the liberation and re-arising of Urwendi herself, who was cast from her boat by Melko and imprisoned by the darkness of Moru, leaving only the moon enchanted. Since that day, the faring forth and the battle of Urumani would be her deliverance, setting the true magic sun ablaze once more. The disruption of the sunship by Melko and the subsequent loss of its radiant power is further mentioned in other writings, which note that Urwendi fell into the ocean and met her end. In the account of Melko's theft, it is recorded that the cavern where he conspired with Ungweliant later became the prison for the sun and moon. For the primordial spirit, Moru was in fact Ungweliant. The conflict at Eramani is also referenced elsewhere, and may be the same as the final prophesied battle on the plains of Valinor. Yet later passages reveal that the great faring forth ultimately failed, leaving those prophecies unfulfilled. No other texts mention the great whale Yuin pulling Tol Eressëa across the sea to the Isle of Ivarin, or the Battle of Rose. However, a remarkable and hastily scribbled document titled Epilogue survives, dealing with the aftermath of a great conflict among men at the Heath of the Sky Roof near Tavrobel. This epilogue begins with a brief note. Eriol escapes with the fading elves from the Battle of the High Heath, crossing the rivers Grur and Afros. These are presented as the final words of the Book of Tales, written by Eriol at Tavrobel before he sealed it. This fulfills an earlier suggestion that Eriol should witness the concluding events himself. Yet, a separate note indicates uncertainty even after the epilogue was written, pondering a prologue by a later compiler from Tavrobel who found Eriol's writings. The rivers, Grur and Afros, cited in connection to the battle, are the same waters mentioned near the Tower of Tavrobel in earlier tales. Scattered notes also refer to this conflict as the Battle of the Heaven Roof or the Battle of Dor Naideleth. The text of the epilogue reads, "And so the end of the fair times draws near, and all the beauty yet lingering on earth, mere fragments of the unimaginable splendor of Valinor, from whence the elven folk came long ago, now vanishes into smoke." Here lie a few tales, poorly remembered echoes of that magic and wonder between here and Eldamar, of which I have learned more than any mortal since my wandering feet first chanced upon this sorrowful isle, of that last battle upon the high heath under the vault of the wide sky, no other place beneath the blue folds of Manwë's cloak lies so close to the heavens, or is so grandly canopied, the grievous sights I witnessed I have told. Already the elves fade in their sorrow, the faring forth lies in ruins, and only Ilúvatar knows if the trees shall ever be relit while this world endures. But let's be honest, what a spectacular mess we've made of it all. I slipped away at evening from that ravaged heath, my path winding down the valley of the Brook of Glass. The sunset was smothered by the reek of fires, and the stream's waters were polluted with the grime of war. My heart turned bitter to see the good earth stripped bare by the wind, where the destroying hands of men had torn up the heather and fern only to burn them in tribute to Melko and their own lust for ruin. The places once thronged with bees humming all day among the gorse and whortleberries as they carried rich honey down to Tavrobel were now just ditches of stark red earth. Nothing sang or danced there any more, only unwholesome airs and pestilential flies held their grim revel. Now the sun set, and I arrived at that enchanted forest where once the timeless oaks stood strong among the younger beeches and slender birches, yet all had been felled by the careless axes of thoughtless men. Ah, here was the path worn with ancient spells, walked with melodies and magic that wove through the trees, and along this way the elves would ride to the hunt. Many times I witnessed them there, and Gilfanan was present too, and they rode like royalty to the chase, their faces in the sunlight as fresh as the dawn, the wind in their golden hair like the shimmer of bright blossoms at daybreak, and the powerful music of their voices like the ocean, like trumpets, and like the sound of countless violins and golden harps beyond number. I have also seen the people of Tavrobel under the moon, riding or dancing across the valley where the two rivers meet, and the grey bridge spans the converging waters. They moved as swiftly as if wrapped in dreams, sparkling with gems like morning dew upon the grass, their white robes catching the moon's lingering glow, and their spears trembled with silver flames. Yet now grief and shadow have fallen upon the elves. Tavrobel lies empty, all have fled, for the enemy camps upon the scorched heath, less than a league away, his hands red with elf blood and stained with the lives of his own kin, who has allied himself with Melko and the Lord of Hate, who has battled alongside orcs and gongs and the foul monsters of the world. Blind and foolish, he knows only destruction. The fairies' paths he has turned to barren roads where thirst lingers and no traveller offers greeting, each passing the other in grim silence. So the elves fade, and it will come to pass that, bound by the surrounding seas of this isle, and still more by their undying love for it, few will escape. But as men prosper there, growing complacent and ever more sightless, the elves shall diminish further, growing fainter, until those in later days mock, asking, "Who are the fairies?" Just tales told to children by foolish women or men, who are these fairies? And a handful will reply, fading memories, a ghost of vanishing beauty among the trees, a rustle in the grass, a glint of dew, a certain whisper in the wind. Fewer still will say, the fairies are now tiny and delicate. Yet we have eyes to see and ears to hear, and Tavrobel and Cortirion are still filled with gentle folk. Spring knows them, and summer too. In winter they remain among us. But autumn is truly their season, for they have fallen into the autumn of their days. What will the dreamers of the earth become when their winter arrives? Listen, my brothers, the little trumpets sound. We hear a music from instruments unimaginably small, like threads of wind, like half-seen visions. Gilfanan, Lord of Tavrobel, rides out tonight with his people, hunting the elfin deer beneath the fading sky. A melody of forgotten footsteps, a gleam among leaves, a sudden swaying of the grass, and wistful voices murmuring on the bridge. Then they are gone. But look, Tavrobel will forget its own name, and the whole land will be transformed. Even these words I write may well be lost, and so I set down the pen, and cease to tell of the fairies. Another text relating to these matters is the prose preface to Cortirion Among the Trees from 1915, which appears earlier, but is repeated here. Long ago, after the great wars with Melko and the fall of Gondolin, the fairies lived in the lonely isle. They built a beautiful city at the island's heart, surrounded by trees. This city they named Cortirion, both in memory of their ancient home of Cor in Valinor, and because it too stood upon a hill crowned by a great tall grey tower that Ingol, son of Inwer, their lord, had raised. Cortirion was a place of breathtaking beauty, beloved by the fairies, and it flourished with music, poetry, and joyous light. Yet the time of the great faring forth arrived, and the fairies sought to rekindle the magic sun of Valinor, an effort undone by the betrayal and faltering courage of men. Now the magic sun is extinguished. The lonely isle has withdrawn to the edges of the great lands, and the fairies are scattered across the world's vast, unwelcoming roads. Today men inhabit this diminished island, oblivious to and uncaring of its ancient glory. Still, a few of the Eldar and the Noldoli of old remain, their songs echoing along the shores of what was once the most radiant home of the immortal folk. To the fairies, and to me who knows that town and has often walked its altered paths, autumn and the falling leaves, seem the season when a human heart might, here or there, open at last. It is a time when an eye might truly see how far the world's state has fallen from the laughter and loveliness of ages past. Think on Cortirion and feel sorrow, but is there not also a glimmer of hope? We may now turn to the history of Eärl himself. The early ideas concerning this mariner who reached Tol Eressëa are, once more, only hinted at in outlines within a small notebook. Some of this material is too fragmentary to be of clear use. Among the earliest notes is a set titled Story of Eärl's Life, which included details not previously emphasized. Eärl was originally named Otter, but he took the name Wayfree, meaning restless wanderer, and lived his life upon the sea. His father was Eo, meaning horse, who was slain by his own brother Beorn in a great battle. Otter Wayfree eventually settled on the island of Heligoland in the North Sea, marrying a woman named Quen. They had two sons, Hengest and Horsa, destined to avenge their grandfather, Eo. But a profound sea longing, born from his lineage as a son of Eärendil, took hold of Otter Wayfree. After Quen's death, he left his young children behind. Hengist and Horsa would later fulfill their destiny, becoming powerful chieftains, while their father set sail to discover the unknown island of Tol Eressëa. There, restored to youth by the enchanted drink Limpe, also called Leith, he wedded Naimi, also known as Eadgifu, who was the niece of Vera. They had a son named Herenda. In a curious and unique digression, it is said that Eärl told the fairies of the gods, Woden, Unor, and Tiwu, the Old English names for Odin, Or, and Tyr. The fairies identified these figures with their own Manweg and Tulkas, and a third whose name is now sadly illegible. Eärl also adopted the name Angol. This connection is why the Engel, or the English, possess the true tradition of the fairies, in contrast to the garbled tales told by the Iras and the Waelas, the Irish and Welsh. Thus, a distinctly English fairy lore was born, held to be more authentic than any found in Celtic lands. The account of Eärl's marriage in Tol Eressëa is not mentioned again elsewhere, though his son Hyrenda appears in another link, noted as one who later translated a song of Meryl's maidens into the tongue of his people. A little more will be revealed about Hyrenda as this chapter unfolds. Accompanying these notes are a title page and a prologue that trails off after just a few sentences. The Golden Book of Hyrenda, also known as the Book of the Tales of Tavrobel, by Hyrenda of the Haywood. I have composed this volume using the writings my father, J.R.R., whom the gnomes called Angol after the lands of his origin, set down during his stay on the Sacred Isle in the age of the Elves. To these I have added many things he did not live to witness, though such matters are not yet ready to be told, for know this, here we see the Golden Book being assembled by Eärl's son, Hyrenda, which differs from an earlier note where the compiler was unnamed, and also from the epilogue where Eärl himself finished and sealed the work. As noted before, Angol refers to the ancient homeland of the English people before their journey across the North Sea. A genealogical chart accompanies the outline and aligns with it, presented in two nearly identical versions. The only variation is that one lists Beorn, brother of Eo, while the other gives Hasten of the Iron Shore. At the chart's end, a crucial connection is made. Hengest and Horsa, Eärl's sons by Quen in Heligoland, are grouped with Hyrenda, his son by Naimi in Tol Eressëa. Beneath their names is written, conquered the unstained isle, now called England, where the Anglesyn or English dwell. The term Seo unwimdig, the unstained isle, echoes an early poem of my father's composed in 1916, addressed to England under that same old English title. Following this, some jottings in the notebook draw clear parallels between locations in Tol Eressëa and real places in England. First, the name Cortirion is explained. The element cor stems from an earlier cor, and before that gor, which also gave rise to the gnomish form gwar. Thus, cor equals gwar, and Cortirion equates to Gormindon, a hypothetical form. The actual gnomish usage reversed the elements to Minden Gwar. Both Minden and Tyrion consistently meant tower, while the meaning of Cor or Gwar isn't specified here. Other sources link it to the round hill of Cor. The note continues, stating that in Welsh it would be Car Gwar, and in English, Warwick. Therefore, the war in Warwick shares an Elvish root with Cor in Cortirion and Gwar in Minden Gwar. It is further noted that Hengist's capital was Warwick. Horsa, Hengist's brother, is connected to Oxenford, the Old English name for Oxford with equivalents in Kenya as Turruktana and in Gnomish as Turruithorn. The third son, Hirenda, is said to have had his capital at Great Haywood, the Staffordshire village where my parents resided from 1916 to 1917. This location corresponds to the Kenya names Tavaros Se and Taurose and the Gnomish Tavrobel and Tavrost. It is described in English as the Wood of Towers, linking it poetically to the shores of the Western Sea from which his father originally came. A mention in the typescript text of wild men emerging from the mountains of the east, visible from a duke's tower, seems to place Ariel's homeland in a continental region at this stage. The only hint that this view might be questioned appears in an early poem with a complicated history, the texts of which are provided here. The earliest surviving versions of this poem show a work in progress. It was initially called The Wanderer's Allegiance, and there's little to suggest it was planned as a three-part piece from the start. My father later added handwritten subtitles to these drafts, breaking it into sections: Prelude, The Inland City, and The Sorrowful City, with the overall title seeming to be The Sorrowful City. He noted it was written March 16 to 18, 1916. The sole complete later copy bears the overarching title, The Town of Dreams and the City of Present Sorrow. Its three parts are labelled Prelude, Old English Forasang, The Town of Dreams, Old English Piet Slampenditun, and The City of Present Sorrow, Old English Seo Wependeberg. This version is dated March 1916, Oxford and Warwick, rewritten Birmingham, November 1916. The Town of Dreams refers to Warwick on the River Avon, while the City of Present Sorrow is Oxford on the Thames, as experienced during the First World War. There is no discernible connection here to the figures of Eriol or the Lost Tales. Prelude, in times now lost to memory, my forefathers arrived. From generation to generation they settled deep into the land among the apple orchards and the water meadows, across the sweeping fragrant plains with their tall grasses. Countless summers they witnessed, seeing yellow fires of iris bloom among the bending reeds and watching seas of spring blossom in walled gardens across the great champagne turn to golden harvest. There, daffodils beneath the orderly trees nodded in the breeze each spring, and the laughter of men was deep and long, their happy work songs blending into evening drinking songs. Sleep came easily to the drone of bees swarming over cottage gardens piled high with blooms. In their love for the sunlit goodness of those days, their lives flowed on, rich and measured in settled hours, but that was an age ago. They sing no more, nor do they reap or sow. And I, a restless wanderer, have been compelled to dwell a while in many a town across this isle. The town of dreams. Here, in this cherished town of old forgetfulness, many days once slipped past me with a gentle touch. Here, utterly wrapped in dreams, I slept long and heard no echo of the world's anguish through the rustling of the elm's lavish leaves, while the Avon, gurgling over its shallows, wove an unending melody. Mornings and evenings slid down its waters until autumn arrived, much like the gold leaves that then drip and flutter, till the dark river gleams with drifting jets of flame that slowly float far downstream beyond our sight. For here the castle and its mighty tower, loftier than the tiered elms and greyer than the long rains of November, sleep on no sunlit moment, no triumphal hour, nor the passing of the seasons or the sun itself can rouse their ancient lords, lain too long in slumber. No watchfulness troubles their splendid dream, even as laughing radiance dances down the stream. Whether cloaked in snow or lashed by windy rains, or when March whirls the dust about the winding lanes, as the elm robes and disrobes herself of a million leaves like moments clustered in a crowded year, still their old heart remains unmoved. It neither weeps nor grieves, utterly uncomprehending of this evil tide, today's great sadness or tomorrow's fear. Faint echoes fade within their drowsy halls like ghosts. The daylight merely creeps across their walls. The city of present sorrow. There lies a city set far distant in a valley carved in forgotten days, where the grass grew wider and lofty elms were more sparse. The very sense of the river lay heavy in the lowland air. There many willows altered the look of earth and sky, where feeding brooks wound in by sluggish paths, and along the banks of the sailing Thames, around his broad, aged bosom their old stems were bowed. Subtle shades lay upon his streams, where their grey leaves, drooping over silver pools, knit a coverlet like shimmering jewels of blue and misty green and filtering light. O aged city of an all too brief sojourn, I see your clustered windows, each one burning with the lamps and candles of departed men. A quiet, persistent rain began to fall as I walked those streets, a cold drizzle that seemed to weep for the lost voices in every hall, mocking the idea of a sanctuary in memory. The present sorrow was not just in the war, but in the stark, unyielding silence where life and debate once thrived. Yet from this grim recognition came a hardened resolve, a clarity that the past must be honored not by mere dreaming, but by the steadfast heart that endures. The misty stars form your crown, the night itself your gown, and in your most enchanting magic you hold my heart captive. Memories of bygone days stir to life once more. Familiar mornings break anew, or shadowed evenings carry the same twilight sounds drifting from the city. You contain the very essence of yearning and joy, and in my dreams my spirit often dances through your grand grey avenues, or slips down a narrow, lamp-lit alley after dark, no longer dwelling on other cities it has known, briefly setting aside the tree-encircled fortress and the dream town where song has fallen silent. For your heart understands, and you weep many tears for all the grief of these troubled times. Your countless spires and intricate towers are illuminated by echoes and the shimmering glow from many choirs of ringing bells, stirring faint visions of majestic eras that the windy years have scattered down distant paths. And within your halls your spirit still sings melodies of old remembrance amid your present sorrow, or voices a hope for days to come, tinged with sadness and many fears. Listen, though laughter no longer echoes along your streets, while war untimely claims your many sons, no wave of evil can submerge your glory. You stand robed in solemn majesty, the stars your crown in other draughts. The city of present sorrow is treated as its own piece, beginning with O aged city of an all too brief sojourn. This version is shorter, concluding after the line, thinking no more of other cities it has known, with forgetting for a while that all men weep, it strays there happy, and to thee it sings, no tide of evil can thy glory drown, robed in sad majesty, the stars thy crown. It was initially titled The Sorrowful City, but later renamed using an adapted line from Beowulf, the hall of feasting empty, the resting places swept by the wind, robbed of laughter. Separately, The Town of Dreams appears in two manuscripts as an independent poem, subtitled An Old Town Revisited in one. The main title was later changed to The Town of Dead Days. Finally, there is a two-part poem titled The Song of Ariel, found across three manuscripts with minor revisions. It tells how Ariel composed a song by the Tail Fire, recounting his wandering feet that eventually found the lonely isle and its fairest town, Cortirion. Part I in forgotten times. The forefathers of my family arrived, taking root from sun to sun among the orchards, the river meadows, and the long grasses of the fragrant plain. They witnessed many summers kindling yellow fires of flag lilies among the bending reeds, and saw many seas of blossom turn to golden fruit within the walled gardens of the broad countryside. There daffodils nodded among the orderly trees in spring, and men laughed heartily, singing cheerful tunes as they worked, often ending the day with a drinking song. Sleep came easily to the hum of bees swarming around cottage gardens piled with blooms in their love for the sunlit goodness of the days. Their lives flowed richly in settled hours, but that was long ago. Now they no longer sing, nor reap, nor sow, and I, a restless wanderer, have dwelled a while in many a town across this isle. Part 2. Wars of Great Kings and the Crash of Armies, whose countless swords and spears were as numerous as stalks in a wheat field, swept over the great lands. The seas roared with navies, their consuming fires burned fields and towns behind the advancing armies. Cities were sacked and crumbled or made into flaming pyres where treasuries and crowns, kings and their people, their wives and gentle maidens were all consumed. Now silent are those courts, ruined the towers, whose ancient shapes slowly fade, and no footsteps pass beneath their shattered gates. My father fell upon a crimson field, and my mother perished in a siege that starved the land. I was taken captive, and in my chains I heard the vast ocean's endless call, a sound that made my very soul cry out for the shadowed western shores from which my mother's people had journeyed long before. I shattered my bonds and fled, crossing desolate valleys and lifeless plains until the spray of the western sea wet my feet and its ceaseless thunder. The crash, the hum, the roar filled my ears until I could hear nothing else. Yet that was an age past. Now I am familiar with these sombre bays and nameless swells, these twilight capes and fog-shrouded island chains, all the treacherous straits and briny desolation that lies between this enchanted isle and the coasts I once called home. A later annotation on one manuscript of The Song of Ariel places its composition in Easington during 1917 and 1918. It is likely the poem's second part was written there and joined to the pre-existing first section. The verse offers scant concrete narrative, only echoing the familiar contours of the tale. A father lost to a bloody battle as wars of mighty kings swept the great lands, a mother claimed by famine during a siege, and the son's captivity, escape, and eventual journey to the Western Sea. The fact that the initial portion of the song also served as a prelude to verses about Warwick and Oxford might suggest the castle with its towering keep above a river, which Eriol describes to Veanne, was again Warwick. I find this unlikely. Beyond the logistical challenge of accommodating an assault from the mountains of the east visible from the Duke's Tower, it is evident the original three-part poem was split, its prelude repurposed, so the narrator's father's sires became those of Eriol. Yet certain potent imagery remained both dominant and malleable. The great tower of Ariel's homeland would indeed transform into the tower of Cortirion, or Warwick, as the mariner's story was fundamentally reshaped. The evolution of this poem reveals more clearly than anything the intricately tangled root from which the entire legend sprang. Reflecting on my father's return to Oxford in 1925, Humphrey Carpenter notes, he undertook extensive revisions, deciding to set aside the original seafarer Eriol and rename him Ulfwine, meaning elf friend. While Eriol was temporarily supplanted, he resurfaces in the first proper Silmarillion manuscript of 1926 and early annals of Valinor from the 1930s credit translations made in Tol Eressëa to Eriol of Lúthien, that is, Elfwine of the Angelsin. For this earlier period, however, it is reasonable to treat the two names as representing distinct narrative threads, the Eriol story and the Elfwine story. The name Allwine is tied to a new conception emerging after the Lost Tales. This mariner appears as Elfwine in a later unrealized revision plan for the entire work. The crucial distinction is this: in the Elfwine conception, Tol Eressëa is no longer identified with England, and the tale of the lonely island being drawn back across the ocean has been set aside. England remains central to this later vision, now called Luthany. The sailor, Ulfwine, is an Englishman voyaging west from Britain's shores, though his role is greatly reduced. In earlier writings, he reached Tol Eressëa before the calamity known as the Faring Forth, and either he or his descendants witnessed the island's ruin during the invasion of men and their dark allies. In one version, he was even the cause. In these later outlines, however, he arrives only after all that sorrowful history has concluded. His purpose is merely to listen and to write. Now I turn to several brief and cryptic passages written on separate slips but clearly from the same period. Elfwine of England lived in the southwest. He was descended from Ing, the king of Lúthien. His parents were killed by sea raiders, and he was taken captive. He had always loved the fairies, for his father had shared many stories with him, including the traditions of Ing. He manages to escape and then sails the northern and western seas. He encounters the ancient mariner and begins his quest for Tol Eressëa, the unblemished isle where most of the unfaded elves have withdrawn from the noise, war, and clamour of men. The elves welcome him warmly, especially once they learn his identity. They name him Lúthien, the man from Lúthien. To his astonishment, he finds his own ancient English tongue spoken on the island. The ancient mariner had appeared earlier in a story Ariel told to Vean, and more will be said of him later. Elfwine of England arrives at Tol Eressëa, where most of the fading elves have retreated from the world and ceased to fade further. There is a description of the harbour on the southern shore. The fairies greet him kindly upon hearing he is from England. He is surprised to hear them speak the language of Alfred of Wessex, though among themselves they use a sweet and unfamiliar speech. The elves call him Lúthien because he comes from Lúthien, a name meaning friend and friendship. Eldoros, or Elfham, he is escorted to Rose, their capital. There he finds the cottage of lost play and meets Lindo and Veyr. He tells them who he is and where he comes from, explaining that traditions of his lineage, the kin of Ing, drove his long search for the isle. He pleads with the elves to return to England. This plea begins as an explanation of why they cannot, the series of stories known as the Book of Lost Tales. In this passage, Elfwine becomes more firmly placed in English history, seemingly an 11th century man of Wessex, yet, as before, he is of the kin of Ing. The capital of the elves on Tol Eressëa is not Cortirion, but Rose, a name now used quite differently from earlier when it referred to a promontory of the Great Lands. The shift in how the name Lúthien came to be applied so differently later to Lúthien Tinuviel remains unclear. Another note from this period offers a completely different explanation. Lúthien or Lucian was the son of Telumectar. Ulfwine loved the constellation of Orion and would make its sign, hence the fairies called him Lúthien Wanderer. There is no other mention of Ulfwine's special connection to Orion, or this interpretation of the name Lúthien, suggesting an idea my father did not pursue. It is useful here to include the opening passage from the second scheme for the Lost Tales, which plainly belongs to the same period as these other Ylfwine notes, when the tales had been written as far as they ever would be within their original framework. Ylfwine awakens on a sandy beach. He listens to the sea, which is far out. The tide is low and has left him. Ylfwine meets the elves of Rose and discovers they speak the speech of the English in addition to their own sweet tongue. The reason they do so lies in the history of elves dwelling in Lúthien, and their journeys to and from that land clothed and fed. He begins his journey along the island's blossoming paths. The narrative continues, noting that on a summer evening Ulfwine arrived at Cortirion. This detail marks a departure from an earlier version, where his destination was Rose, their capital, the location of the cottage of lost play. Here, the name Rose appears to take on another meaning, perhaps as a title for Tol Eressëa itself. From there, he is guided to Ylfham, or Elfhome, also called Eldos. There, Lindo and Vere share with him a vast history, the creation and ancient shape of the world, the nature of the gods, and the tales of the elves of Valinor. They speak of lost elves and of men, of the gnomes' great travail, and of Eärendil. They recount the faring forth and the subsequent loss of Valinor, describing this event as a disaster that led to a war with wicked men. This forced a retreat to Lúthien, where Ingwi ruled as king. They tell of the deep home thirst that plagued the elves, driving the majority to seek a way back to Valinor, and of the tragic loss of Elwing during these voyages. They explain how the Solosimpi and other groups established a new refuge on Tol Eressëa, and how, with a perpetual sorrow, elves continually depart the mortal world to journey there. To grasp this passage, one must understand a crucial shift. The faring forth here does not refer to the later failed expedition from Tol Eressëa to rekindle the magic sun. Instead, it denotes the original march of the elves from Kor to the Great Lands, an event that itself caused the loss of Valinor. The reason for labelling this march a disaster is not entirely clear, but it seems intrinsically linked to the ensuing war with evil men, a conflict hinted at in other fragments of the legend. This creates a narrative fork. In the earlier Ariel story, after the march from Kar, the elves simply departed the Great Lands for Tol Eressëa. In this Elfwine version, the war with men leads first to a retreat to Lúthien, where Ingwer was king. Only later does a partial exodus from Lúthien to Tol Eressëa occur, with Elwing's loss happening on one of these fraught voyages. Consequently, the dramatic faring forth of the Ariel tale, where Tol Eressëa is drawn physically to the Great Lands, fades from history, remembered only as a forgotten prophecy and a wistful hope. The core structural difference can be simplified. In the Ariel story, the march leads to war, then a direct retreat to Tol Eressëa. Ariel himself sails from the North Sea to reach it. In the Elfwine story, the march called the Faring Forth leads to war, then a retreat to Lúthien under Ingwe. From Lúthien, many elves later depart for Tol Eressëa. Elfwine, for his part, sails from England to find the island. This outline, of course, omits the rich history of Lúthien, which the following sections explore. The name Lúthien itself means friendship, and Lúthien means friend. It was the sole land where men and elves once lived through an age in genuine peace and affection. For a time after the coming of Ing's sons, the elves there flourished anew, and their longing to flee to Tol Eressëa subsided. It is from this deep bond that Old English became the only mortal tongue an elf will deign to speak to a human who knows no Elvish. Elfwine of England, whose parents were slain by fierce seamen ignorant of the elves, was a devoted lover of the fair folk, particularly those who lingered along the lonely shores. He yearned to find Tol Eressëa, the whispered retreat of the fairies, and after a perilous voyage, he succeeded. The fairies there called him Lúthien, the friend. From them he learned the entire chronicle of the world's making of gods and elves, of the complex saga of elves and men, all the way down to the final departures for Tol Eressëa. He learned how the grand faring forth came to nothing, forcing the fairies to seek refuge in Albion, also named Lúthien, the Isle of Friendship, a land that would later endure 7 invasions. The arrival of men to the land of Lúthien brought a time of discord, as the different peoples clashed and the presence of the fairies began to diminish. This fading continued until the elves, following the incursion of the Roomhoth, finally set their course westward across the sea. Notably, the men of the 7th wave, known as the Ingwaiwa, proved far more amicable toward the elder race. Their founder, Ingwer, alongside the figure of Erendel, had dwelled in Lúthien in an age before it was an island, until the sea god Osa drove them eastward, an event that planted the seeds for this later, friendlier invasion. All those who traced their lineage back to Ing held a natural affinity for the elves because of this bond. The elves who remained in Lúthien communicated with these men using the ancient language of the English. This tongue was later carried by some who journeyed to the lonely isle of Tol Eressëa, where it is still understood. Thus, any who wished to speak with the elves but lacked knowledge of the elvish speeches must converse in that ancient English language. The concept of the faring forth reappears here, echoing its earlier use regarding the fateful march from the city of Kor. That first exodus was labelled a disaster, and here it is said to have ultimately come to naught. This presents a puzzle, for it is difficult to reconcile that description with the fact that it led directly to the binding of the dark power Melko and the liberation of the enslaved Noldoli. These notes also mark the first emergence of the idea of the 7 invasions of Lúthien. One of these was by the Roomhoth, also called the Romans, while the 7th and final wave was that of the Ingwaiwa, who uniquely bore no hostility to the elves. A word must be said about the name Ing also appearing as Ingwe or Ingwaiwa that threads through these passages. Its use, much like the later introduction of the legendary brothers Hengist and Horsa, clearly ties the mythology to the ancient legends of the English people. Delving into the murky scholarly debates about English and Scandinavian origins, however, serves little purpose here. References like the Roman term Inguiones for the Baltic peoples, the Old English name Ingwine, meaning friends of Ing, or the enigmatic figure Ing from the Old English runic poem. Ing was first seen by men among the East Danes until he departed eastwards over the waves. His car sped after him, are shadows in the historical mist. The connection between my father's Ingwer and this legendary Ing is certain and obvious, but it seems his intent was primarily to weave an association with known traditions, using the evocative words of the runic poem as inspiration. The matter is tangled further by the way the names Ing and Ingwer intertwine in these notes, without clear distinction. Ulfwine was of the kin of Ing, king of Lúthien, yet the elves retreated to Lúthien where Ingwer was king. The elves prospered anew after the coming of the sons of Ing, and the Ingwaiwa as the seventh invaders were more friendly, while Ingwe himself founded the Ingwaiwa. This name is undoubtedly linked to the Ingweones, and the invasion of the Ingwaiwa just as certainly represents the Anglo-Saxon settlement of Britain. So are Ing and Ingwe one and the same? Within this specific material, it is almost impossible to see them as separate. Whether this ancestral king is to be equated with Inwo, whose son was Ingil from the earlier lost tales, is a thornier question. A connection seems likely, especially given that the name Inwo was originally written as Ing in a prior manuscript. Yet it is baffling to define, for Inwo of the Lost Tales is an elder of Kor, a high elf, while the Ingwo of this Ilfwine narrative is a man, a king of Lúthien, and the ancestor of a mortal line. In earlier outlines, it was even said that Ing, king of Lúthien, was descended from the first men, Erman and Elmir. The account continues with further details concerning Ing, sometimes called Ingwer, and the people known as the Ingwaiwa. It is told how Ing, in his old age, sailed away into the western twilight. Mortal men believe he went to join the gods, but in truth he dwells upon the lonely isle of Tol Eressëa. There he waits, destined one day to guide the elves back to the land of Lúthien when the great faring forth occurs. He long ago prophesied that his own kin would eventually return and possess Lúthien, holding it until the elves themselves came again. The history of Lúthien is one of repeated sorrow. 7 times the land was invaded by men. With each new war, the elves who remained grew more faded and withdrawn, and each wave of men loved them less than the last. This culminated with the coming of the Rumoth, who did not even believe the elves existed. Under this disbelief, the elves were driven to flee, so that for 300 years the isle was nearly empty of their kind, save for a hidden few. It was only at the 7th invasion that the descendants of Ing's children finally returned to reclaim their ancestral home. In earlier ages, Ingwer had drunk the sacred limpe from the elves and reigned for long years in Lúthien. It was to this now deserted shore that Arundel came, seeking the elves and finding them gone. Ingwo gave him aid, though he was not permitted to join Arendel's voyage. In gratitude, Arundel blessed all of Ingwe's progeny, declaring they would become the mightiest sea rovers the world would ever know. This blessing, however, drew the wrath of Osse, the Maya of the coasts. In his longing for the elves and driven by Osse's enmity, Ingwe set sail with a host of his folk to find Tol Eressëa. Osse raised storms against them, blowing their ships far to the east where they were utterly wrecked. Ingwer alone was rescued, clinging to a raft. He came among the tribes of the east, the Angali, Uti, Saxani, and Firisandi, who together became known as the Ingwaiwa. To them, this immortal half-divine king taught much lore concerning the elves and the gods, so that a fragment of true knowledge lingered only among that folk. He stirred their hearts with a yearning for the sea and the west, teaching them magic and the craft of shipbuilding. After a long reign, Ingwe one day set sail alone in a small boat, and was never seen again, a poignant, mysterious end for a figure caught between worlds. This narrative intertwines with the older tales of Eärendil, shifting his refuge to Lúthien and connecting Osse's famed enmity directly to the origin of the Ingwaiwa. The structure shows Ingwe as king of Lúthien, giving shelter to Eärendil after the elves' departure. His failed quest west leads him east, where he fathers the people who would, generations later, fulfill his prophecy by invading Lúthien from across the North Sea. Lúthien's significance is deep-rooted. It was from these shores that the elven tribes first embarked on the Lonely Isle for their ferrying to Valinor at the end of the great journey from Pallasor. It was also the landing point for the faring forth, and the place from which many later sailed with Elwing seeking Tol Eressëa. This explains why it is said Ingwe and Eärendil dwelt there before it was an isle. Other fragments hint at the channel that came to separate Lúthien from the Great Lands, mentioning an isthmus cut by the elves in their fear of men after Ingwe's departure, and of the white cliffs where the silver spades of the Teleri once laboured. The elves would later speak to Ælfwine of Lúthien's ancient days, of its cities like Cortirion and Tavrobel. They told how the fairies dwelt there for 100 ages before men ever learned to build boats to cross the channel, which is why they say a mighty magic lingers still in its silent woods and lonely hills, a ghostly echo of a world that has passed away. In Tol Eressëa, the elves gave new names to many locations, echoing the places of their former home in Lúthien. This act speaks to their enduring hope for a second faring forth, a dream to one day return to Lúthien and restore its lost glory by replanting the sacred trees of magic. Yet this grand hope hinges not on elvish power alone, but on the hearts of the men of Lúthien themselves, for the elves must first find a way back to those shores. This mention of a second faring forth clearly aligns with earlier references, though the prophecy has shifted. No longer is it just about a return, but about a literal rebirth of the trees in that mortal land. The tale then turns to Ælfwine, who, by Ulmo's grace, finds himself upon the shores of Tol Eressëa. To his wonder, the island appears as a vision of his own homeland, wrapped in the serene beauty of a blissful dream. The elves who greet him understand his origin and swiftly send him on to the city of Cortirion. It's a curious parallel to older lore, where Cortirion was an elvish city built in Tol Eressëa, later renamed Warwick when the island was drawn east to become England. In this newer narrative, however, the foundations are flipped. The original Cortirion was in Lúthien all along. The Cortirion that Ælfwine visits is but a namesake, a nostalgic echo built after their home in Lúthien. This creates a fascinating reversal. First, a city in Tol Eressëa that became part of England. Second, a city in Lúthien that inspired a copy in Tol Eressëa. Piecing the story together, it begins with the first faring forth, the march of the elves from Cor into the Great Lands, where they landed in Lúthien and suffered the loss of Valinor. After wars with hostile men, they retreated to Lúthien, then under the rule of King Ingwe. Longing for the west, many elves sailed back over the sea to settle Tol Eressëa, though Elwing was lost in the attempt. A poignant detail of a storm-tossed voyage where her ship was seen no more. In their new island home, they memorialized Lúthien in their place names. Later, Eärendil sought refuge in Lúthien with Ingwe, fleeing the wrath of Osse. He bestowed upon the king the drink of Limpe and blessed Ingwe's lineage before departing, an act that somehow drew Osse's enmity onto Ingwe himself. Determined to find the elven haven of Tol Eressëa, Ingwe set sail with many of his people. Osse's hostility led to shipwreck, yet Ingwe survived, drifting far to the east. There he became king of the Ingwaiwa, the forebears of the Anglo-Saxons. He taught them the true lore of the gods and elves, and stirred in them a yearning to sail west, prophesying their eventual return to Lúthien. His own final fate is ambiguous. He either departed in a small boat, never to be seen again, or mysteriously succeeded in reaching Tol Eressëa after all. After Ingwe left Lúthien, the land was cut off by a new channel, becoming an island, though men still found ways to cross. The ensuing ages saw 7 invasions, including that of the Rumhot, the Romans. With each conflict, more of the remaining elves fled across the sea. Yet, the 7th invasion, led by Ingwe's own people, the Ingwaiwa, was different. They were not foes, but kin coming back to their own. In this reunited England, the elves flourished once more, no longer feeling the pull to leave for Tol Eressëa, and they spoke freely with the newcomers in the tongue of Old English. Ulfwine was an Anglo-Saxon Englishman, a descendant of Ingwer, whose family traditions had passed down to him both knowledge of and affection for the elves. He eventually reached the island of Tol Eressëa, where he discovered that Old English was spoken, and the elves there named him Lúthien, meaning friend, and called him the Man of Lúthien, the Isle of Friendship. I present this not as definitive fact, but as the most coherent way to assemble these scattered fragments into a unified narrative. Even so, it must be acknowledged that achieving this apparent consistency requires a certain stretching of the evidence. For instance, the relationship between the Ingwaiwa and Ingwer is portrayed inconsistently. They are described as the sons of Ing, his kin, and the children of Ing, yet Ingwer also appears as a king and teacher to North Sea peoples who had no known ties to Lúthien or the Elves. Over whom, then, did he rule when the Elves first withdrew to Lúthien? Furthermore, fitting the 100 ages the elves supposedly dwelled in Lúthien before the invasions of men began into the broader scheme, proves exceptionally difficult. These notes clearly represent my father thinking aloud with his pen, exploring divergent narrative threads. One senses a bubbling cauldron of ideas and possibilities, swiftly replacing one another, from which no single stable story core can be cleanly extracted. A perfect, seamless solution is therefore almost certainly an impossible goal. And this reconstruction is likely as contrived as the earlier attempt with the Ariel story. Yet here, as before, I believe this outline effectively captures the general direction of my father's creative thought during that period. There is scant indication of how the Elfwine story was to proceed after his time in Tol Eressëa. The mariner's role, as noted, was primarily to learn and record ancient tales. Nearly all we can glean comes from a single slip of paper which states Ulfwine drank of the Limpe, yet still yearned for his homeland, and so returned to Lúthien there. He was then consumed by an unquenchable thirst for the elves, leading him back to ancient Tavrobel, there in the House of the 100 Chimneys, where a descendant of the pine of Beren still grows. He dwelt and composed the Golden Book. Connected to this is a proposed title page, the Book of Lost Tales and the History of the Elves of Lúthien, the Golden Book of Tavrobel, the very book Elfwine wrote and placed in the House of 100 Chimneys at Tavrobel, where it remains for those who might find it. These details are intriguing. Tavrobel the Old must refer to the original Tavrobel in Lúthien, after which the Tavrobel in Tol Eressëa was named, just as Cortirion on the island was named for Cortirion or Warwick in Lúthien. Consequently, the House of the 100 Chimneys, along with the Pine of Bellerin, was evidently to be relocated from Tol Eressëa back to Lúthien. Presumably, my father intended to revise those framework passages in the Lost Tales that mention the house in Tavrobel, unless he envisioned a second identical house in the newer Tavrobel on Tol Eressëa. Lastly, a noteworthy entry from the Kenya dictionary is relevant here. Palmer Kuluinen, the Golden Book, the collected book of legends, especially of Ing and Erendel. In the end, from all these ambitious projections, my father only fully developed and polished the story of Elfwine's youth and his voyage to Tol Eressëa. To that work I now turn. But first, it is useful to gather the previously examined passages that relate to it. In the opening link to the tale of Tinuviel, Ariel recounted that many years ago in his childhood, his home was in an old town of men, surrounded by a now crumbled wall, with a river flowing beside it, over which a castle with a great tower loomed. My father hailed from a seafaring people, and, though I had never laid eyes on the ocean, its call was deep within my blood. He nurtured that longing with stories passed down from his own father. My mother perished during a brutal and starving siege of our ancient town, and my father fell in a desperate battle defending its walls. In the aftermath, Ariel fled to the shores of the Western Sea. He later recounted his wanderings among the western harbours of shipwrecks on distant islands, until on one desolate shore he found shelter with an aged sailor. Within that solitary cabin, by the fire's glow, The old man whispered strange tales of realms beyond the western seas, of enchanted isles, and one that lay in utter solitude. From that day forward, Ariel said, I sailed the western isles with a new hunger, seeking more such lore, and so it was, by the grace of the gods, that after many great journeys I came at last to Tol Eressëa. In another telling, the town of Ariel's youth was ruled by a powerful duke. From the highest tower, which was said to be the loftiest in all the lands of men, he could survey his vast domain, bounded only by the distant blue shapes of eastern mountains. The town's ruin came from wild men from the mountains of the east. Later, a boy named Ossir insisted to Ariel that the ancient mariner by the lonely sea was none other than Ulmo himself, who often appears in such guise to favoured voyagers. But Ariel remained sceptical. Evidence suggests this tale of his youth was not originally set in England. Shifting to the later Ulfwine narrative, we learn he lived in southwestern England. His parents were slain by sea pirates or fierce men of the sea, and he was later driven from his home by the Normans. His voyages also included an encounter with an ancient mariner. He arrived at the harbour of the southern shore of Tol Eressëa and awoke upon a sandy beach at low tide. The final narrative that emerged, perhaps to the reader's relief, completely dispenses with the earlier figures of Ingwe and the Ingwaiwa, Elfwine of England. This work exists in three forms. The first is a brief plot outlined under 500 words, termed here Elfwine A. The second is a more substantial narrative titled Elfwine of England, composed in 1920 or later, as it was written on scraps of paper that included letters dated February of that year. The third text began as a neat ink copy of the second, but evolved into a significant rewrite, introducing much new material and later emendations. Though untitled in the manuscript, it is clearly the same work, for clarity. The first full version is called Ulfwine I, and its rewrite Ulfwine Thu. The relationship of Ulfwine A to these is ambiguous, as it shares elements with both. While my father clearly had Ulfwine I before him when writing Ulfwine II, he likely consulted Ulfwine A as well. What follows is the complete final text of Elfwine II, incorporating all notable emendations and important variations from the other texts. There was a country known as England, an island in the west. Before it was fractured in the wars of the gods, it stood as the westernmost of all the northern realms, gazing out upon the vast ocean once named Garsek by ancient peoples. The portion that was broken away became Ireland, known by many other names, and its inhabitants do not enter this story. The Elves named all that land Lúthien, a name they still use. In Lúthien alone remained the greater part of the fading companies, those holy fairies who had not yet departed the world, beyond the horizon of mortal understanding, to the lonely island or to the hill of Tuin upon the bay of Faery that laps the western shores of the god's own kingdom. Thus, Lúthien remains a sacred land where an enchantment not found elsewhere lingers in many corners of the isle. Near the heart of that island stands a town ancient in the reckoning of men, yet far older in the memory of elves. Since this is a book of the lost tales of Elfiness, it shall be called by its elvish name, Cortirion, which the gnomes know as Minden Gwr. Upon the hill of Gwr in the days of the English lived a man named J.R.R. He had journeyed there from distant parts, from the southern forests of the island and from the enchanted west. Though of English folk, he had wandered long in those far regions. The Prince of Gwr in that age was a lover of songs and no foe to the elves, who lingered most of all in those lands around Cortirion, a place they called Alalminori, the land of elms. It was to seek this prince and the company of the fading elves that J.R.R the singer came, for he was a known elf friend. Though J.R.R was of English blood, the tales say he wed a maiden from the west, from a land some later called Lyonesse, or which the elves name Ivadrian, the coast of iron. J.R.R found her in the lost lands beyond Beleriand, from whence the elves would sometimes set sail. For a long time, J.R.R knew joy in Minden Gwr. But then the men of the north came, whom the island's fairies named Forodwaith, but whom men called by other names, marching against Gwr in days when they laid waste to nearly all of Lúthien. Its walls could not hold, and its towers could not withstand them forever, though the siege was long and bitter. There, in those evil and hungry days, Eadgifu died, for so J.R.R. had named his western bride, though it was not her name before. J.R.R. himself fell before the walls, even as he sang a song of ancient valour to lift the hearts of the defenders. That final desperate sally failed. His son, Elfwin, was left a fatherless boy. The sack of the town that followed was merciless. Only whispers of its former glory remained. The elves, who had grown fond of the English of the Isle, fled or hid themselves for a long age. None were left in the old halls to mourn the fall of Oswine, Prince of Gwar. Elfwine, he whom the unfaded elves beyond the waters of Garseg would later name Beren of Lúthien, which is to say Elfwine of England, was taken as a thrall by the fierce lords of the Forward Waith. His boyhood knew only hardship, yet here a wonder occurred. Elfwine had never known nor laid eyes upon the sea, but he heard its great voice speaking deeply in his heart. Its murmurous choir sang ever in his secret ear, in the space between waking and sleep, filling him with a restless longing. This was the magic of Eadgifu, his mother, from the west. This same unquenchable yearning had been hers all the days she dwelt in the quiet inland places among the elms of Minden Gwar, and it was amid the very heart of her longing that Elfwine was born. The foam riders, the elves of the sea marge whom she had known in Lyonesse long ago, had sent messengers to his birth, a secret blessing upon the child of the shoreless heart. Now Eadgifu had passed beyond the edge of the world, her beauty resting without ceremony in Minden Gwar, while Dior's harp made no sound. Elfwine, however, toiled in servitude until he neared manhood, his mind filled with visions and a deep yearning, and on rare occasions he spoke with the elves who remained hidden. This longing for the sea grew so fierce, it finally drove him to shatter his chains. Braving immense dangers and enduring many hardships, he fled to regions untouched by the lords of the Forward Waith, far from Dior's old haunts in Minden Gwar. His path turned ever south and west, as if his feet were guided by some unseen force. Elfwine possessed, to a degree, the gift of elven sight, a rare blessing in those fading days of the elves, and one even rarer now. The people of Lúthien were less diminished then, and on his journey he witnessed many fair companies of them. Some still lived and danced in that land as they always had, but far more was seen wandering slowly with heavy hearts toward the west. Behind them, the country was aflame with war, its homes stained with blood and sorrow, a testament to the bitter strife among men. This was not the first time Lúthien had been seized by men from men. There had been 7 such takings, and perhaps more would follow. People from every corner of the earth coveted that island for its beauty and the lingering magic of the elves among its trees and along its pale shores. Yet with each conquest, more of the ancient dwellers, the folk of Lúthien, turned westward. They gathered ships at Beren in the west and sailed away forever, beyond the horizon of human knowledge, leaving the island diminished, its leaves a little less vibrant. Still, it remained the place richest in the lingering presence of the elves. It is said that only when the fierce early men, newly enslaved to darkness and hostile to the elves, first entered that land, did a greater fleet of elven ships and white-winged vessels ever sail toward the sunset than when the powerful men of the south first set foot upon the soil of Lúthien, men whose lords ruled from the mighty city both elves and men called Rum, though the elves alone knew it as Magbar. These days it is more the weary spirits of a later age than acts of outright cruelty that prompt the little folk to depart. Time and again, a small ship raises its anchor from Beren at dusk, its sweet, mournful song lost forever to the waves. Even in Elfwine's time, many laden ships with elven sails departed those shores for good, and he had many companions, seen or half-glimpsed, on his westward road. He finally reached Beren and washed his tired feet in the cold grey waters of the western sea, its immense roar filling his ears. In the twilight, the faint shapes of elvish boats sailed past, and many voices from their decks called farewell to him. But he could not board those delicate vessels, and they denied his pleas. They would not permit even one beloved among men to travel with them past the edge of the west or to discover what lies far out upon Garseg, the vast and boundless ocean. The few men living near Beleriand were fishermen, and Elfwine stayed a long while among them. With a natural inclination for such things, he learned all a man could about ships and the ways of the sea, finding a strange peace in the rhythm of the tides and the smell of salt and tar, a stark contrast to the dreams of escape that had once consumed him. He cared little for his own life, charting courses across the ocean far wider than most men, even those who were skilled sailors. In the end, few dared to join him, save for the fatherless Elfia, who remained his companion on every venture until the final one. Once journeying far into the open sea, he was first becalmed in a dense fog, then driven helplessly by a powerful eastern gale. In the dawn's light, he glimpsed islands on the horizon, but shifting winds swept him away before he could reach them. Only his stubborn fate allowed him to see the dark shores of his homeland again. Unsettled by this safe return, he resolved in his heart to sail even further west another time, believing without proof that he had seen the fabled magic isles from the songs of men. He found it difficult to gather companions for such a journey. Not everyone is eager to chase a setting sun or brave treacherous seas in a thirst for the undiscovered. He eventually found 7, the finest mariners then in England, whom Ulmo, Lord of the Sea, later claimed for his own, their names now lost to memory, all except Elfia. A tremendous storm struck their ship just as the islands of Ilfwin's Longing came into view, and a massive wave crashed over the deck. Ilfwin was torn from the ship and swallowed by the waves. Regaining consciousness, he saw no sign of the vessel or his friends, finding himself instead lying on a sandy bed within a steep-walled cove. The island was dark and profoundly empty, and he knew then these were not the magic isles of which tales were told. Wandering the long, gloomy beaches for what felt like ages, he came upon the rotting hulls of many shipwrecks. Some were ancient vessels of great size, while others still held their treasure. At last, on the far shore, he found a lonely cabin facing west, constructed from the upturned hull of a small boat. An ancient man lived there, and Elfwen felt a tremor of fear upon seeing him, for the man's eyes were as deep and unfathomable as the sea itself. His long beard a mix of blue and grey, he was of great stature, wore shoes of stone, and was clad entirely in tangled rags, seated beside a small fire of driftwood, in that strange hut by an empty ocean. Ilfwine stayed for a long time, having no other shelter or counsel, convinced his ship was lost, and his comrades drowned. But the old man grew kindly toward him, questioning Elfwine about his journey, his origins, and where he had hoped to sail before the storm took him. Beside that smoky fire in the evenings, Elfwine heard many tales previously unknown to him, strange stories of wind-harried ships and harbourless tempests in forbidden waters. He learned how the true magic isles still lay a great voyage ahead, standing as a dark and secret guard at the very edge of the world. Beyond them, the waters of Garseg grow calmer, and there begins the twilight of the latter days of fairyland. Further on, at the confines of the shadows, lies the lonely island, gazing east toward the magic archipelago and the lands of men, and west into the shadows from which one might glimpse far off the outer land, the kingdom of the gods, the aged Bay of Faery, whose glory has now faded. From there the world slopes steeply past the rim of things to Valinor, which is God-home, and onward to the wall and the edge of nothingness where the stars are sown. Yet the lonely isle belongs neither to the great lands nor to the outer land, and no other island lies near it. In his stories, the aged man called himself the Man of the Sea. He spoke of his final voyage before being wrecked upon this outer isle, telling how, before a west wind claimed him, he had glimpsed from afar, cradled in the deep, the twinkling lanterns of the lonely isle. At this, Elfwine's heart leaped within him, though he said to the Ancient One that he could not hope to secure another brave ship or find new comrades. The old man merely smiled, a cryptic twist to his lips, and tossed another piece of driftwood onto the fire, its sparks flying up like tiny, defiant stars against the encroaching dark. But the Man of the Sea spoke. "Look, this is one of the harbourless isles, a ring of lands that pull all vessels toward their hidden rocks and shifting sands. They were placed here at the hiding of Valinor to keep men from sailing too far upon Garseg and glimpsing sights not meant for their eyes. As you might guess, little timber for ship or raft grows upon these shores, yet I may still help you leave this grasping place. One morning, after a night of terrible storm, Evwyn walked the eastern beach, staring at the many sad wrecks. He was searching, as he often did, for any trace of his own lost ship from Beleriand. The storm had brought a new wreck, a large, well-made vessel of the kind the Forodwaith people favoured. It was driven far up on the treacherous flats, its great dragon-headed prow still glaring defiantly at the land. As the tide began its slow crawl over the sands, the man of the sea waded out, carrying a timber like a young tree. He showed no fear of the tide or the quicksand, walking until the yellow water rose to his shoulders near that carved prow. From a distance, Elfwine watched in awe as the old man, with sheer strength alone, heaved the entire ship free from the sand's grip. Once it floated, he pushed it before him, swimming with powerful strokes in the deepening water. At this, Elfwine's fear of the Ancient One returned, and he wondered greatly what being this could be. The ship was soon grounded on firmer sand, and the swimmer strode ashore, his mighty beard and hair tangled with strands of seaweed. When the tide retreated, the man of the sea told Ælfwine to examine the new wreck. Inside, he found 9 dead men who had not perished long ago. They lay at the bottom, staring at the sky. One among them, by his garb and bearing, was clearly a chieftain. His hair was white with age, and his face pale in death, yet he still looked proud and fierce. "They are men of the north, Forodwaith," said the man of the sea. "Hunger and thirst took them. Last night's storm threw their ship here, where the hungry sands would have slowly swallowed it, had fate not decided otherwise." "You speak truly," replied Ælfwine, a hard edge entering his voice. "And I know that white-haired one well. He is the one who slew my father. I was his thrall for long years. Men called him Orm, and love for him I had none." A bitter, almost sarcastic laugh escaped him. What a fitting end for such a proud warrior to be conquered not by a sword, but by mere thirst on a forgotten shore. "Then let his ship be the one to carry you from this harbourless isle," the old man said. It was a gallant vessel of a brave man, for few folk now have such a heart for sea adventure as these Forodwaith. They press ever into the western mists, though few live to bring back tales of what they see. So it was that Ælfwine escaped beyond all hope from that island. The man of the sea served as his pilot and steersman, and after a few days they came to a land little known. The folk dwelling there are a strange people. None know how they came to be in the west, yet they are counted among the kindreds of men. Their land lies on the outer borders of the regions of mankind, further toward the setting sun than the harbourless isles, and further north than the isle where Ælfwine was cast away. They are marvellously skilled in building and sailing ships and boats of every kind, yet they seldom journey to the lands of other folk, and they busy themselves little with commerce or war. The Ethlings, known to men as the children of the waves, find their greatest joy upon the ocean. They build their ships not from necessity, but from a deep passion for the craft and the sheer thrill of sailing. Constant flotilla surrounds their island home, its waters perpetually dotted with white sails, whether under a gentle breeze or a raging gale. Their favourite pastimes involve fierce competitions, pitting vessels of incredible speed against one another, whether driven by wind or by banks of long oars. They also take pride in contests of endurance, deliberately seeking out the most violent storms to test the seaworthiness of their creations, and the storms around their iron-bound coast are legendary. Save for a single sheltered harbour in the north, it is through these trials that their shipwright's skill is proven. The Elves name their island Eneadur and its people the Shipmen of the West. Ælfwine and his mysterious pilot were welcomed warmly at the bustling northern quays. It was clear to Ælfwine that the man of the sea was no stranger here. The islanders treated him with profound awe, obeying his requests as if they were royal decrees. His astonishment deepened when, moving through the crowds, he was reunited with 2 sailors he believed had been lost to the deep. He learned that all 7 of his English crewmates had survived the wreck of their ship on the southern Black Cliffs, which occurred soon after the night the sea had claimed him. At the ancient mariner's urging, the islanders swiftly began constructing a new vessel for Ælfwine and his men. As he refused to travel further in Orm's ship, The timbers were cut, as the old sailor had specifically requested, from a sacred grove of enchanted oaks far inland, surrounding a high place sacred to Ulmo, Lord of the Sea. These trees were rarely felled. A ship made from this wood, the man of the sea explained, may itself be lost, but those who sail in it shall not perish on that voyage, though they may well find themselves cast upon shores they never imagined. Once the ship was ready, the Ancient One bid them board. Joining Ælfwin's company was Beor of the Whitelings, a man of peerless seamanship who, unlike most of his kin, often felt the pull to sail far beyond any Adur to the west, north, or south. A crowd of Yeathlings gathered on the shore of the sheltered cove where the ship had been built, a rare spot on that cliff-ringed island protected by a rocky bar with only a narrow opening, with a theatrical flourish that seemed almost sarcastic for such a solemn moment. The old sailor placed his hand on the prow and chanted words of power granting the ship the ability to part unknown waters, find hidden harbors, and land on untouched beaches. The vessel had twin rudder paddles in the whistling style, and he blessed each one to steer when human hands grew weak, to rediscover lost courses, and to follow stars even when they were veiled from sight. Then, without ceremony, he turned and walked away, the crowd parting silently before him. He climbed to a high pinnacle on the cliffs, paused for a heartbeat, and then leapt far out into the sea, vanishing in a tremendous explosion of foam where the great breakers crashed against the rock. Ælfwine, stricken, cried out, "Why was he so weary of life? My heart grieves that he is dead." The Yeathlings around him only smiled, a knowing, infuriatingly calm reaction. When he pressed a nearby islander, demanding, "Who was that mighty man? You clearly know him," he received no answer. Instead, they pushed the stout timbered vessel out into the open sea. The sun was dipping toward the mountains of Valinor beyond the western walls, and Ælfwine would wait no longer. Soon her pale canvas was a distant speck, catching a breeze from the shore, glowing crimson in the dying sun's last light. The voices of her crew carried old English melodies across the empty swells of the western ocean until the sound faded entirely for those left watching on the beach. Night fell, and from the shores of Eniadar that sturdy vessel was never seen again. Thus began the mariner's long, strange, and perilous journey, a tale whose fullness remains untold. Their adventures among the western archipelagos, the wonders and perils they met in the Magic Isles and on uncharted seas, are not for this telling. We speak only of their voyage's end when, after weary years at sea and with spirits worn thin, they faced a bleak and cheerless day. The air was still, the sky a low ceiling of cloud, and a steady grey rain fell. Nothing could be seen ahead of their ship's prow as it drifted, slow and hesitant over long, lifeless waves. That very day they had pledged would be their last, the final attempt before turning homeward, if the fates allowed, unless some wonder or sign of hope appeared. Their courage was spent. Behind them lay the Magic Isles, where 3 of their company slept an enchanted death upon dim shores, their heads on white sand wrapped in sea foam and the ancient spells of Eglavain. All their travels since had been fruitless. Ever had the winds driven them back without a glimpse of the elvish isle they sought. Then spoke Elfia at the helm. "Now, Ælfwine, the hour we vowed is upon us. Let us do as the gods and their winds have long wished, cease this heart-weary quest for a nothingness, a fable in the void, and turn homeward if the gods will it toward our own hearths." And Ælfwine agreed. The wind died then, leaving not a breath from east or west, and night crept slowly over the sea. But then a gentle breeze arose, soft and from the west. Just as they prepared to set sail for home, one of the crewmen suddenly cried, "Wait, this air is strange, full of scented memories." They all stood still, breathing deeply. The mists parted before that tender wind, revealing a slender moon riding tattered clouds, and soon behind it 1,000 cool stars pricked through the darkness. "The night flowers are opening in fairy," said Ælfwine. "And look," said Beor, "the elves are lighting candles in their silver dusk." All gazed where his long arm pointed past their dark stern. For a moment no one spoke, struck with wonder. Deep in the western gloaming lay a blue shadow, and within it, Countless glittering lights began to appear, more and more twinkling into view, until 10,000 points of shimmering radiance sparkled far off, as if a dust of self-luminous jewels, like those Faranor once made, had been scattered across the ocean's lap. Then that, said Elfia, is the harbour of the lights of many hues, spoken of in oft-ignored tales back in our homelands. Without another word, they ran out their oars, swung the ship around with haste, and pulled toward that undying shore. They had come so near to abandoning it just when it was almost won. The long row felt brief as they drove the water strongly behind them, while the long night of Furry held and the horned moon of Elfiness sailed above. Then music came very gently over the waters, laden with an unimagined longing. Elfine and his comrades leaned upon their oars and wept softly, each for his heart's half-remembered wounds, for memories of fair things long lost, and for the thirst in every child of men for a flawless loveliness they seek, but never find one. Among them spoke, his voice low with wonder. It is the harps that thrum now, and the songs they sing are of fair and forgotten things. The windows that look out upon the endless sea are all alight. Another added, their violins, strung with sorrow, lament the ancient woes of the earth's immortal folk. Yet there is a strange joy woven through the melody. Then Ylfwine cried out, "Ah, but I hear it, the horns of the fairies, shimmering through enchanted woods. It is the very music I once, in a dream of my youth, half heard beneath the great elms of Minden Gwar." Even as they spoke, lost in this shared vision, the moon withdrew behind a veil of cloud. The stars were swallowed, and a mist, thick as forgotten years, drew across the shore. Sight and sound faded until all that remained was the distant sigh of surf upon the pebbles of the lonely isle. Then the rising wind snatched even that faint whisper away. Yet Elfwine stood transfixed, his eyes wide and unseeing. With a sudden, wrenching cry, he leaped forward into the dark and waiting sea. The waters that closed over him were not cold, but strangely warm, a kindly embrace that seemed to welcome him home. To his companions, it was as if his cry shattered a dream. A fierce wind, as if summoned, filled their sails, tearing them from that place. They saw him no more, driven back with hearts broken by a regret so deep it was a physical ache. For a time they glimpsed pale elven boats, perhaps beating a path home to the haven of many wheeze, and they called out in desperate hope. Only the wind's mockery answered them, faint echoes carrying no guidance. None would ever lead them to the land of their desire. After a great and weary time, they at last wound back through the tangled maze of their long voyage, casting anchor at last in the haven of Belerion as aged and way-worn men. In later years, all they had witnessed seemed but a mirage, a fantasy born of hunger and the sea's own spells, save to Bior of Eneda of the shipfolk of the West. He never doubted, and among the descendants of these sailors there stirred many a restless, wistful spirit, men who would, in their turn, pass beyond the rim of earth without need of boat or sail. Yet while life lasted, they never abandoned the sea, and in the end the sea covered them all. The narrative concludes here with no further trace of continuation, though it strongly suggests Elfwine of England was intended as the start of a complete reworking of the lost tales. Determining precisely when this second Ylfwine text was written is a matter of some interest. The manuscript's handwriting distinctly differs from the rest of the lost tales, yet it likely followed the first version after no great interval. The initial draft probably dates no later than 1920. At the end of this section, two brief suggestions were jotted down. First, that Ylfwine be recast as an early pagan Englishman who fled to the west, and second, to remove the Isle of the Old Man entirely, having all characters shipwrecked instead on Eneadur, the Isle of the Wiflings. This latter change would have meant abandoning the poignant image of the foundered ship pushed ashore by the man of the sea on the incoming tide and the dead Vikings lying abottom gazing at the sky. In this particular narrative, where the early magic of the elves is most intensely felt, in the sailor's vision of the lonely isle beneath the horned moon of Elfiness, Ælfwine remains rooted in ancient English legend. His father is J.R.R. the minstrel. This name finds its origin in the Exeter Book. a great Anglo-Saxon manuscript containing a short poem of 42 lines, now titled J.R.R. It is the lament of a minstrel displaced in his lord's favour by a rival bard named J.R.R. Drawing comfort from examples of great legendary misfortunes, the poem ends each stanza with a steadfast refrain, Peas off a road, This's swa meag. My father held that it meant, time has passed since then, this, too, can pass. From this ancient verse, both Deor and Hirenda entered the tale. In the narrative known as the Eriol story, Hirenda is presented as the son of Eriol and his wife Naimi, born on the lonely isle of Tol Eressëa. He is later connected to the legendary figures Hengist and Horsa during the conquest of that same isle, eventually making his home in England at a place called Tavrobel. It seems unlikely that my father's characters, Deor the minstrel of Cortirion and Hirenda of Tavrobel, share more than their names with the figures from the Old English poem, though those names were certainly chosen with purpose. He was captivated by the fragment of a story, even if, as one scholar dryly noted, its autobiographical claim was merely a convenient frame for listing heroic tales. In fact, during his Oxford lectures on Beowulf, he would occasionally bestow a name upon the anonymous poet, referring to him as Hirenda. The other Anglo-Saxon names woven into the narrative, Orswine, Prince of Gwar, Eadgifu, Ulfia, likely carry symbolic meaning in their components, but they don't forge a deeper historical link. For instance, Oswine blends God and friend, while Eadgifu combines blessedness and gift. The Forodwaith are clearly meant to represent Viking raiders from Scandinavia, and the Norse name Orm, given to a deceased ship captain, fits this setting perfectly. Yet all this serves as a historical backdrop, a stage setting that borrows atmosphere rather than factual structure. The core concepts of 7 invasions befalling Lúthien, later called Lútheny, and the gradual fading and westward retreat of the Elves remained central. However, while earlier outlines positioned the Ingwewa or Anglo-Saxons as the 7th invaders, this version presents the Viking incursions as descending upon the English themselves, a telling line. Nor was that the last of the takings of Lúthien by men from men, strongly hints at the Norman conquest still to come. The geographical details within the tale are particularly intriguing. An early curious mention attributes the breaking away of Ireland to the warfare of the gods. Since the Ælfwine story does not include the episode of Tol Eressëa being drawn back eastward, this reference must point to a different cataclysmic event, perhaps the first faint hint of the great drowning of Beleriand at the close of the Elder Days, though I have found no direct link between the harbour of Beleriand and that lost region. In this tale, Cortirion, also called Minden Gwar, is Cortirion the Old, the original Elvish settlement in Lúthien, for which the city on Tol Eressëa was later named. Similarly, the name Alal Minore, used for the surrounding region akin to Warwickshire, was presumably given anew to the central lands of the Lonely Isle. Considering the islands scattered across the Great Sea, the description in Ælfwine of England aligns with earlier geographical accounts. These describe many lands and islands before reaching the enchanted barrier of the Magic Isles, beyond which lies Tol Eressëa. Further west begin the shadowy seas, dotted with the Twilight Isles that mark the beginning of the outer lands. Tol Eressëa exists in a unique space, belonging neither to the outer lands nor the great lands isolated far out in the ocean, where no other land is visible from its cliffs. To this schema, Ælfwine of England adds the perilous archipelago of the Harbourless Isles. This original sequence moving west from Harbourless Isles to Magic Isles, then the Lonely Isle, and finally into the shadowy seas with their Twilight Isles, was later rearranged in the broader legendarium. When the hiding of Valinor took place, the Enchanted Isles were established, their surrounding seas becoming a realm of shadows and confusion. These islands formed a chain like a vast net stretched across the shadowy seas from north to south, a barrier before any mariner could reach Tol Eressëa, the Lonely Isle, by sailing west. Few ships could navigate the perilous channels where waves endlessly sighed against dark, mist-shrouded rocks. In that perpetual twilight, sailors were overcome by a profound weariness and a deep loathing for the ocean. Any who dared to set foot upon those shores found themselves entrapped. falling into a slumber that would last until the very change of the world. The concept of these isles draws heavily from the older legend of the Magic Isles, which were placed in a great ring to guard the Bay of Faerie during that same hiding. It was said that none who stepped upon them ever returned, instead becoming ensnared in the nets of Oinan, the Lady of the Sea, and plunged into an ageless sleep by Lórien. They would lie upon the wave's edge, not drowned, but locked in an unfathomable rest, their limbs washed by the dark waters. In one account, 3 of Ælfwin's companions met this fate, sleeping upon dim strands with their heads pillowed on white sand and clad in foam, bound by the ancient spells of Eglavain, a name that likely means Elfiness. Yet the Enchanted Isles also share traits with the Twilight Isles, existing in a similar gloom within the shadowy seas, and with the Harbourless Isles far to the east, which served an identical protective purpose. One can't help but marvel at the sheer bureaucratic efficiency of it all. Here were the Valar, faced with a security problem, and their solution wasn't a simple no trespassing sign or a sternly worded decree. No, they went for full theatrical production, an archipelago of bewilderment complete with sighing waves, mandatory naps, and a permanent twilight filter. It's the ultimate gated community, with a landscaping budget that apparently included several seas and a few thousand years of magical ambience. Who needs walls when you can have a metaphysical hazard that induces existential seasickness? Beyond these mystical geographies lies the puzzling matter of the world's edge. Texts speak of the world sloping steeply beyond the rim of things toward Valinor, to the very wall and the edge of nothingness where stars are sown. This rim is elusive. It might refer to the great mountain wall from later cosmologies, or more likely to the horizon itself, the limit of mortal knowledge. There are mentions of the dead passing beyond the rim of earth and of Tuor's boat dipping over the world's rim. Another cryptic reference describes the sun sinking to the mountains of Valinor beyond the western walls, a phrase difficult to reconcile with earlier tales, unless it hints at the sun's passage through the door of night. Notably, there is a suggestion that elves sailing west from Lúthien might, on rare occasion, pass beyond the lonely isle and find a way back to Valinor, a thread of hope in the narrative. Finally, woven throughout these last chapters is a recurring theme. The perceived diminutiveness of the elves, a quality often mentioned but never fully explained, adding another layer of mystery to their enduring legend. In the early lost tales, it is noted that the elves of the elder days possessed a greater physical stature than those of later times. For instance, in the Fall of Gondolin, it is written that the earliest men were shorter than those of the present, while the children of Elfiness were taller. A similar idea appears in an outline for the tale of Gilfanon, stating that men and elves were once nearly of a height, with the fairies being far larger and men smaller than they are now. Another passage observes that men and elves were formerly of comparable size, though men were always somewhat larger. Yet other references imply that the ancient elves were naturally of a somewhat slighter build. This diminishing of elvish stature in later ages is directly linked to the rise of humankind. As men spread and prospered, the elves of the great lands began to fade. Their stature waned as that of men increased. As men grew more powerful and numerous, the fairies became small, tenuous, and faint, almost transparent, while men became larger, denser, and more substantial. Eventually, most men lost the ability to see them at all. The most vivid description of these fully faded elves is found in the epilogue, which paints a haunting scene. Like strands of wind or mystic half-transparencies, Gilfanon, Lord of Tavrobel, rides out with his folk to hunt the elfin deer under a paling sky. There is only a music of forgotten feet, a gleam of leaves, a sudden bending of the grass, and wistful voices murmuring on the bridge before they vanish. However, according to texts related to the later Ælfwine version, the elves who had departed Lúthien for Tol Eressëa were unfaded, or had ceased to fade. These passages describe Tol Eressëa as a refuge where most of the unfaded elves withdrew from the noise, war, and clamour of men, a place where they faded no more. Ælfwine of England similarly speaks of the unfaded elves beyond the waters of Garseg. In a curious contrast, when Eriol arrived at the cottage of lost play, the doorward told him that the dwelling was small, and those within were smaller still. All who entered must be very small indeed, or willingly become as little folk upon the threshold. This notion of the cottage and its inhabitants being peculiarly tiny on an island otherwise inhabited by elves is rather odd. Had my father ever rewritten the cottage of lost play, he likely would have abandoned this detail. Even at the time of Elfwine, too, he seems to have been moving away from the idea that faded elves were diminutive, as suggested by his rejection of the word little in phrases like little folk and little ships. In the end, the elves shed all traits commonly considered fairy-like. Those who remained in the great lands in later unconceived ages were to grow immensely in stature and power. There was nothing filmy or transparent about the heroic and majestic Eldar of the Third Age of Middle-earth. Much later, my father wrote with clear irritation about a pretty or ladylike depiction of Legolas, emphasizing instead that the elf was tall as a young tree, lithe and immensely strong, capable of swiftly drawing a great warbow to shoot down a Nazgul. Endowed with the tremendous vitality of elvish bodies, so resilient that he traversed rock and snow in light shoes, he was the most tireless of all the fellowship. This concludes my presentation and examination of the early writings concerning the mariner who reached the Lonely Isle and learned the true history of the elves. I trust I have convincingly shown the curious and complex evolution of my father's vision regarding the significance of Tol Eressëa. When he first sketched out the synopsis, the mariner's journey to the island of the elves was already taking shape, though his voyage began in the east and the lonely isle he sought was England. This was not yet the England we know, not yet situated in its familiar seas. As the entire concept evolved, England endured as Lúthien or Lúthien, the quintessential elvish realm. To the English sailor, Tol Eressëa, with its meadows and thickets, its rookeries nestled in the elms of Aluminori, felt like a reflection of his own homeland, a land the elves had lost to the arrival of men. It was in truth a distant re-embodiment of elvish Lúthien across the ocean. These ideas would later recede from the expanding mythology, yet Elfwine left his indelible imprint on its pages before he, too, vanished from the tale. Much here remains open to interpretation, but I believe these early fragmented notes deserve to be brought to light. Though abandoned as narrative frameworks and likely forgotten, they reveal enduring truths about my father's inner world, truths he never forsook. These words were penned in his youth, when elvish magic still clung powerfully to the woods and hills of Lúthien. Yet in his later years all that wonder had departed, sailing west over the sea, and a final curtain fell for the Eldar of legend and verse. It was as if a vibrant living tapestry had faded to a mere memory, leaving behind only the echo of songs once sung beneath different stars. This passage delves into the origins of names within the legendarium, treating them initially as mere sequences of sound. Examples include Koa from H, Rider Haggard's She or Rohan, and Moria as referenced in a 1967 letter. The author explicitly downplays the importance of this external history, the real-world process of selecting these phonetic combinations before they were woven into the narrative. He argues that the effort to document or speculate on this process far outweighs any value in the results. These spoken forms begin as simple auditory shapes. Only when placed into the constructed linguistic context of the story do they acquire meaning and significance, derived entirely from that fictional situation and the nature of the tale itself. To search for overt or hidden meanings by tracing the sources of these sound combinations would be a complete illusion. The situation is further muddled by the existence of extremely rough, nearly illegible narrative outlines where the mariner is named Elfwine, yet key components of the earlier Ariel story remain. These are considered an intermediate, though profoundly obscure, stage of development requiring extensive space to properly unpack and discuss, and so are set aside here. It is worth noting that when The Fall of Gondolin was read to the Exeter College Essay Club in 1920, the mariner was still called Ariel. The preparatory notes for that event contain the curiously vague remark that Ariel lights by accident on the lonely island. In these texts, the land is named Lúthien, not Lúthien, though one outline makes a distinction. Ulfwine of England, whom the fairies after named Lúthien, friend of Lúthien, friendship, Interestingly, at its first appearance in one manuscript, the name Lúthien is penciled above Lúthien, a name that would later title the Great Lay of Beren and Lúthien Tinuviel. The mariner's wife, given the Old English name Edgifu in this context, serves as an equivalent for Naomi, whom Ariel wed in Tol Eressëa. One passage describes the land's beauty, referencing that king of the Franks that was in those days the mightiest of earthly kings, a possible allusion to Charlemagne, though the specific reference remains untraced. The only clue to Elfwine's era is the invasion of the Forodwaith Vikings. The narrative also touches upon conflict, with an original mention of Melko later amended to evil. It describes a time when the ancient men of the south from Mysilgerd, the heartless town, set their mighty feet upon the soil of Lúthien. This name, Mysilgerd, modernized as Mikliard, is an Old English construction modeled on the Old Norse Mikligarða for Constantinople. This hints at a peculiar implied hostility from the Romans toward the Elves of Lúthien, including a disbelief in their very existence, adding a layer of historical friction to the mythological frame. The term, little often used in the Elfwine I manuscript to describe the fairies of Lúthien and their vessels, was initially kept in the Elfwine II draft before being removed. In this section, however, the word appears twice, possibly by oversight. A later correction changed fairy to elvish. The sentence beginning "save Elfwire" was a later addition to Elfwine II and does not appear in the earlier version. The entire narrative up to this point in both Elfwine I and O is summarized more concisely in the Elfwine A outline. It tells of Elfwine of England, later named Lúthien by the fairies born to Deor and Eadgifu after their city is burned, his father slain, and his mother perishing. Elfwine becomes a captive of the winged helms. He escapes to the western sea, sails from Beleriand, and undertakes vast journeys, driven by childhood tales from his mother about the Western Isles. The Elfwine I version originally stated, "But 3 men could he find as his companions, and Osse took them unto him." This was altered to name Niorth instead of Osse, and then entirely rewritten, "Such found he only 3, and those 3 Niorth after took unto him, and their names are not known." Here, Niorth is equated with Ulmo. The Elfwine A account diverges, noting, "He espies some islands lying in the dawn, but is swept thence by great winds. He returns with difficulty to Beleriand. He gathers the 7 greatest mariners of England. They sail in spring. They are wrecked upon the isles of Elfwine's desire, and find them desert and lonely, and filled with gloomy whispering trees." This conflicts with Elfwine I and O, where Elfwine is cast ashore alone, though it aligns with I in giving him 7 companions instead of 3. A detail hinting this figure was Ulmo can be found in another text, which describes him as shod with mighty shoes of stone. In Elfwine A, the islands were indeed filled with gloomy whispering trees. From the Man of the Sea's declaration, "Lo, this is one of the ring of harbourless isles," through the episode of the foundered Viking ship and its captain Orm, the slayer of Ælfwine's father. There is no parallel in Ælfwine I. That version simply states, "But that man of the sea aided him in building a little craft, and together, guided by the solitary mariner, they fared away and came to a land but little known." For the fuller Ælfwine a narrative of this event, see the relevant note. In one instance in Ælfwine I, the name Withlings, from Old English "ide," meaning wave, appears with the Old English plural ending as Withlingas. The phrase "shipman of the West" is an emendation from an earlier term, Enithrim. This brings to mind a line of alliterative verse concerning a ship thrust away to voyage gladly valiant timbered. The episode on the island of the Withlings is told more briefly in Ælfwine I, though in similar wording, omitting several later details, like the cutting of timber in a grove sacred to Ulmo and the Man of the Sea's blessing of the ship. The key structural difference is that in Ælfwine II, Ælfwine reunites with his 7 original companions among the Withlings and sails west with them and Beor, a Withling. In contrast, Ælfwine I states the companions drowned, and he found 7 new sailors from among the Withlings with Beor not mentioned. The plot outline Ælfwine A continues the story from the shipwreck of Ælfwine and his 7 companions on the Isle of the Man of Sea, differing from the other versions where he arrives alone, as follows. They explore the island and discover many decaying wrecks, some from great ships laden with treasure. Eventually, they find a solitary cabin built from old shipwood beside a desolate shore, where dwells a solitary, strange old mariner of dreadful appearance. He speaks of the harbourless isles, where enchanted rocks pull ships from their courses, a safeguard placed during the hiding of Valinor to keep men from venturing too far upon the Garth edge. Here, he explains, the very trees possess a deep magic. From him they learn countless wonders of the western realms, and their thirst for adventure grows fierce. He assists them in felling sacred trees from the island groves to construct a marvelous ship, showing them how to provision it for an immense journey, including that special water which never dries save when courage fails. With a spell for discovery and bold quests, he blesses the vessel, then dives from a cliff into the sea. They wonder if this was North, the Lord of Waters himself. For years they voyage among strange western islands, gathering eerie tales of the belt of magic isles that few ever pass, of the trackless ocean beyond where the winds almost always blow from the west, and of the twilight's edge where a far-glimpsed isle stands with its glimmering haven. When they finally reach that magic island, 3 of the crew fall under an enchantment, slumbering deeply upon the shore. The others beat about the waters in despair, for each time they gain headway westward, the wind shifts and drives them back. At last they vow to turn for home at dawn if nothing changes. The day breaks chill and dull, and they lie becalmed, peering uselessly through a curtain of pouring rain. This telling stands apart, for it makes no mention of the Withlings, and it is from the harbourless isle that Ulfwine and his 7 companions launch their long western voyage. It echoes the first version in naming Niorth, yet it hints at the second with the detail of cutting holy trees for the ship. In the first account, the character Aelfir does not appear. His lines are given instead to one Gelimer, a name borrowed from a 6th century Vandal king. There is a curious twist in how the first version concludes rather than leaping into the sea. Elfwine returns with his men to Beleriand, never reaching Tol Eressëa at all, leaving the world feeling empty for him and his kin, a legacy of restless souls. The author seemed set to follow this same ending in the second version, but then struck it out, having Elfwine plunge overboard instead, a sudden, unexplained change of heart. As night falls in this later account, a faint breeze rises and the clouds part. They hoist sail to depart, when suddenly, low in the dusk, they see the many lights of the Haven of Many Hues twinkling into view. They row toward it, hearing sweet music, but a mist swallows the vision. The others, rousing themselves, call it a hunger-born mirage, and with heavy hearts prepare to sail home. Ulfwine, however, plunges into the dark water and swims until he is overcome, feeling death envelop him. His companions sail away and vanish from the tale. The sentiment, as one held, was that from one grief you move on, and from this too you can move on. Beneath the words of later tales, long routes stretch echoes of elves, passing westward through evening woods, leaving Middle-earth and its troubles behind. When Sam Gamgee spoke of such things, Ted Sandeman dismissed it as nothing new if you believed the old stories. The structural paths of these 3 versions of Elfwine's tale diverge and converge. In the earliest, he sails from Beleriand and sees islands in the dawn. In the first full version, it is much the same. In the second, his companion Aelfir is named. In the early fragment, he sails again with 7 mariners, is shipwrecked on the Isle of the Man of the Sea. Yet all survive, a detail that shifts in the later tellings. Ylfwine's journey is marked by stark variations in his company and fate across the different texts. In one version, he begins with only 3 companions, emerging as the sole survivor of a shipwreck. In another, he sets out with 7, later finding himself alone on the Isle of the Man of the Sea, grieving their supposed loss. The nature of his alliance with the Man of the Sea also shifts. Sometimes the mysterious figure merely aids in shipbuilding before staying behind, while in other accounts he actively joins Ylfwine, even helping to commandeer a stranded Viking vessel for their escape. A particularly dramatic moment sees the Man of the Sea diving from a cliff into the ocean, though the location of this leap changes between narratives. The composition of Ælfwin's crew is equally fluid. He may recruit 7 new companions from the Wathlings or, in a twist of fortune, be joyously reunited with his original English crew who had not perished after all, later adding a Withling warrior named Beor to their number. Their voyages are perilous, with 3 men invariably falling under enchantment on the Magic Isles, whether they are Withlings or Ælfwin's own countrymen. A glimpse of the far-off Tol Eressëa proves tragically fleeting. In one telling, a sudden storm blows them off course, prompting a desperate Ælfwine to leap into the sea as his men turn for home, while another version has the entire company, including Ælfwine, reluctantly abandoning the quest and sailing back to England. The texts are further distinguished by a tapestry of evolving names and terms. The land known as Lúthien in some manuscripts is called Lútheni in others. A companion's name shifts from Horrenda to Deor. The forbidding northern region is termed the Forodwaith, the Winged Helms, or Guasgonin across different drafts. Even the Elvish languages are carefully delineated, with Kenya specifically noted as the tongue of Tol Eressëa, distinct from the Gnomish speech. Etymological notes trace the roots of these names, such as Amon Gwereth deriving from words for hill and ward, or Artenor and Dor Athro, both signifying the land beyond. This intricate web of changes highlights the meticulous evolving nature of the legendarium, where every detail of geography, language, and fate is subject to revision and deep mythological crafting. An entry in the Gnomish lexicon states, Asgon, a lake within the shadowed land of Dor Lomin, known to the Elves as Axon. The Gnomish word list provides Avos for fortune, wealth, prosperity, with Osir as its personified form alongside Orzin meaning rich and Osaith or Avosaith for avarice. In the related Quenya lexicon under root Awa are found Ort for prosperity, wealth, and Osir also meaning wealth. Regarding Babylon, see the earlier note on page 214. The term Bad Uthwen translates from Gnomish Uthwen as way out, exit, or escape, as referenced in the earlier material concerning Dor Fëdwen. The notebook entry clarifies that Bad Uthwen simply means way of escape, corresponding to the Eldarin form Uswe Vonde. For the element Vande, consult the prior note on Calvanda. Concerning Balkmeg, it is noted he was a formidable warrior among the Orclim, whom the elves call Orki, slain by the axe of Tuor. The name signifies heart of evil. The entry for Balrog explains that Bal denotes evilness, Balk means evil, and thus Balrog translates to evil demon. The Gnomish lexicon separately defines Balk as cruel for Bansil, translated fair gleam, see page 214, with its constituent elements discussed under the entries for Varna and Sil. Belorin is treated under the entry for Pelurian. For Belcher, see Melko. An additional note states that while Bronweg typically used the Elvish names by overwhelming custom, Belko was the ancient name for that evil Ainu. Beleg is referenced under Heloisi Velika. For Belegast, the first element is from Beleg. The Gnomish lexicon gives ost as enclosure, yard, or town, os as outer wall, town wall, the verb oster to surround with walls, fortify, and oster for enclosure, circuit of walls. The Quenya lexicon under root oso offers ost for house, cottage, oster for homestead, ostar for homestead, ostar for township, and ossa for wall and moat. A late addition to the Gnomish lexicon introduces bo or bon as a patronymic prefix meaning son of, comparable to Quenya vo vondo. An example given is Tur Bobeleg. The word bur for descendant is also listed. See also the entries for go and Indorian. In connection with bod, meaning back again, the Gnomish lexicon had the words bodruith for revenge, bodruith ol for vengeful by nature, and bodruith og for thirsting for vengeance, though these were later struck out. The word gruith remains, meaning a deed of horror, violent act, or vengeance. It is possible the Lord of Belegost, named Bodrith, earned his name from the grim events recounted in the tale of the Noglafring. Copus Alcalunten is addressed under the entries for Copus and Alcalunte. The Gnomish lexicon gives crisk for sharp, kris for cleft, gash, gully, krist for knife, and krista to slash, cut, slice. A separate note states kris means much the same as falk, a cleft ravine or narrow waterway with high walls. The Quenya lexicon under root kiri cut split has kiris for cleft crack among other terms. For ilbrant meaning rainbow, see ilwaran. The final element, telluth, means roofing, canopy, as discussed under tellery. For Christhorn, the first element is from Chris ilbranteluth, and thorn is addressed under Soroncha. An entry notes, Chris thorn is eagle's cleft or sorna kiris for quillwathon. The element quill is explained under koivie nani. The second part remains undefined. In the phrase cum and idriseth, cum means mound, as seen in cum a gumlaith. Idriseth is defined in the Gnomish lexicon, thus cf. Vosaith, but that means avarice, money, greed, whereas Idrisaith equals excessive love of gold and gems and beautiful costly things. Related words include idra for dear, precious, the verb idra to value, prize, idri or ied for a treasure, a jewel, and idril for sweetheart. See idril. The name Curufin presumably contains kuru for magic, referenced under Tolly Kuruvar. The Gnomish lexicon includes the name Dairon, but without etymology, simply stating Dairon the fluter, Quenya Siron. See also the entry for Mar Vanwa Tialieva. The Gnomish form for Daniguil is Danigwethil. See Tanikatil. A note adds, the gnomes call Tanikatil Danigwethil, but for tales concerning that mountain one should seek the elfin name. The patronymic Bodrouth Hodavros means son of the weary forest. Gnomish droth means weary, toil-worn, with drothos for toil, weariness, and drotha to be weary. For the second element, Tavros, see Tavari. Dor Athro is referenced under Artenor and Sana Throd. In Dor Nadealoth, the Gnomish die means sky, see Telemectar, and Teloth is roofing, canopy, as under Tellery. Compare also Chris Ilbranteloth. Dramborleg, also known simply as Drambor, translates to Thuddersharp in its complete form. This was the famed axe of Tuor, renowned for delivering crushing blows like a club, while also slicing with the precision of a sword. Among the Eldar, it was sometimes called Tarambor or Tarambalaika. The Kenya lexicon links these names to the root Tara or Tarama, meaning to batter, thud, or beat, with related words like Taran and Tarambo for buffet and Taru for horn. The second component corresponds to the Gnomish word leg or leg, signifying keen or piercing, akin to the Kenya Laika Dwylin, whose name means swallow, was the lord of the house within Gondolin that bore the swallow as its emblem. He was counted as the most skilled archer among the elderly. Yet he perished during the city's tragic fall. While the names of these champions are preserved in Noldorin records, his name in the Eldarin tongue would be Tialindo, and his house, known to the gnomes as Nos Dwylin, would be Nosse Tuilinda. The word Tuilindo, meaning spring singer or swallow, appears in the Chenya word lists. The Gnomish lexicon provides Dwylin for swallow and initially listed Duil and Duilia for spring, though these were later crossed out and replaced with Tuil and Tuilia. For Nos, meaning kin or people, the Gnomish records do not use Nos in that sense, but instead have words related to birth and lineage. Iram combines elements for eagle and pinion or wing. The Gnomish form is recorded as Eorathran or Eorathern, translating to eagle pinion, which was the name of one of Earendil's vessels. This connects to other documented ship names like Eram and Iram. The name Ecthelion is derived from the word Ecthel, meaning fountain, which corresponds to the Kenya Ectail. This term endured in later languages with some phonetic shifts. An interesting later note in the Gnomish lexicon gives Aethil as an equivalent alongside Alwan, a poetic word for tree. This relates to the Kenya Alda for tree, showing a linguistic evolution. Garthurian appears in an earlier record as Garfurian. The Gnomish lexicon has fern and furion for secret or concealed, along with fur for a lie. The Kenya lists show similar roots, meaning hidden. This connects to other names like Thuringwethil, woman of secret shadow, and Thurin, the secret, a name Findulas used for Turin. Gillim is referenced in relation to earlier entries. The name Gimli comes from the Gnomish Gimli, meaning the sense of hearing, from the root gim, to hear. This Gimli was a captive gnome in the dungeons of Tevildo, whose hearing was said to be the keenest that ever existed in the world, a detail that adds a layer of tragic irony to his captivity. Glamhoth was the name given by the gnomish people, the Goldothrim, to the orcs, meaning people of dreadful hate. The first element, glam, signifies hatred or loathing, with related terms like glamry for bitter feud and glamorg for loathsome. A separate note states that glam means fierce hate and, like the word war, stands alone without clear linguistic kin in Eldarin. The element hoth means folk appearing in other compound names. In Kenya, the equivalent concept is expressed by Sankosi for the goblins, a compound of Sanka, hateful, and Hosi, army or troop. The name Glend may be linked to gnomish terms like glen, meaning thin or fine, and glendron, which translates to slender. This connects to the Kenya root line, signifying long, a concept that branched into meanings of slow and tedious, as well as stretched and thin, seen in words like lenka for slow and lenoir for long and narrow. As for glingol, an interpretation found elsewhere renders it as singing gold. The second part, gol, relates to kulu. The word for gold, poetic traditions sometimes refer to gold as kulu or kulon, which is said to correspond to the Elvish kulu. The term glorfolk combines glor, meaning gold, with falk in the gnomish lexicon. Falk denotes a cleft, gash, or ravine, and it also appears in the name for a great two-handed sword. This aligns with the Kenya folka for mountain pass or ravine. The name Glorfolk itself was used for a great ravine leading out of the region known as Garioth, a place later associated with Hisilomith. The name Glorfindel, interpreted as goldtress or goldlocks, combines glor with elements for hair. Gnomish records show findel for a lock of hair, though this was later revised to fin or fingal for tress. The Kenya equivalent is findel, also meaning lock of hair, and is related to Firen, a ray of the sun. The name underwent some revision, with variants like Glorfin and Glorfingal appearing. Glorund, another name incorporating glor for gold, appears in Gnomish as Gloran, referring to a great drake slain by a hero. Earlier Kenya names for this serpent included Fentor, from Fent meaning serpent. The entry was originally noted as being slain by Ingilmo, with Turumbar added later Golosbrindi, an earlier name for Hiralorn meaning queen of the forest, derives from Goloth for forest. This word comes from groth, itself a combination of oloth, a poetic word for forest, and an intensive prefix. The corresponding Kenya word is given as malos. The name Gondabar, later altered to Gonthabar, incorporates gond for stone and the suffix bar relating to a dwelling place. For gondolin, meaning stone of song, the element gond again signifies stone. The latest etymologies consistently treat gond as the root for stone. The term Gondothlim means folk of stone, hoth for folk, and the suffix lim, which the gnomes used to imply the many, this suffix meaning many, could be added to plurals, leading to some confusion with other words for host or race, as seen in names like Goldothrim for the Nomic people. Related constructions include Lothlim and Rodothlim. The place name Gondothlimbar therefore signifies the dwelling of the stone folk. In the Gnomish lexicon, the term Gondoth Limbar was later adjusted to Gonth-off Limar or Gonnoth Limar. An early deleted entry for the prefix go defined it as a patronymic akin to the suffix ios or the Kenya yo. This was later replaced, as noted, under the entry for bow, see also Indorian. For Gon Indor refer to the entries for go and Indorian. The name Gothmog appears on several pages with its roots in Gnomish mog, meaning to detest, and goth for war or strife. Related terms include Gothwen for battle, Gothweg for warrior, and Gothriol for warlike. The Kenya root is moko, denoting hate. The sword Girtholfin, also called Erdolwyn or Wand of Death, belonged to Turumbar. Its name combines Gurthu, death, with Ulfin, a branch or wand. Interestingly, in Kenya lexicons, Turumbar's blade is named Sangahyando, or throng cleaver, from roots meaning to pack tight and to plough through. This name would later be given to a man of Gondor. For Gwar, see the entry on Kar. The word Gwaristrin translates to Tower of Guard, a name for Gondolin, with the second element relating to Tirin for a pinnacle. See Amon Gwareth for the first element. Heberodin means the encircling hills, from Heb around an Orod hill. Hirilorn combines Hiril, a poetic term for a queen or princess, with Orn for tree. The Chenya word Neldor for beach is also noted. The name Idril signifies beloved in Gnomish. However, a separate entry details Eidril, meaning mortal maiden, a name often confused with Idril. It was said the Cor Eldar called Turgon's daughter Irilde, equating to Idril, because she married the mortal Tuor. Related words include Idrin for mortals and Idru for the world of men. Chenya has similar roots for dwelling, but not Irilde. A later note clarifies the confusion, stating the elves used Idril, meaning maiden of mortals, for her after her union with Tuor Pelecthan. For Ilbranteloth, see Chris Ilbranteloth. Ilfiniol and Ilfrith are found under Ilverin. A note on Ilúvatar mentions the Noldoli also used the name Ilathan, similar to the Eldar's Inu, the almighty creator dwelling beyond the world. See the entry for Ilva, Indor. The father of Tuor's father, Peleg, likely uses the word Indor, meaning master of a house or lord, as a proper name. See also Indorion under the prefix go. In the poetic lexicon, QL presents yo and yond as terms for son, noting they are most frequently encountered as the suffix ion in patronymic names, effectively signifying descendant. The related form yondo specifically denotes a male descendant, often a grandson or great-grandson, as seen in the lineage of Erendel, referred to as Gon Indor. This connects to the name Erendilion. Within the GL entries, Indra carries the meaning of long, applicable to both physical space and the passage of time, leading to formations like Indrolwyn for long ago. The term Indravang is recorded as a particular designation for the Nauglath or the dwarves, with further discussion referenced elsewhere. These forms were subsequently refined to Indra, Indrafang, and Indraluin, or Idraluin. An initial GL entry for Bang, meaning beard, equated to Kenyavanga, was later deleted. Another term with the same meaning as Indravang was first written as Bangasur, but amended to Fangasur. The latter component, sur, translates to long or trailing, corresponding to Kenyasura. A later annotation introduces Surfang as a long beard, synonymous with a Naugla or Inrafang. This etymological thread continues in names like Fangluin and the later, more famous Fangorn, meaning treebeard, regarding Isfin. The NFG states she was the sister of Turgon, lord of Gondolin, who eventually married Eol. The name is interpreted as meaning either snowlocks or exceeding cunning. Much later commentary, however, noted the name originated in the earliest drafts of the Fall of Gondolin and considered it essentially meaningless, though potential links were suggested to elements like Finn for a lock of hair or Fim implying cleverness. The GL entry for Ivare identifies Ior as the famed Piper of the Sea, with the Kenya equivalent being Ivare. A late addition to GL records, Averin or Avrian, as an island off the western coast of Tol Eressëa, known in Kenya as Everin or Everindor. QL itself lists Everin for Ireland for the creature Karkaros. GL notes it as the Kenya form. The Gnomish names for the great wolf warden of Belka's door were Karkaloth or Karkamoth, later altered to Karkaloth and Karkamoth. The root involves Kark for jag, point, fang, with QL providing Karka for fang, tooth, tusk, and Karkase or Karkaros for a row of spikes or teeth. The term Ladwen Nadaidaloth translates to heath of the sky roof. GL defines Ladwen broadly as levelness, a plain, or heath, a plain, or a surface. Related words include Ladin for level, smooth, fair, equable, seen in Tumladin, and Lada, meaning to smooth, out, stroke, soothe, beguile. Other formations are Bladwen for a plain and Fladwen for a meadow, with Flad meaning sward. This appears in Fladwith Amrod Amrog, or Nomad's Green, a location in Tol Erithrin where Eriol once stayed near Tavrobel. Here, Amrog or Amrod derives from Amra, to wander or live in the mountains. Concerning floral terminology, NFG states that Lose is a flower, with the Eldarin form being Los, specified as a rose. The compound Losengriol is translated in GL as lily of the valley, with the gnomish elements Eng for smooth, level, Enga for plain, vale, and Engriol for vale-like. NFG elaborates that Eng is a plain or vale, and Engriol refers to that which lives or dwells therein, thus defining Losengriol as flower of the vale. The golden flower of Gondolin appears as Los Loriol, altered from an earlier Los Gloriol. The name Lothlim, as per NFG, means folk of the flower, a name adopted by the exiles of Gondolin, who had previously called their city Los for Mablung. The first element Mab means hand, the second lung signifies heavy, grave, serious, with related verbs like lungra for to weigh, hang heavy, and nouns such as lunthang for scales. The cottage of lost play, known in Gnomish as Bara der Heithin, appears in the glossaries with related terms. Dera for play, leading to words like derwen for mirth, and Heim or Heithin, meaning gone, departed, or lost, connected to the verb heitha, to go or walk. This echoes the name Daron. For Mathosdor, also called Ariador or Hisalome, the Gnomish lexicon provides math for dusk, alongside Mathrin, dusky, Mathuski, twilight, and Math wen, evening, which can be compared to both Milin. The name Mavwin, though the noun Mavwin for wish was later removed, is linked to a family of words. Mav, to like, Mavra eager after, Mavri appetite, Mavrin delightful or desirable, Mavros desire, and Maus for pleasure or pleasant. Her Chenya name, Mavoine, is not explicitly listed, though it might relate to Maivoine, meaning a great longing. The word Meleth for love is found in Gnomish, as noted in the entry for Nessa. The names Melian, Melinan, and Melinir do not appear directly in these glossaries, but they likely stem from the root Mel for love, a connection later solidified in the etymology of Melian as Meliana, or dear gift, regarding Meoita, Meogian, and Meolur. See the entry for Tevildu. Minden Gwar combines Minden for tower with Gwar, referencing the earlier discussion on Kor and Corin. For Morgoth, see the entry on Gothmog with the element Mor detailed under Mornier. The names Mormagli and Mormakil are also explained through the entries for Mornier and Makar. Nan Dumgorthin is referenced, with Nan explained under Nandini. While the Lost Tales use Tassarinan for the Land of Willows, GL gives Nan Tathrin, and another source mentions Dor Tathrin as that same willow land of many tales. GL has Tathrin for willow, matching QL's Tassarin. The Noglafring, or the necklace of the dwarves called Fring Nalorglithon in Gnomish, was crafted for Elu by dwarves from the gold of Glurund. This gold was cursed by Mim the Fatherless, a curse that brought ruin upon Beren Ermabwed and his son Damrod, and was not appeased until the necklace sank with Elwing, beloved of Erendel, to the sea's depths. For Damrod, son of Beren, and the loss of Elwing with the Noglafring, see the relevant pages. This stands as the sole mention of the curse's final appeasement. The Gnomish word fring means carcanet or necklace, equivalent to Kenya Firinga. Niniel connects to Gnomish nin for tear, Ninios for lamentation, and Nina to weep, as seen under Nienna. Ninin Udathriol translates to unnumbered tears. GL gives Tathan for number, Tathra to number or count, and Udathnarol or Udathriol for innumerable, with U as a general negative prefix. Quell offers little on Niel Tassanwa beyond the initial element Ni for tear for Noldorissa. See Eldorissa. Nos Galden and Nos Nan Alwen are referenced under Dwylin and Galdor. Nos Na Lúthien is also found under Dwylin. Parma Kuluinen, the Golden Book, is entered in QL under the root para, with Parma meaning skin, bark, parchment, book writings, a word that endured into later Quenya. For Kuluinen, see Glingol, Peleg, father of Tuor, relates to the gnomish common noun Peleg for axe and the verb pelectha, to hew, matching QL's Pleco, axe, and Pelecta, hew. Compare this to Tuor's name Pelecthon from the note under Idril. Romandor is referenced under Makar. For Rog, Giel gives the adjective rog or rog as doughty or strong. However, the orc's name for Egnor, Beren's father, as Rog the fleet connects to Arog and Raug, both meaning swift or rushing, with a Kenya equivalent Arauca. Ros is given an additional meaning in GL as the sea, with the Kenya form Rasa. Rodolflim is an earlier form replaced by Rothwarin. Rothwarin appears in GL as Rothbarin or Rosbarin, literally cavern dwellers, a name for a secret folk of gnomes and their cavernous regions by the river. Gnomish words from the root rotto hollow include rod, tube or stem, ross, pipe, roth, cave or grot, rothrin hollow and rodo's cavern. QL provides rotsi, pipe, rotter, tube, ronter and rotwa hollow and rotel cave for Rumhoth, see Glamhoth. The entry for Rusitorian in the Gnomish lexicon provides the noun rus or rose, meaning endurance, long-suffering, patience. This connects to the adjective ro, describing something as enduring, long-suffering, quiet, gentle, and the verb ro, which means to remain, stay, to endure. For the element Taurian, one should consult the earlier entry for Tavari. The name Sarnathrod combines the gnomish word sarn, meaning a stone, with athrod for ford, detailed under Artenor. Sarkindi, translated as cannibal ogres, likely stems from the root sk, which in Kenya yields derivatives like sarko for flesh, sarka meaning fleshy, and sarkuva for corporeal, bodily, and annotation. In the notebook translates silpion as cherry moon. The Kenya lexicon lists pio as plum, cherry, alongside related terms such as puka for blackberry and piosena for holly. It also includes valpio, referring to the holy cherry of Valinor. The Gnomish lexicon records Piosil and Silpios as names for the silver tree without translation and gives Piog for berry for Taimonto. See the entry for Telemectar. The names Talceleb and Taltelepta, epithets for Idril, meaning of the silver feet, begin with the Gnomish element Tal, foot of people and animals. Related terms include Toltha for foot of things, base, pedestal, Talrind or Toldrin for ankle, and Taleg or Taloth for path. Interestingly, the secret escape route into Gondolin was once poetically called Taleg Uthwen. The Kenya root Tala to support gives Tala for foot, the jewel Talwi for the feet, Talas for soul, and similar forms for the second element. See Telimpa. Kenya lists the form Telepta but offers no translation. Tarn Oster uses Tarn for gate, as found under Moritanen, and Orst for summer, related to Or, the sun, detailed under Taruthorn and Taroktana, meaning Oxford, derived from Gnomish tar, horn, and Turog, ox, corresponding to Kenya Taruku. The older form Taruthan evolved into Taruthron. Following these entries are Tarn, gate, and Taru, meaning either cross or crossing. Kenya provides Taru for horn, Taruka for horned, Taruka, and Tarunko for bull, and Taruktana for Oxford. Under the root Tara, it gives Tara to cross, go athwart, and Tana, a crossing passage for Tazarinan, consult Nantathrin. Tarufuin references the entries for Tavari, and Fui, a notebook entry, states, Chris ateld Quing Elon signifieth gully of the rainbow roof, and is in the Eldar speech Kiris Iluking Atelda. The phrase ateld Quing Elon was later crossed out and replaced by Ilbranteloth. Another note reads, Elon is the sky. In the Gnomish lexicon, Elon corresponds to Kenya Ilu and is a name for Iluvatar. Teld does not appear directly, but related words like telm, roof are given. The element quing means a bow. Chenya has iluchinga for rainbow and telda for having a roof. For Chris or Kiris, see Chris Ilbrenteloth. Regarding Taveldu and Tiffel, the earlier gnomish form Tiffel was later Tiberth and is linked in the lexicon to the noun tiff, meaning resentment, ill-feeling, bitterness. Vardo Mayoita translates as Prince of Cats for Vardo, see Varda. Kenya gives Mayoi for cat. Bridon Miogion also means Prince of Cats. Bridon is king, prince, related to Bridhill, the gnomish name for Varda. The lexicon lists Miog and Miog for tomcat and Miauli, later Miaulin for she-cat. Here, the Prince of Cats is called Tifli Meathon or Miogen. Mioli was the name of Teveldu's cook for Thorndor, see Sorontor, for Thornhoth, see Glamhoth, for Thornsir, see Sirion. Tefanto is clearly connected to the gnomish words Tiff and Tiffin, noted under Tinfang. Tiffel is covered under Teveldu for Tyrion, see Cortyrion. Tone Agwedrin uses the gnomish word tone, meaning fire on a hearth, related to tan and other terms under Tanya Salpe. It translates as the tail fire in Mar Vanois Tielieva. Compare Tone Sovriel, the fire lake of Valinor, where Sovriel means purification from Sovri, cleansing, son, pure, clean, soth, bath, and so, to wash, clean, bathe. Gwedrin relates to quid, preterite, quinthy, to say tell with derivatives like quith, word, quint, tale, saying, ques, saying proverb quidri, telling of tales, and ogwedriol, unspeakable, ineffable. In Kenya, under root QET are ket, kent, q, to speak, talk, quint, word, kentele, sentence, eldakit, for elderissa and others. For the initial component, gnomish tum, meaning valley, is referenced in the earlier section concerning Tombo. The second part, Ladin, translates to level or smooth, as seen in the name Ladwen Nadaidloth. Regarding Turumbar, its first element connects to Meril Iturinki. The Kenya lexicon lists Amato and Umbar for fate alongside the root MT, yielding Mart for a piece of luck, Marto for fortune, fate, lot, and the impersonal verb Mart, meaning it happens. The gnomish lexicon offers Mart for fate and Martian for fated, doomed, or fey, with alternative forms Umrod and Umbart, also signifying fate. The name Turumart is related to Turumbar. The name Eupheddin might derive from gnomish uf, meaning out of or forth from, or possibly from Fedin, indicating one bound by agreement, an ally or friend. For Ulbandi, consult the entry for Melko. Ulmonen's gnomish equivalent was Ingulma NN, where Gulma corresponds to Ulmo. The prefix in or ind denotes house of, as seen in ind for house from the Idril entry. Other constructions using this prefix include Imbelka or Imbelkon for hell, the house of Melko, Inthron for Aerie, and Intavros for forest, more precisely the forest palace of Tavros. Umboth Muilin combines the gnomish Umboth or Umbath, meaning nightfall. Umbathor is another name for Gareth, which stems from the root Umbap, related to map, found in Marth for dusk, as referenced in Mathursdor. The second element, mule, translates to tarn, equivalent to Kenya moil, for undolara. See the entry for glorund. In the Noldali traditions, the Valar are referred to as Banin or Bandrim. They are said to dwell in Gwalion, though Elfrith and other chroniclers consistently use their elvish names, the Valar or Vali, for these beings and call their resplendent realm Valinor. This is further elaborated in the earlier Valar entry, a brief glossary of less common terms. This list includes words not typically found in modern usage or employed in older senses. Terms already glossed in the first part's similar section are generally not repeated here. Acquaint, an old past participle now replaced by acquainted. Ardor, burning heat, the modern sense pertains to passion. Bested, beset, or surrounded. Bravely, in a splendid or showy manner. Broiger, embroidery, a variant form related to Middle English browger, burg, a walled and fortified town. Byrnie, body armour, a corselet or coat of mail. Carcanet, an ornamental collar or necklace. Carler, a serving man or rustic. A house carl is a domestic retainer. Chain, a linear measure of 66 feet, champaign. Level, open country. Clue, a thread or guide. Cot, a small cottage. Damasked, damascend, ornamentally inlaid with designs in gold and silver. Diapered, covered with a small repeating pattern. Dight, arrayed or fitted out. Drake, a dragon, the original English word from Old English draka, drolleries, comic plays or entertainments. Enow, an archaic form of enough, enthralled, enslaved or captivated. Entreat, to treat or deal with. The modern sense is to plead. Errant, wandering, estate, situation or condition. Ewer, a pitcher for water. Eot, a small island. Fathom, a linear measure of 6 feet, not originally limited to nautical use. Fell in dread was struck with dread. Force, a waterfall, a northern English term from Scandinavian. Forden, to overcome or exhaust. Fosses, ditches or pits. Fretted, adorned with intricate carved work. Glamour, enchantment or a spell. Greaves, armor for the lower leg. Guest kindliness, hospitality, apparently not widely recorded. Hapely, perhaps. He, to hasten thee means make haste, high tide, a festival or celebration. Inly, inwardly. Jacinth, a blue gemstone or colour. Kempt, combed, unkempt means uncombed. Kirtle, a long coat or tunic. Knave, originally a male child or boy, a sense long obsolete. Lair, the place where a creature such as a dragon is lying or dwelling. The flickering light of a flame that dances across a surface without consuming it is described as lambent, noted on page 297. A league is a distance of roughly 3 miles, referenced on pages 171, 189, and 201. The term lealty signifies loyalty, found on page 185. The word let carries several meanings. To desist on page 166, to allow on page 181, and in phrases like had let fashion, meaning had fashioned on page 174, let seize meaning had him seized on page 225, and let kill meaning had them killed on page 235. Like can mean to please on page 41, and good liking refers to a friendly disposition on page 169. List denotes a wish on pages 85 and 101, or to like on page 236. The phrase or ever means before ever, appearing on pages 5, 6, 38, 80, 110, 233, and 234, while or is used for either or on page 226. A pale is a boundary on page 269, and ports are gateways on page 299. To prate is to chatter or speak without purpose, as on page 75. Puissance means power on page 168, and to repair is to deserter originating from the same root as renegade, noted on pages 15, 44, 224, and 232. Scath refers to hurt or harm on pages 99 and 233, and scatterlings are wanderers or stragglers on page 182. Sconces are wall brackets for holding candles or torches on page 226, and a scullion is a menial kitchen servant or drudge on pages 17 and 45. A shallop is mentioned on page 274, though here defined as an oarless boat, contrasting with its earlier reference. Sylvan is an Old English term for silver on page 270, and a slot is the track of an animal, synonymous with spoor on pages 38 and 96. A stead is a farm on page 89. In the phrase stricken in the stricken anvil, it means struck or beaten on pages 174 and 179. A swinge is a stroke or blow on page 174, and thews refers to bodily strength on page 33. Tilth means cultivated land on pages 488 and 101, while a tithe is a tenth part on pages 188, 223, and 227. Travail denotes hardship or suffering on pages 77, 82, and 239, or toil on page 168. Travailed means toiled on page 163, and travailing is enduring hardship on page 75. A trencher is a large dish or platter on page 226. The word uncouth likely holds its old meaning of strange on page 85, but elsewhere on pages 1375 and 115 it carries the modern sense. A vambrace is armor for the forearm on page 163. Weird refers to fate on pages 85, 86, 111, 155, and 239. Whin is gorse on page 287, and a whortle is a whortleberry or bilberry, with whortlebush on page 287. A withe is a flexible willow branch on page 229. Worm means serpent or dragon on pages 85 through 88 and elsewhere, and rack signifies downfall or ruin on pages 116, 253, 283, and 285. East of Nargothrond lay Amon Ether, the Hill of Spies. To the north, the great city of Gondolin was raised upon Amon Gwareth, the Hill of Watch, a towering and defensible peak. Within the forest of Bretel stood another significant rise, Amon Obel. The sons of Feanor, Amras, and Amrod were counted among the princes of the Noldor. From the dark heights of Tau Nufuin, the treacherous Anak Pass descended. The vast northern plain was once known as Anfauglith, a scorched and desolate land. In the earliest days, the Valar forged Angenu, a mighty chain used to bind the dark power of Melko. The realms of the enemy were often called Angamandi, the Hells of Iron, a name later synonymous with the fortress of Angband, where the siege was long maintained. The tale also speaks of the Angles, a people of men, and their connection to the wider history. The wise Eriol, a traveller from distant lands, was sometimes called Angol, named for the iron cliffs of his homeland. His people were the Anglesyn, known in later tongues as the English. The Iron Mountains, Angerodin, formed a forbidding range in the north. From the smith Telchar of Nogrod came the famed knife Angrist. In the shadows of Mithrim, the grey elf Aniel fostered the young Tuor, teaching him the ways of the wild before his great journey. Records of the elder days were kept in the annals of Valinor. The heavens were often described as the Arch of Heaven, while in Gondolin, the western entry to the place of the well was marked by the Arch of Inwer. The green plain of Ardgalen stretched before the enemy's gates. Ardhel, sister to King Turgon, was the mother of Maeglin. Where the great river Sirion met the sea, the reedy marshes were known as Arlistian, the place of reeds. The Noldorin elf Arminus, alongside Gelmir, served as a guide and a bearer of warnings from the Vala Ulmo. The river Aros flowed through the lands, crossed at Sarnathrod, and running near the caves of the Rhodothlim. The protected forest realm, first named Artenor, the land beyond, was later called Doriath, shielded by the profound enchantments of its queen. An early name for the dark elf Eol was Arval. The region of Arvalin lay near the shores of Aman. Men named the shadowy North Ariador, the land of shadow. The great lake in that region was first called Asgon, later known as Mithrim. Beyond the known world lay the Atlantic Ocean. The Vala Orla, master of crafts, shaped the deep places of the earth. Dior, called Ozir the Wealthy, had a son named Oridhir. In the cottage of lost play, a boy also bore the name Ozir. The Avari were elves who never undertook the great journey. In later legends, the river Avon flowed through mortal lands. The name Babylon, a form of Babylon, appears in some Numic traditions. The secret path from Gondolin was the Bad Uthwen, the way of escape. To the south lay the Isle of Balar, a refuge after many wars. In the fall of Gondolin, Tor fought and slew an orc captain named Balkmeg. Most fearsome of the enemy's servants were the Balrogs, demons of shadow and flame, described in terrible detail and numbered in the accounts of the city's sack. The dark tower of later ages was Barad Dûr. Baragund was the father of Morwen, and Barahir the father of Beren One Hand. The great and tragic conflict against Morgoth was the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, known by many sorrowful names. The blue star Sirius was poetically called the Bee of Azure, or the Blue Bee. The Valier Palurian was known in Gnomish as Belorin. The name Belkar was a title for Morgoth himself. The great elf of Doriath was Beleg Strongbow, a master huntsman and a steadfast friend. The dwarven city in the east was Belegost. The chronicles of Beleriand's final days are marked by the drowning, a cataclysmic event that reshaped the very geography of the land, sending places like the ancient harbour of Beleriand beneath the waves. Within these tales, the legacy of Gondolin is remembered not only by its many names, the City of Stone, the City of Seven names, but also by its wonders, such as the silver-flowered tree, Belthil, crafted by Turgon. The fates of heroes are intertwined with their legendary artifacts like Bileg's mighty bow, Belthronding, and the tragic saga of Beren, often called the One-Handed, whose journey from huntsman to legend is a cornerstone of the lore. Shifting from epic tragedy to a more grounded, almost sardonic note, consider the domestic life of Bethos, chief of the woodmen. While great wars were fought, he managed a household that included a Noldo wife, a union that surely sparked its own quiet, daily dramas of cultural misunderstanding over something as simple as meal preparation or garden upkeep. A humorous counterpoint to the high drama of elves and men, his story is a reminder that history is lived in the quiet moments as much as the loud battles. Other figures move through these pages: Bodrith, Lord of Belagost; Brodda, a lord among men in Hisalome; and the sons of Fëanor, including Celegorm the Fair and Curufin the Crafty. Their actions ripple through narratives set in locations like the forest of Brethil, the ravine of Cabed en Araz, and the stream Celebros. The tale of Turin is recalled through his grim epithet, Blacksword, among the people of Rhodothlim. Meanwhile, the poetic works such as The Bidding of the Minstrel and The City of Present Sorrow preserve these memories in verse, linking the mythological past to a more familiar world with references to Britain, Brittany, and even the scholarship surrounding Beowulf. The figure of Elfwine is accompanied by Beor of the Wifelings, and the invasions of Tol Eressëa by the Brithanen are noted. From the Cottage of Lost Play to the heights of Danigweel, the gnomish name for Tanicatil, these entries map a vast, interconnected legendarium where every name holds a story waiting to be fully told. The father of Ulfwine was J.R.R, a figure whose name also appears in the ancient poem Deor, which tells of a minstrel from a bygone age. In the grim tales of the First Age, the name Dinethel, later changed to Diriel and finally known as Amras, belonged to a son of Fëanor. His story is one of many that intertwine with that of Dior the Fair, son of Beren and Tinuviel and father to Elwing. The legacy of these characters is shadowed by the great conflicts of their time, including the wars against Morgoth in the land of Dor Daedaloth and the tragic history of Doriath, the guarded realm beyond Sirion. In the north lay the region of Dor Lomin, a land of mists and memory, and further still the scarred plain once called Dornu Forglith. The highlands of Dorthonion, the land of pines, stood as a dark forest against the sky. It was in these perilous lands that dragons, those ancient serpents and worms, wrought destruction. They came in terrible forms against the hidden city of Gondolin, not merely as beasts but as monstrous engines of war. The Lord Dulin of the Swallow and Ecthelion of the Fountain were among the valiant who stood against them. Their names remembered in song. Tuor, wielder of the great axe, Dramborleg, and his son Erendel, the mariner who would sail the sky, are central to these legends. Erendel's first ship was named Eremo, Eagle Pinion, a vessel of hope built before his famed voyage. The tales speak also of the dwarves, a stout and secretive folk, and of the great eagles whose king Thorndor watched from the mountains. From the simple forest home of Egnor the huntsman, father of Beren, to the cosmic imagery of the Door of Night in the far west, these stories weave a tapestry of loss and longing. They were preserved by poets like Deor and later found by travellers such as Elfwine, whose wife was named Egedifu, an echo of the elven grace from Tol Eressëa. Through all the cycles of war and exile, from the Easterling invasions to the fall of kingdoms, the enduring thread is the search for a light beyond the shadow, a theme captured in the old verses about Eärendel, brightest of angels. Egner, known as the son of Rimian, appears in references 22 and 51 and is connected to Rog. The location Ithel Ivren is noted, as is the simpler name Ivren. The character originally called Elbenil Littleheart was later replaced by Elwenil. The elvish name for Elfwine is given as Eldairon. specifically Eldaeron of Lúthien, which supplanted the earlier designation Lúthien of Lútheny. The term Eldalie is referenced extensively across the text. Eldamar, meaning elf home, is mentioned alongside the alternative name Eglamar. The Eldar are described in various contexts, sometimes encompassing all elves, including the Dark Elves, and at other times distinguished from the Noldoli. References to their language, distinct from Gnomish, are frequent, with the terms Eldarissa and Elfin used interchangeably to denote it. Eldaros and Eldos are given as equivalents for Elfham or Elfhome. The period known as the Elder Days is noted. Elenwer is identified as the wife of Turgon. The title Elf-friend is applied to both Urin and Deor, the father of Elfwine. The term Elfin is primarily used for the Eldar language, though it may have a broader sense in one instance. Elferness and its associations, such as the Children of Elferness, are recorded. The Elf March, also called the March of the Elves or the March of Liberation, refers to the expedition from Kor to aid the gnomes, an event also known as the Faring Forth. The character Littleheart undergoes several name changes from Elfriniel to Elfrith and from Elfriniol to Ilfiniol. Ellen is a gnomish name for Tinwillint, with related forms Tintoellen and Tinthallen. The name Elu refers both to Tinwillint in Eldarissa and separately to a lord of the Solosimpi who was later called Olwe. Beren is given the name Elmavoyet, one-handed, in the tongue of the Lonely Isle. Elmir is named as one of the first men alongside Ermon. Eltus is noted as the narrator of the tale of Turambar, and Elu Thingol is referenced. Terms like Elvenfolk and Elvenland appear. The entries for elves cover their inclusion and distinction from gnomes, their fate, their stature compared to men, and the concept of their fading. Their relations with mortals and feud with the dwarves are mentioned, along with their languages and scripts. Subgroups like the wild elves are listed. Elwa Singolo is another name for Thingol. Littleheart's name also appears as Elwenil and Elwenildu, the latter replaced by Ilverin. Elwing is frequently referenced. The island of the Withlings is called Eniadur, and its people the Inithrim, or Shipmen of the West. The Enchanted Isles are noted. The mountains surrounding Gondolin are called the Encircling Mountains or Encircling Hills, also referred to as the Heberodin. Numerous references to England under its Old English form Engleland are made, connecting it to Lutheny, Lúthien, and Lethien. The Engle or English people and their language are discussed, with notes on Anglo-Saxon and Old English terms. O is listed as the father of Ottar W.F.Riol, a role later filled by Deor. Eol is identified as the father of Meglin. Meglin, the location Efel Brandir, is noted. The mountain ranges Erid Gorgoroth, Mountains of Terror, and Erid Wethrin, Mountains of Shadow, are recorded. Finally, Erinol, meaning Iron Cliffs or Coast of Iron, is given as a name for Lyonesse. The narrative of Eriol spans numerous entries detailing his journey and the lore he gathered. His story, sometimes called the Eriol story, is central to understanding the transmission of these ancient tales, with his Song of Eriol being a poetic cornerstone. The one-handed hero, known in Gnomish as Ermabwed, is a figure of legend, his deeds echoing through the chronicles. He stands alongside figures like Ermon, one of the first men. The lands of Iruman and Irumani are sites of mythic conflict, including a great battle. Rivers like the Esgolduin flow through these histories, while places like Europe and the homeland of the Uti, or Jutes, anchor the stories in a broader, almost familiar world. The Coast of Iron, also known as Lyonesse, replaced an earlier name, Erinol, in the records. Celestial bodies like the evening star hold symbolic weight, and characters such as Evernin, the nurse of Elwing, play quiet, supportive roles. Scholarly references like the Exeter Book of Old English Poetry and Exeter College, Oxford, hint at the academic pursuit behind these myths. The realm of Faerie, with its bay and shores, is a recurring poetic motif, a place of longing where the lamp of Faerie, a Silmaril, shines. The tragic figure of Fealivrin, also known as Finduilas, daughter of Orodreth, is remembered. Her story is one of beauty and sorrow, with her mound standing as a memorial. This stands in stark contrast to the brutal saga of Fafnir, the dragon slain by Sigurd, reminding us that these tales contain both delicate beauty and raw, monstrous conflict. The term fairies is often used synonymously with elves, though they are sometimes distinguished from the gnomes. This fairyland is a destination, a lost paradise. Specific locations like Falasquil, Tuor's seaside dwelling, are described with care, and spirits like the Falmarini, born of sea foam, populate the world. Characters such as Fangluin Bluebeard, a dwarf of Nogrod, add colour and intrigue. The concept of the faring forth is pivotal. It refers both to the original March of the Elves and to later expeditions from Tol Eressëa, journeys that reshaped the world. Places like Fascalan, the bath of the setting sun, and Fos Almir, the bath of flame, are sites of transformation and trial. The general term Fae is used for these ancient peoples. The legacy of Feanor and his sons, the Feanorians, is a driving force of conflict and creation, his Silmarils being objects of desperate desire. Kings like Finrod Felagund, the Lord of Caves, and his father Finarfin are noble figures. Finduilas is mourned at her mound, Hod en Eleth. Other names like Fingolma for Finwe Noleme and the valiant Fingon fill the genealogies. The divine figure Fionwe, son of Manwe, represents hope and intervention. Geographical features like the Fjord of the Mermaid are precisely noted. The First Age provides the overarching time frame. The character Flinding, a gnome companion of Turin, who later becomes Gwyndor of Nargothrond, exemplifies loyalty and tragedy. Gondolin is poetically called the flower of the plain. Monstrous figures like Fflewdduin, mother of the Balrog Gothmog, embody the enemy's corruption. The dragon Fóloca, also called Glorund, is a central antagonist, a Loka of terrible power. The Foam Riders are the elves of the sea marge. Dark regions like the Forest of Night, later known as Dorthonion, are realms of danger. The Forodwaith, the men of the north akin to Vikings, are a formidable people who replaced an earlier group called the Forwaith. The Fountains of the south in Gondolin and the kindred of the Fountain led by Ecthelion speak to the city's grandeur. Historical peoples like the Franks and Frisians are woven into the later migrations. The goddess Fui is a personification of death. The gnomish name for the dragon, Futhlug, is recorded with its earlier forms. Lord Galdor of the Tree in Gondolin is a steadfast leader. Gulweg, father of Faleverin, is a figure of paternal tragedy. Even a humble name like Sam Gamgee finds a mention, linking vast legend to simple companionship. Master craftsmen like the dwarfsmith Gamel Zirak are noted for their skill. Finally, Garanyon, the place of the gods in Gondolin, stands as a testament to the city's lost divine connection. The entries for Gar Furion and Gar Thurin reveal the evolving nature of the secret place, one of the 7 names of Gondolin, showing how names solidify in legend. Garsec, the Old English term for the Great Sea, appears across multiple pages, its spelling even shifting to Garzeg in one instance, hinting at the fluidity of ancient texts. The Gate of the Noldor and the Gates of Summer Festival in Gondolin are noted, the latter also known as Tarnin Oster, marking a time of celebration. Earlier naming conventions show Gellimer as a precursor to Elfia, just as the river Gellion and the figure Gelmir associated with Arminas are recorded. The gnome Gerrit is credited with aiding Elwing's flight from Artanor, an act of quiet defiance. The name Gil is equated with Ingil, while Gilfanon of Tavrobel replaces the earlier figure Aelios in the Annals. The giant Gillim, possibly representing winter, and the gnome Gimli, held captive in Tevildu's castle, are listed among many. Terms of conflict are present. Glamhoth, the gnomish name for orcs, meaning folk of dreadful hate, and the great dragon Glaurung, whose precursor was Glorund, sometimes spelled Glorant, also called Foloke Undulare or Lorundo. The sword Glend belonged to the giant Nan, and in Gondolin the golden tree Glingol, later called Glingol, stood in song. The terror of the great spider appears under names like Gloomweaver, Wiriloma, and Ungwelianti. Geographical notes include Glorfalk, the Golden Cleft, a passage by which Tuor reached the sea, also called Chris Ilbrantaloth and Teld Quing Ilon. The Lord Glorfindel of the Golden Flower, described with hair of gold, is noted for his role and his people. The extensive references to the gnomes, or Noldoli, detail their tragic history, their enslavement under Melko, their free communities in Artanor and Dor Lomin, their interactions with dwarves, and the poignant confusion of their kind with orcs, their language, craftsmanship in steel and chainmail. Their miners and their lanterns are mentioned, alongside their eventual release and return to the West. Goblins are frequently used interchangeably with orcs, though sometimes curiously distinguished. The naming conventions using go for son of, as in Godwil in, are noted as later replaced by bo references to the gods, meaning the Valar, the Golden Book, Parma Culuinen, and the Golden Cleft are cross-referenced. The kindred of the Golden Flower in Gondolin, also called Los Luriol, was ruled by Glorfindel. An earlier name for Hirilorn was Golusbrindi. Gondobar, the City of Stone, is one of the 7 names of Gondolin, a title also applied elsewhere. The city of Gondolin itself, the Stone of Song, is detailed extensively. Its founding, its people, the Gondothlim and Gondolindrim, their secret tongue and stature, their city Gondothlimbar, the trees like Bansal and Glingol, and its tragic fall into ruins. The birds that flew from its wreckage to Ker carried tales of its glory. A later connection to the stewards of Gondor is briefly noted. The Gong of Little Heart and the Gong Warden are recorded, while Gongs are listed as obscure evil beings related to orcs. Finally, Gon Indor is given as a name for Earendel, denoting his lineage as the great-grandson of Indor. The entry for Indor, also known as Indorildo, references the creature Gorgumoth, described as the Hound of Mandos. Gorlim is noted as the unhappy. Gothmog appears in 2 distinct contexts. First, as strife and hatred, a lord of the Balrogs, considered a son of Melko and a captain of his armies, with references to an alternate name, Cosmoco. Second, as a lieutenant serving Minas Morgul. The concept of the Great End is mentioned alongside the term Great Rack. Among the Ilkharins, the gods were sometimes called the Great Folk of the West. Great Haywood is identified as a village in Staffordshire corresponding to the location Tavrobel, with an Old English reference provided. The Great Journey denotes the migration of the Elves from their awakening. The vast territories east of the Great Sea are termed the Great Lands, also referenced as the lands without or outer lands. Within Gondolin, the Great Market is noted. The expansive Great Sea is also called the Western Sea. The catastrophic event known as the Great Rack is detailed with related phrases like the Rack of Things and the Rack of the Gods. The Green Elves, sometimes described as clad in green and brown, are equated with the Lyquendi. A separate entry for Greenland is listed. Various groups are identified, including the Grey Elves of Doriath, of Beleriand, of Hithlum, and of Mithrim. Grithnir is named as the Elder Guardian, for Turin, on the journey to Doriath, with a cross-reference to Gumlin. The River Gruer in Tol Iriser is described as joining another at the bridge of Tavrobel. The guarded plain of Nargothrond is noted as Talath Dirnan. Invaders of Tol Iriser are called Gidlin. A location called the Gully of the Rainbow Roof is listed with alternative names. Gumlin is again noted as Turin's elder guardian on a journey to Artanor. An alternative name for a doorkeeper, Gumniau, is mentioned. Turin's sword is named Girtholfin, meaning Wand of Death, later known as Girthang, with an earlier form noted references to Gwar, or Gwar equate to Minden Gwar, also called Cortirion, with mentions of its hill and a prince of Gwar. Gwarestrin, meaning Tower of Guard, is listed as one of the 7 names of Gondolin. Gwasgonin, meaning Winged Helms, is given as an earlier name for the Forodwaith. Several entries detail the queens of Artanor, showing an evolution of names Gwedeling, Gwendolyn, Gwendolyn, Gwenethlin, and Gwenil, each replacing the previous in different tales, with a final note on replacement by Melian. Gwyndor, an elf of Nargothrond and companion to Turin, is noted with an earlier name, Flinding provided. The House of Hador is referenced. The term half-elven is listed. The Hall of Play regained is located in Mar Vanwa Tialieva. The Halls of Iron refer to Angamandi, also called the Halls of Darkness. The Hammer of Wrath is named as one of the kindreds of the Gondothlim, with a cross-reference to Rog and the Stricken Anvil, a poem titled the Happy Mariners is cited. The harbourless isles are described, including an Isle of the Old Man. The harbour of the Lights of Many Hues in Tol Eressëa is also called the Haven of Many Hues. The harp is named as one of the kindreds of the Gondoth Lim, linked to Salgant. Hasan of Isanora is noted as an uncle to Otto W. Free, also called Eriol, given as an alternative to Beorn. Hord en Eleth is named as the Mound of Finduilas. The Haven of the Moon and the Haven of the Sun are listed. The Haven of the Swans is referenced as Swanhaven. The Havens of Sirion are noted. Finally, the Battle of the Heath of the Sky Roof is detailed, with alternative names including the Battle of the High Heath and the Battle of the Heaven Roof, and cross-references to Dor na Dailoth, Ladwen na Dailoth, and the Withered Heath, the Heavenly Arch. Also known as the Arch of Heaven, or simply the Rainbow, was one of the noble houses of the Gondothlim. References to this kindred appear across the chronicles, often linked to the Lord Eaglemoth. Encircling the hidden plain of Gondolin stood the Heberodin, the great hills that served as a natural fortress. To the far north lay the grinding ice of Helcaraxa, a place of peril and legend. In the grim narratives, the Hells of Iron, also called Angamandi, or the Hells of Melko, are frequently named as the dread fortress of the enemy. From the fall of that hidden city, a servant named Hendor proved his loyalty by carrying the young Eärendil to safety. The tales then shift to a different age, speaking of Hengest and his brother Horsa, sons of Otto W. Efri, who are remembered in later legends as conquerors of the Lonely Isle. Hirenda, born on that same isle to the traveller Eriol, is noted as the keeper of a golden book of lore. His story intertwines with the great events of the Elder Days, including the hiding of Valinor. The geography of those ancient wars is detailed. The highlands above Nargothrond, known as the High Farath, the Hill of Spies, later called Aemon Ether, and the Vigilant Hill of Watch, Aemon Gwerth, which guarded the approaches to Gondolin. The vast region of Hisalome, also named Hithlum, or the Land of Shadow, was a central stage for many conflicts. Here, in the House of 100 Chimneys belonging to Gilfanon, many stories were preserved. The great hound Juan, celebrated as the captain of dogs, plays a heroic role in these legends, his deeds celebrated in song. Other names surface from the mists: Humthor, who fought beside Turambar; Huor and Hurin, tragic figures of great renown, and the poignant concept of Aiquil Warthon, the dead that live again, Idril, called Idril of the Silver Feet, daughter of the king and wife of Tuor, displayed foresight and courage, orchestrating a secret escape from the doomed city. Her actions ensured the survival of her son, Eärendil, a pivotal figure for the future. The lore speaks of spirits like Elinzor, steersman of the moon, and of the Ilkorindi, the elves who never dwelt in the light of Kor. All these tales are set within the grand design of Ilúvatar, the Lord for always. The narratives encompass the arrival of hostile Easterlings, the delving of the long-beard dwarves known as Indrafangs, and the complex legacy of figures named Ing and Ingwer, whose names echo even into the history of the Anglo-Saxons, or Ingwaiwa. The royal clan of the Teleri, the Inwer, were the kindred of King Inwer, and his son Ingil is remembered in early fragments. Thus, from the Rainbow Arch to the shores of the inland sea, the tapestry of names and places forms a single, sprawling history of loss, endurance, and memory. The gnomish name for Inwi is recorded as Inwithiel. The term Eras, derived from Old English, refers to the Irish people. The land of Ireland appears in the narrative, also known under the Elvish name Everin. Idril, daughter of Turgon, is called Irilde in the tongue of the Eldar, sometimes poetically referred to as Irilde Taltelepta or Irilde of the Silver Feet. The formidable Iron Mountains, also called the Mountains of Iron, the Hills of Iron, or the Bitter Hills, form a significant barrier in the northern regions. Isfin, later known as Aridhel, is noted as the sister of Turgon and the mother of Meglin. The elves who dwell on Tol Eressëa are sometimes called the Island Elves. A notable location is the Isle of Seabirds, upon which a solitary tower was built. Another isle, infamously known as the Isle of Werewolves, was a place of great dread. The minstrel Ivara, who plays his music beside the sea, is remembered among the elves. The great wolf Carcarus, whose name means knife fang, is a fearsome creature also called Carcarus or the Hell Wolf. In the hidden city of Gondolin, the king's house or royal house stands as a central seat of power. A tragic event in elven history is the kinslaying at Swanhaven. The city of Kur, built upon the hill of Tuna in Eldamar, is a central place in the early lore. The elves of Kur are the Coreldar. In Tol Eressëa, the town of Cortirion is the chief settlement of Alalminor, celebrated in song and story. The Balrog Gothmog appears in Eldarin tongues as Cosmoko or Cosomot. An early sketch mentions an evil magician named Kuruki. The green elf Legolas of Gondolin bears the Eldarin name Lycalasse, while the green elves of Osiriand are the Lyquendi. Various regions bear evocative names: the Land of Shadows, the Land of the Dead that Live, and the Tranquil Land of Willows, also called Nan Tathran. The lands east of the Great Sea, beyond the realm of Artanor, are often called the Lands Beyond or the Outer Lands. References are made to the Last Battle and the Golden Tree, Laurelin. The dragon Glorund appears in Eldarin form as Lorundo or Loronto. The tales of Beren and Lúthien are preserved in the Lay of Lúthien, and the sorrows of the children of Hurin in their own lay. Legolas Greenleaf of Gondolin is distinct from the elf of later tales, who bears the same name. The name Lúthien is also associated with the land of England in some writings. In Gondolin, the lesser market is a place of commerce. The unique drink of the Eldar, which brings joy and forgetfulness, is called Limpé. Lindo is an elf of Tol Eressëa, the master of the Cottage of Lost Play. Earlier names for the elf king Tynwelint include Linwë. The legendary sunken land between Cornwall and the Scilly Isles is called Lyonesse. The reed-filled land at the mouths of Sirion is Lisgard. Finally, Little Heart, the son of Voronwë, serves as the gong warden of the Cottage of Lost Play, his heart forever young despite the weight of the tales he keeps. The dragons of Melko are given the general Eldarin name Loke. The Lonely Isle, also known as the Holy Isle or the Island of the Elves, appears throughout the chronicles. It is referenced in Old English as the Unknown Island and the Unblemished Isle. The speech of its inhabitants and the poem dedicated to it are noted. This isle is synonymous with Tol Eressëa, the epic tale, The Lord of the Rings, including its volumes The Fellowship of the Ring. The Two Towers and the Return of the King is cited in relation to these legends. Thu, the necromancer, is named the Lord of Wolves. The Valar are called the Lords of the West. The realm of Lórien is frequently mentioned. Earlier linguistic forms are recorded for names associated with Gondolin, such as Lose becoming Loth, meaning the flower, and Losengriel evolving into Lothengriel, flower of the plain. The survivors of that city at the mouth of the river Sirion called themselves the Lothlim, the people of the flower. An orc named Lug was slain by Tuor within Gondolin. A place called Lumbi is noted as a dwelling of Melko after a defeat. The name Lusion is equated with Lúthien. Luthany is identified as England, with the name Lúthien given to a wanderer from that land and also used for the land itself. Most famously, Lúthien is Tinuviel. Mablung the Heavy-Handed served as chief of the Thanes of King Tynwelint. The name Marglin later replaced Meglin. Magbar is the Elvish name for Rome. The mysterious Magic Isles, also called the Magic Archipelago, are referenced, as is the concept of a magic sun. The sons of Feanor, Maglor, and Maedhros are named. The Balrogs are called Malkarauki in the High Tongue. Mandos, both the Valar and his halls, is a recurring location. The enigmatic man of the sea, an ancient mariner dwelling in the harbourless isles, is a figure of legend. Manwë Sulimo, the lord of gods and elves, is equated with the northern deity. Woden, the cottage of lost play, Marvanwë Tialieva, is a cherished memory. The name Mathustor replaced Oriador in one manuscript. Mavwin, later known as Morwen, was the wife of Urin and mother of Turin and Nianori. Her name in Eldarissa was Mavoina. Meglin, son of Eol and Isfin, was the betrayer of Gondolin and lord of the House of the Mole. Meleth was the nurse of Arundel. Queen Melian of Doriath, wielder of the protective girdle, was earlier known by other names. In a moment of lighter exchange, Vean playfully called Ariel Melinon, and he in turn named her Melinir. Melko's influence is vast. His curse upon Urin's family, his role in the origin of orcs, his association with hawks and snakes, his lack of flight, his dealings with men, his deep mines, his terrifying spell of bottomless dread, his imposing iron crown, and his mythic defeat. His attack on the sun remains a pivotal event in the mythology. Known by many names, Anu Melko, the evil prince, the prince of the evil heart, the Vala of Iron, the Lord of Iron, the evil one, the foe. Melko stands as a figure of profound darkness. His influence casts a long shadow over the fates of both elves and men. The race of men faced particular trials, including a period of confinement in the shadowy region of Hisilome. Yet from among them emerged figures of destiny, such as Tuor, who became the first of his kind to ever lay eyes upon the sea, a journey that would forever alter his path. It was Ulmo, the Lord of Waters, who saw a unique strength in the heart of a man, choosing one for a purpose that would intertwine with the fate of the world. The tongues of men were many, and their tales varied, speaking of a knowledge of Ilúvatar that was both a gift and a burden. Their ultimate fate remained a mystery, separate from the long life of the elves, though at times their paths converged in powerful unions. Even in the far west, upon the lonely isle of Tol Eressëa, the presence of men became part of the legend. In the heart of the forest realm of Doriath lay Menegroth, the Thousand Caves, a marvel of hidden halls and stone-wrought beauty. Across the lands, different peoples arose. The men of the north, among them Tuor's hardy folk and the fierce seafaring Forodwaith, often likened to Vikings, and the men of the south, a proud and organized people analogous to the Romans of old. Meanwhile, upon Tol Eressëa, Mirili Turinki reigned as the gracious lady of the isle, a beacon of wisdom and continuity in a changing world. The seas held their own mysteries, from the elusive mermaids and sea maids to the dark intrigues of figures like Tevildo, the Prince of Cats, and his servant Maula. At the center of all these tales lay the vast continent of Middle-earth, a stage for countless struggles from the great cities of men, like the heartless town of Meiselgard, which was Rome, to the distant splendor of Micklegarth, known as Constantinople. The map of the world was drawn in conflict and alliance. Among the most tragic figures was Mime the dwarf called the Fatherless, whose bitter curse would echo through the ages, weaving a spell of doom and vengeance. His story intersected with fortresses of great renown and infamy, Minas Tirith, the watchtower upon Tol Sirion, and the dread tower of Minas Morgul. In the elven city of Gondolin, one of the great houses was that of the Mole, a people who bore a simple, unadorned sigil, a trait shared by their most infamous son, Meglin. The celestial bodies were not mere lights in the sky, but active players in the drama. The moon was a mariner forever chasing the star Earendel across the heavens in a silver ship, its haven and gateway points of cosmic lore. It was an emblem for kings and a target for the malice of Melko, who sought to wound its light. Beyond its pale glow lay realms of wonder and peril. The name Morgoth, the Black Foe, became synonymous with the ultimate enemy, a shadow from which even the deep places of the world, like Moria, were not safe. His opposite were the Moriquendi, the elves of the darkness who never beheld the light of the west. And from this darkness emerged heroes marked by it like Turin, who bore the grim epithets Mormagli, Mormakil, and Mormigil, all meaning black sword. Yet for all the darkness there were lights, the hope of the morning star and the memory of the sublime music of the Ainur that began all things. There was also primeval terror embodied in entities like Moru, the great spider who was night itself. The lands were defined by their mountains, the forbidding mountains of shadow, the terrifying peaks where the forest of night grew, and the majestic hallowed mountains of Valinor. The tale of Ylfwine, the mariner, was tied to this world through his wife, the elf maiden Naimi of Tol Eressëa. It was a world of giants like Nan and lands of dread like Nan Dumgorthin, the land of the dark idols and the dread-filled valley of Nan Dungortheb. But there was also beauty in places like Nan Tathran, the land of willows. The great hidden city of Nargothrond, delved beside the river Narog, became a central stage for tragedy, its story encapsulated in the Narn-i-Hin Húrin, the tale of the children of Húrin. This saga wove together betrayal, as seen with the elf Narthseg, who opened Artenor to the dwarves, and greed, personified by Nauglador, the proud and ruthless lord of the dwarves of Nogrod. Their actions, driven by lust for treasure and power, would ripple through history, leaving scars upon the land and its people. The Nauglafring, also known as the Necklace of the Dwarves, is referenced extensively throughout the text. The Nauglath, the dwarves of Nogrod, are a central force in these events, with their city of Nogrod serving as a key location. The term Nortar appears to be synonymous with Nauglath. The Nazgûl are noted in a single reference. The character known as the Necromancer is mentioned briefly. In the tale of Turin, the elf Nellas provides crucial testimony at his trial. The geography includes places like Nen Girith, the shuddering water falls in Bretel Forest, and the stream Nen Lalaith. The Vala Ulmo is referred to by the name Niorth, a lord of waters, drawing a faint parallel to the Scandinavian deity Njord among the Valier. Nessa is listed. The region of Nevrast is noted. The star, Sirius, is called Nialuin, the bee of azure. A handmaiden named Nialthi served Queen Gwendolen of Artenor, the tragic figure of Nianor, daughter of Urine and Mavwin, who was later called Nialiel, the child of tears, by Turambar, is a focal point of sorrow. Her story is intertwined with the great battle known by several names, Niril Tassinwa, Ninin Udathriol, and the Nirnaeth Arnawediad, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. The ancient city of Nineveh is referenced as Ninwa. The region of Nivrim describes the part of Doriath lying beyond the river Sirion. The Noldor, formerly called Noldoli, are a prominent elven kindred, with their language termed Noldorissa. The name Noldorin is also applied to the being Salmar. The leader Finwë is called Noleme. A mythical fruit of noon is mentioned. Historical peoples like the Normans are referenced alongside Old Norse culture. The herald of the Valar is named Nornori. A poetic anthology titled A Northern Venture is cited. Geographical features include the North Sea and a personification of the North Wind. The land of Norway is noted. In the later lore of Tol Eressëa, the people of Galdor were first called Nosgalden, later renamed Nos Nan Alwyn. The Gondolin Spring Festival was Nost na Lothian, the birth of flowers. The Númenóreans, including a black Númenórean, are mentioned. Sea spirits called the Orni are identified, sometimes controversially, with mermaids. In the tale of Beren and Lúthien, a feline servant of Tivoldu named Oikaroi is slain by Juan. The Maya of the seas, Oinen, was earlier called Onen. The great champion Orcabal was an orc lord slain by Icthilion in Gondolin. The origins and nature of orcs are detailed across multiple entries. They are described as the children of Melko with specific traits of sight and hearing, and they served as wolf riders and mercenaries. The singular orc and plural orci are older forms. The entrance to the hidden city of Gondolin was the Great Rift. Orfalch, Ekor, an elf of Artenor named Orgoth, was slain by Turin. In a darker turn, a man of Hisilomi named Orlin was killed by Turambar in Brodder's Hall, a moment of grim necessity that shifted the tone from mere survival to a hardened resolve. A sea captain of the Forodwaith named Orm is noted as the slayer of Deor, Aoifwiner's father. The elven lord Orodreth ruled the Rhodophilim. The Vala Arome is listed. The Maya Osse is frequently associated with the seas around Tol Eressëa. The land of Osiriand is named. The dwarven city of Belegost is called Ost Belegost. A prince of Gwar, Cortirion, is named Oswine. The god Owen, akin to Woden, is referenced. An orc lord named Othrod was slain by Tuor in Gondolin. Finally, the figure Otter Rod Ufer E is identified as Ariel the Outer Dark is referenced on pages 273 and 276, while the term Outer Lands has two distinct meanings. First, it can refer to the Great Lands, also known as Middle-earth, as seen on pages 254 and 265, which are sometimes called the lands without. Second, it denotes the lands situated west of the Great Sea, detailed across pages 316 through 325 and on 334. The vast outer oceans or outer seas are mentioned on pages 154, 160 and 276, also known as Vi Oxford, appears multiple times, from page 146 through 323, with its Old English name Oxenford noted on 292. A poem titled The City of Present Sorrow is associated with it on pages 295 to 298, and the city is also called Tarw-y-Thorn or Taruktana. The Oxford English Dictionary is cited on pages 69 and 147. Palliser is the region in the Great Lands where the Elves first awoke, referenced on pages 8, 9, 21, 42, 47, 49, 64, 65, 115, 136, and 307. Palurian is another name for Yavanna, found on pages 281 and 328, and she is also called Belorin. Parma Kuluinen, or Golden Book, is on page 310. The Path of Dreams, also known as Olore Male or the Way of Dreams, is on page 119. Peleg, the father of Tuor, is noted on pages 88, 160, 181, and 204. Penlod, called the Tall, was the lord of the peoples of the Pilar and of the Tower of Snow in Gondolin, mentioned on pages 173, 175, and 179. The term Pereldar means half-elven, as on page 266. Pictures by J.R.R. Tolkien is cited on pages 123 and 214. The Pillar is the name of one of the kindreds of the Gondothlim, on pages 173 and 179, whose lord was Penlod. The Pine of Belorin, also called the Pine of Tavrobel, is referenced on pages 281, 282, 310, and 328. In Gondolin, the place of the fountain is on page 207, and the place of the gods, also called Gar Einion, or the place of the wedding, is on pages 164, 186, 187, 199, and 200. The place of the king in Gondolin is the same as the square of the palace. The place of the well is also the square of the folkwell. The place of wedding is equated with the place of the gods on pages 186 and 200. The Pools of Twilight, a region on the lower course of the Syrian River, later known as Ailin Uil, or the Meres of Twilight, appear on pages 195, 217, 220, 25, 248, 279, and 280. They are also called the Silent Pools or Umboth Mulin. Pygmies are mentioned on page 254. Kenya, in reference to entries in an early dictionary, is on pages 264, 285, 292, and 310. Quendi is on page 219, and Quenya on pages 50 and 140. The rainbow, also called the heavenly arch, is on page 179. Romandor is an earlier name for Sorontor on page 203. Henry Rider Haggard is noted on page 329. Rimian, the father of Egnor, is on pages 22 and 51, where Egnor is called Borimian. The rim of earth, also termed the world's rim, rim of things, lip of the world, or the margin of the world, appears on pages 151, 255, 260, 261, 262, 268, 269, 274, 314, 316, 325. The Ring of Doom is an earlier reading for the Necklace of the Dwarves on page 136. In Gondolin, the Road of Arches is on page 182 and the Road of Pomps on page 186. The Rhodothlim were Noldoli of the caves with whom Turin sojourned, precursors to the Noldor of Nargothrond, detailed across pages 81 through 84, 91, 92, 94 through 98, 107, 112, 113, 117 through 119, 123, 170 through 14 through 142, 222, 223, 226, 228, 236, 246, and 248. This name replaced Rothwarin. Rog has two references, first as the Orc's name for Egnor, father of Beren, called Rog the Fleet on page 45. Second, as the Lord of the people of the Hammer of Wrath in Gondolin on pages 174 through 176, 178 through 180, 203 and 211. Rohan is on page 329. Romans are mentioned on pages 294, 309 and 330, also called Rumhoth or Men of the South. Rome or Room is on pages 196, 203, 315 and 330, with the form room found in Old English as noted on page 315. It is also referred to as Magbar or Meiselgeard. Rumhoth, meaning Romans, is on pages 294, 304, 306 and 309. Rumel is on pages 149 and 209, with his alphabet cited on page 69 and a book of Rumel on page 217. Rusitarian, meaning son of the weary forest in Elderissa, is the name Turumbar gave himself on page 89, also called Drauthodavros. Searos is on pages 122 and 142. Saxani means Saxons on page 306. Solgund was the lord of the people of the harp in Gondolin on pages 173, 75, 177, 182, 190, and 191. Solmar, a companion of Ulmo, also called Noldorin, is on pages 219 and 279. Ted Sandyman is on page 3033. Sarnathrod means Stony Ford on page 236, with a later form Sarn Athred on page 249. Sarkindi are cannibal ogres on page 254. Sauron is on pages 53 through 55 and 57, also called Wolf Sauron on page 55 with the mouth of Sauron on page 67. Saxons are on page 306. The Scarlet Heart was the emblem of the king's house in Gondolin on pages 172 and 200. The Sea Wing is also called Eramé. The shadow folk of Hisalom are on pages 64, 215 and 249. The shadowy seas, a region of the Great Sea west of Tol Eressëa, are on pages 256, 275, 286, and 324 through 325, also called the Great Sea Shadows on pages 260 and 272, or simply the Shadows on page 316. The Shining Isles were the dwelling of the gods, and the Eldar of Valinor, as imagined by the Ilkharins on page 142. The shipmen, or shipfolk of the West, are the Wythlings, referenced on pages 319, 322, 325, 331, and 334, also called Enithrim. A shippy is also cited. The coastal musicians, known in some tongues as the Shoreland Pipers, appear in the annals of the elder days, their melodies echoing the waves. These figures, sometimes called the Solar Simpi, are part of the broader tapestry that includes the Silmarillion, a foundational text detailing the creation, the wars over the luminous jewels known as the Silmarils, and the tragic history of the Noldor. The Silmarils themselves, also called the Lamps of Feanor, were objects of immense power and desire, their light stolen from the two trees of Valinor, one of which was the silver tree Silpion. The narrative encompasses great battles such as the fall of the Silver Bowl and follows the rivers of legend like the Syrian, along whose mouth settlements grew and tales of the sleeper in the Tower of Pearl were whispered. The sons of Feanor, bound by a terrible oath, pursued these jewels across Beleriand, their quest leaving a trail of sorrow referenced in ancient poems. In the hidden city of Gondolin, the architecture told its own story from the square of the Folkwell to the King's Square, where the royal hall and its towering spire stood beside a murmuring fountain. It was a place of emblems, the stricken anvil for the smiths, the swan for the house of Tor, whose ship, the Swanwing, would one day seek the havens. The cosmos of this world held its own wonders. From the first rising of the sun, a vessel piloted across the sky, to the fixed star some called the Bee of Azure, the lore speaks of places like the guarded plain of Nargothrond and the Forest of Night, later named Tower Newfuin. In a quieter corner of the world, the bridge at Tavrabel, where two rivers met, was a site of scholarship home to the Golden Book, where many of these histories were compiled. A traveller there might pause, feeling the weight of all these intertwined tales of glory, loss, and the enduring light of the stars. a poignant reminder that even the mightiest legends begin and end with a single, fragile word. Tavrobel is also known as Tavrost. The Taglin River, with its significant crossings and deep ravines, features prominently in many tales. Telchar, the renowned dwarf smith from Nogrod, crafted legendary weapons. The place once called Teld Quing Ilon, meaning rainbow roof, was later known as Chris Ilbrantaloth. Among the Elves, the Teleri were the first kindred, later known as the Vanyar. Telemectar, son of the mighty Tulkas, is associated with the constellation Orion, also referred to as Telumectar or Telumath. The cunning prince of cats, known as Tevildu, also called Tiberth or Tifil, was a master of spies and whispers. The great river Thames flows through the land. King Thingol, sometimes called Elu Thingol or Thingol of the Woods, ruled his hidden realm. The Third Age was a time of great change. The poet Francis Thompson found inspiration in these myths. The Eagle King, called Thorndor by the gnomes and later Thorondor, soared over the mountains. His people were the Thornhoth. The stream known as Thorn or Eagle Stream cascaded below the peaks. In the 1,000 caves, also called Menigroth, glittering halls were carved. The dark sorcerer, known as Thu, the necromancer, wielded terrible power. In old tongues, the god Thunor was equated with Tulkas. The bat messenger Thuringwethel served the enemy from Tol in Gaurhoth. The names Tiberth and Tifil both refer to the feline lord. The minstrel, once named Tifanto, was later called Dairon. The earliest name for the queen Melian was Tindriel. The piper Tinfang, called Timpinen in the high speech, played enchanting melodies. The hidden king was known by many names: Tinthelon, Tinto Elu, and Tintoglin, before he was called Tinwellint. His daughter, the maiden Tinuviel, is central to a beloved tale of love and courage. King Tinwellint, also named Tinwellinto, ruled the forest realm of Artenor. The woman first named Tirane would become known as Morwen. The tower called Tirin was built by Ingil. The city of Tirion shone under the stars. The god Ti was honored in ancient days. The lonely isle Tol Irisea was a place of refuge and memory. The cursed isle Tol in Garhoth was the Isle of Werewolves. Tol Sirion guarded a important pass. In the Hall of Lost Play, the tale fire, called Ton Agwedrin, burned brightly. The Tower of Pearl stood by the sea, and within it lay a mysterious sleeper. In Gondolin, one of the great houses, was the Tower of Snow, led by Lord Penlod. A poem speaks of a mystical town of dreams. The house known as the Tree was a pillar of the city, led by Galdor. The ancient being Treebeard watched over the forests. Strange tree men were said to walk in remote lands. The dark creatures known as trolls lurked in the shadows. The legendary city of Trui or Troy fell in a great war. The valiant Tulkas was a champion of the Valar. The Battle of Tumhalad was a disastrous defeat. The smooth plain of Tumladin was the beautiful valley of Gondolin. The cavern of the tumultuous winds was where the Sirion River plunged underground. The hill of Tun, later called Tuna, was a sacred place. The hero Tuor, also called Tuor, journeyed from darkness to a hidden city, carrying a message of hope and a warning of doom. His story is one of destiny and endurance. The tragic figure Turambar, whose name means conqueror of fate, sought to master his own doom. He is also remembered as Turin, a hero marked by sorrow and pride. Turgon appears on pages 43, 44, 65, 70, 73, 77, 83, 120, and from 160 to 162, 164, 165, 167, 68, 170, 173, 175, 77, 18, and 188 through 187. He is also referenced on pages 199, 224, 205, and 217 through 212, 216, 217, 218, 251, 257, 263, and 266. See entries for Torondo, the Square of the Palace, and the King's House. Turin is found on pages 21, 41, 47, 62, 70 through 77, 79 through 86, 91 through 95, 98, 110, 115 to 131, 335, 137, 38, 140 through 42, 144, 205, 202 and 2052. See also Turumbar. The term Turinki refers to Merrill e Turinki. Turondo is the Elderissa name for Turgon, noted on pages 70 and 71. Turahalme, meaning the log drawing, describes the bringing of wood to Mar Vanwa Tialieva, mentioned on page 69. Turamart is the Gnomish form for Turumbar, appearing on pages 70, 86 and 89. See Turumbar. The Twillit Isles are referenced on pages 256, 273, 275, and 324 through 325, with a singular mention as the Twillit Isle on page 254. The two trees, including all references to the trees, are found on pages 3, 9, 64, 160, 275, 276, 288, 1286, 287, and 307 through 308. The Tree of Gold is noted on page 33. For the trees of Gondolin, see the Gondolin entry. Tinuviel was the original spelling of Tinuviel in the typescript for the Tale of Tinuviel on pages 41 and 51. Tyr is listed on page 290. See Tiwa Ufedin. A gnome who allied with the dwarves and ensnared Tinwelint appears on pages 223 through 230, 236, 239, 243, and 245 through 248. Wyn, the great whale, is mentioned on pages 283, 286, and 328. Winin is on pages 20 and 51, with variant spellings Oinen on page 324 and Onin on page 51. Ulbandi, the mother of Cossamot, also known as Gothmog, is on page 216. See Fluthwin. Ulmo, called the Lord of Waters on pages 150 and 205, and Lord of the Sea on pages 316 and 319, is referenced on pages 7, 77, 125, 150, and from 152 to 157, 159 to 162, 164, 165, 167, 260, 263, 264, 269, 279, 283, 308, 311, 316, 319, 328, and 331 with the description on pages 154 and 155. See also Man of the Sea and Neorth. Ulmanan, Ulmo's Halls in the Outer Ocean, is on page 154. Ummanayar, meaning Eldar not of Aemon, is on page 64. Both Muilin, the Pools of Twilight, are noted on pages 225 and 248. See also Pools of Twilight, Silent Pools, and Aelin Yule, Umuyan. Tevildu's Doorkeeper is on pages 24 and 25. See Gimnio Undolaura is the Elderissa name for Glorund on page 84. See Lorundo Unfinished Tales is referenced on pages 119, 123, 146, 203, 207, and 329. See also Narn I Hin Hurin and Tuor. Ungwelliant is on pages 11, 254, 256, 261, and 286, also called the Spider, on page 261. See Gloomweaver and Wirilome, Rin, father of Turin and Nienori, and called the Steadfast. Appears on pages 44, 45, 52, 70 through 74, 79, 82, 86, 87, 89 through 91, 93 through 96, 102, and from 109 to 116, 118 through 20, 26, 220, 20, 30, 245, 245, 246, and 250, with an additional reference to Urin of the Woods on page 112. This name was later replaced by Hurin. Urwendi, Mistress of the Sun, is on pages 116, 281, and 282. The term Uvanimor is referenced on pages 136 and 247. Vi, the Outer Ocean, is on page 273. Vainoni is the earliest name for Nienor on pages 138 and 139. Vera, wife of Lindo, is on pages 8, 144, 257, 286, 290, and 302. Valar, also called Valley, on page 243. includes selected references to the gods and Ainur. Passages concerning their relations to elves and men are on pages 5, 7, 15, 19, 35, 37, 44, 45, 47, 68, 72, 73, 76, 79, 101, 111, 115, 116, 141, 151, 52, 61, 88, 98, 245. References to the warfare of the gods are on page 312, the wrack of the gods on page 285, and their withdrawal from the affairs of men on pages 283 and 285. Reverence for them in Gondolin is noted on pages 165, 174, and 218. The valour of the Western Isles is on pages 95 and 141. Turin and Nianori are described as being a shining Valar on page 116. See also Great Folk of the West, Lords of the West, and Children of the Gods. Valinor is referenced on pages 3, 9, 10, 15, 34, 40, 42, 54, 58, 60, 61, 65, 77, 78, 82, 87, 114, 125, 129, 140, 16 through 62, 207 through 209, 215, 216, 2018, 222, 223, 283, 232, 233, 239, 240, 246, 249, 250, 253, and from 255 to 258, 260, 262 through 265, 271, 272, 278 through 283, 285 through 287, 289, 292, 302, 303, 307, 308, 360, 323, 326, and 328, also called Godhome, on pages 316 and 325. See also Mountains of Valinor and the Hiding of Valinor. Valmar is on pages 60 and 253, with Valimar on page 257. Valway, father of Lindo, is on pages 219, 278, and 279. Vanna is on pages 218 and 240. Vanya is on page 305. Vada is on page 281. Vanna, a child of Marvanwa Tielieva, and the teller of the tale of Tinuviel, appears on pages 4 through 8. 40 through 42, 50, 51, 53, 42, 52, 50, 40, 50, 40, 50, 40, 50, 53, 66, 68, 294, 300, and 301. See Melinir. Vefantur, meaning Fantur of Death, refers to the Valamandos, on page 115. Venus is noted on page 266. Veta, possibly Wood Rangers, is on page 101. Vikings are referenced on pages 322, 323, 330, 333, 1, and 333. See also Forodwaith, Gwaskonin, and Winged Helms. Vingalot, see Wingailot, Vinyamar, Turgon's dwelling in Neverust, is on pages 204, 205, and 217. The Voice of Goth refers to Gothmog on page 67. Voronwy is the Eldarissa form of Bromwig's name, called the Faithful, on page 156, and appears on pages 145, 149, 156 through 160, 162, 166, 78, 186 through 188, 195, 198, 223, and from 205 to 207, 209, 214, 215, 254 through 256, 258, 260, and 263 through 265 and 286. See Bronwig W.F. Wary. See Otto W.F. Wary. The Wall of Things is on page 259, with references to the wall on pages 317 and 325, the Western Walls on pages 320 and 325, and the Wall of Space on page 274. Warwick is mentioned on pages 292, 293, 295, 300, 308, 310, and 328, with Warwickshire on page 324, and the poem The Town of Dreams on pages 295, 296, and 298. The Waters of Awakening are on pages 64, 197, and 285. The Way of Dreams is on pages 8 and 42. See Alora Mali and Path of Dreams. The Way of Escape is referenced on pages 158, 163, 166, 167, 177, 189, 195, 210, 213, and 214. The Book of Lost Tales represents the foundational creative work of J.R.R. Tolkien commenced when he was in his mid-20s and set aside unfinished some years later. This collection stands as the origin point for the entire legendarium of Middle-earth and Valinor, as these lost tales formed the earliest versions of the myths later compiled as the Silmarillion. Framed within the context of English legend, the stories are presented as the recounted history of the elves told to a mariner named Eriol, or Elfwin, during his voyage to the lonely isle of Tol Eressëa. From these narratives spring the first conceptions of the Valar and the Eldar, of dwarves and Balrogs, the Silmarils and the Two Trees, and the great elven realms like Nargothrond and Gondolin. This second volume presents tales including those of Beren and Lúthien, Turin Turambar, and the only complete account of the fall of Gondolin. Each story is accompanied by detailed commentary and related poetry, alongside extensive linguistic notes on the earliest forms of the Elvish languages. Subsequent publications in this historical series will explore the evolution of this world through later texts, including the epic lays of Beleriand and various annals, maps, and linguistic essays. The History of Middle-earth, a monumental 12-volume collection, presents J.R.R. Tolkien's vast and evolving legendarium. This scholarly series begins with the Book of Lost Tales, Parts 1 and 2, which contain the earliest mythic foundations. It then progresses through the Lays of Beleriand and the Shaping of Middle-earth, showcasing the development of the world's geography and epic poetry. The journey continues with The Lost Road and other writings, followed by a deep focus on the Lord of the Rings creation in The Return of the Shadow, The Treason of Isengard, and The War of the Ring. The series examines the aftermath in Sauron defeated before returning to the First Age with Morgoth's Ring, The War of the Jewels, and concluding with The Peoples of Middle-earth, which delves into the diverse cultures and histories. This edition is published by HarperCollins Publishers, with the original publication by George Allen and Unwin dating to 1984. The Tolkien name and associated trademarks are registered to the J.R.R. Tolkien Estate Limited. The copyright for the Book of Lost Tales, Part 2, is held by the J.R.R. Tolkien Copyright Trust and C.R. Tolkien. All rights are reserved internationally, and no part of this text may be copied or distributed without explicit written permission from the publisher. The manuscript includes fascinating editorial notes, such as alternative names like Tifl or Tivildu, and a bracketed mention of Gumnio. A particularly significant element is the lengthy, unfinished poem, in rhyming couplets detailing the tale of Beren and Lúthien Tinuviel, composed primarily between 1925 and 1931, but revisited decades later. Scholar T.A. Shippey once observed that the story of Beren and Lúthien contains almost too much narrative, leading to certain motifs, like a healing herb, being treated with notable brevity in later versions. He compares this to the expansive treatment such elements receive in other medieval works like the Breton Lie of Eliduc. This observation is quite apt, where the Silmarillion might cover a wound and its healing in just a few lines. The original Lay of Lúthien dedicates over 60 lines to the same event. Highlighting the compression of the later prose, early notes reference the sacred Silmarils, and earlier conceptions, such as Timpinen being the son of Tinwelint, were ultimately abandoned. The text also notes figures like Tifanto, also called Dairon, who is grouped with Tinfang and Ivare as the most enchanting musicians among the elves. Furthermore, in outlines for Gilfanon's tale, the mysterious shadow folk of Hisalome transitioned from being elves to enigmatic fays of unknown origin, illustrating the continual refinement of Tolkien's mythological world. In the narrative of Turambar, the events concerning Beren and Tinuviel are firmly established as occurring prior to the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, while no existing text explicitly states that Gothmog served as a voice of Goth for Morgoth. Neither is there any contradiction to the idea. From the earliest tales, he was a prominent figure within the Dark Kingdom, closely associated with Melko. This concept might find a later echo in the figure of the Mouth of Sauron, the black Númenórean who acted as the lieutenant of Barad-dûr. The story of Gondolin, meanwhile, carries its own complexities. Annotations on the manuscript include curious names, Niril to Sinwa for the battle, and Glorund Lorundo or Undulare, later altered to Glorant and Lorunto. A separate note references Turamart Go Drauhodaros or Turambar Rusitarian. Margin scribbles add Firalanda, and near a mention of wood rangers, the word Vetar. Interpretations of Nargothrond's history present a puzzle. One passage suggests King Felagund was already following a secretive policy when Beren arrived, while another implies it was the persuasive rhetoric of Curufin after Beren's coming that truly set this course in motion. In later writings, the elf maiden is named Findulus, and Gwyndor gives her the epithet Faclivrin, likening her to sunlight on the pools of Ivrin. A revised section of the tale notes the union of Tuor and Idril of Gondolin as the first marriage between a man and an elf, adding, with a touch of foreshadowing, that Tuor would not be the last. This theme of foreshadowed tragedy is starkly personal elsewhere, as seen in a lament to Mablung, "Can you not see I am blind? Have you never realized?" Blind since childhood, stumbling ever since in the dark fog of Morgoth. The name Tazarunnan, however, endured unchanged in Quenya, preserved in the Willow Mead's remembered in Treebeard's song. The Gnomish lexicon includes Gwalt, meaning a providential piece of good luck or the luck of the Valar. Biographical notes indicate the tale was penned during Tolkien's convalescence in early 1917, likely referring to the initial draft. Later pencil marks on a manuscript identify Idril Talcelub and Heberodin, after a version from around 1930 which retained older conceptions and formed the basis for a published chapter. My father wrote no further full account of Gondolin from Tuor's arrival to its fall. This 1930 text specifically mentions details told in the fall of Gondolin, including the death of Rog beyond the walls and the battle of Ecthelion of the Fountain. The reference to Rog was later omitted, as it seemed certain this name would not have been kept for a lord of the city. In a much later note, my father considered making the three lords assigned to escort Aradhel from Gondolin be Glorfindel, Ecthelion, and Eaglemoth, a fascinating, if grim detail emerges regarding the creatures of Melko. The snakes, wolves, weasels, owls, and falcons, said to be disliked by the people of Gondolin, are here viewed as his natural servants and allies. In a later Tuor narrative, he is titled the Lord of the Fountains. Furthermore, it is made clear in the later mythology that Idril's secret work on a escape tunnel was known to very few, and no rumor of it ever reached the ears of Maeglin. He observes that the names Ecthelion and Eaglemoth originate from an early linguistic root, yet he acknowledges their pleasing sound and established use in published works, particularly among the stewards of Gondor. He ultimately chose not to name the guards accompanying Aradhel. The notion of Morgoth commanding a vast army of Balrogs persisted for a long time, though a later annotation from the author states their numbers were always scarce, at most 7. This detail remained in the 1930s version of the narrative, but was omitted from the final published text. This decision was based on a much later writing indicating the old entrance to Gondolin had been sealed, a fact later integrated into the corresponding chapter. This seems to contradict another account stating all men were confined to Hithlum by decree after a great battle, making the mention of their wanderings somewhat puzzling in context. A marginal note in the manuscript simply reads, Fangluin, Bluebeard. According to a related dictionary, the curse placed upon Mim was considered lifted only after the Noglafring was lost beneath the waves. The passage discussing tree men, sun dwellers, presents clear words but ambiguous punctuation, leaving the intended structure uncertain. This introductory preface appears in nearly all versions of the poem, with variations primarily in the names used, such as Wingelot or Vingelot and Eglamar or Eldamar. The shift from Kor to Tun occurs in later drafts. The famous Old English lines hail Eärendel as the brightest angel sent over Middle-earth to mankind. A separate poetic venture, slightly revised from its original magazine publication, contains a likely typographical error, reading Twilight, where Twilight was almost certainly intended. Here, the phrase faring forth is used prophetically, distinct from its application in other sections. References to ancient tribes and the elves' march from their city carry a weight of historical and linguistic speculation. While no definitive external proof exists for a connection, the shared name between this elven city and a legendary African mountain city suggests a link that might be more than mere coincidence in sound.